Oh, I love that song, dude. That is the song that when me and Paige were like not lost in Europe, but when like all of our trains got fucked up trying to get across Germany, I was just playing that song on repeat to like calm me down. And the music video for it is so much fun. The music video is just like them like around a fire pit, just like chilling out and dancing. It's the best. I love The Who. Anyways, what up? I'm in a good mood. If you can't tell, about to go to bed. I will say the news won't be that exciting for you guys, except, you know, like transferably. It's just very exciting to me. It is, what up, everybody? Good time zone. Good time zone. Do you use music for your sessions? Not as much as I should. I like very specific music, and I should just put the effort into getting songs that, like, you know, work and fit for my sessions. I think that is the one, like, really significant area of DMing where it's like, I think that music makes D&D better, and I'm just not good at it. That is one area where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just like bad at that aspect of things. But yeah, I mean, I won't bury the lead. Paige, my wife, if people don't know who Paige is, just got a job. She got a job that she really wanted. It's a big pay raise. It's a cool place. The people like her. And so, yeah, it's going to be very, very cool. And she's been like freelancing for a long time, and like, you know, freelancing is cool and it has certain benefits, but she's been really, really wanting something full time. And so, yeah. So we're gonna, and she literally told me, she told me like an hour before stream, because obviously you guys saw in the Discord, I was not thinking that was happening. And she called me like an hour before stream, and I was like, oh my God, like I'm gonna do it. Because she's out right now. She had stuff to do during the day. So I was like, I'm gonna make it a half ep. We're gonna celebrate tonight. Like I'm not doing a full ep. And she was like, no, like that's it, you don't. And I was like, no, I got to. It's too exciting. She's been looking for a long time. Like she's been able to find work, but not like the work that she wanted. You know what I'm saying? So big step up, many months in the making, super cool. So yeah. So me, a German, listening to that song, that's kind of full circle. Yes, probably kind of a charm. Dude, I will say, I'm sure your country is absolutely lovely, but I have super negative feelings in my heart about Germany, only because my only experience with it is being super stressed out at like 2 a.m. trying to like figure out how I'm gonna get to Prague. We were going from Amsterdam to Prague, and our first train was 3 hours late, which I'm told is very, very rare. And so and we were already leaving at night. It was going to be an overnight like sleeper, not like an actual sleeper train, but like we were going to sleep on the train. And so we're at like 2 a.m. in Dusseldorf trying to figure shit out. And like, I did not learn any German because I didn't expect to be in Germany. Like when I was going to these other countries, I learned a little bit of Dutch, and I learned a little bit of Czech, and I learned a little bit of Italian, so that I could, like, at minimum, especially if I knew I was going to be traveling there, I learned a lot of travel-related words, didn't learn a lick of it in German. So I was trying to communicate with, you know, the like one German dude that's in the entire train station, you know, because again, it's like 2 a.m. And he speaks like really good English, like, you know, objectively speaking, but still like enough of a language barrier to where we're having trouble. And, or sorry, did I say he speaks really good German? He speaks really good English. And I know zero German. and our reception is shit because it's like an underground train station, so like Google Translate isn't working. It was crazy. So I have I was supposed to have hate in my heart for Germany. I don't. I have stress in my heart. Whenever I think of Germany, I get so stressed out. But we made it. It was the first time I ever had to like run between transit. Like I've never had to like run through an airport or anything. We were sprinting at all of our train platforms because like the German dude, by the way, in Dusseldorf was so sick. He was so dope. He like figured us out and he was like, okay, like I can get you there tonight, but it's going to be crazy. Like you're going to have to run. If anything's late, you're going to have to figure it out again. And we were like, okay. But anyways, that's my German, my Germany tangent. Du hast. Congrats, yay. Congratulations, Paige. Drink whatever that Chicago liquor is. Malort? No, I want to have fun. I want to have a good time. I'm not drinking Malort. Malort is like an initiation ritual. That's like what you do before you do a blood sacrifice, is you do a Malort shot. Not for when something good happened. Prime example of couple goals. We try. I really... I'm trying to think of how to say this without sounding arrogant. We have a lot of confidence in our relationship. We work on it a lot. Like, this is not like a, wow, my relationship is so easy. It is, we really, like, purposefully, and this isn't me saying we argue a lot, because we really don't. We don't, like, argue or fight a lot, but, like, we, like, really, like, purposefully work on our communication, like, expressing when we're, like how we're feeling, regardless of how the other person meant to make us feel, you know, whatever. We work on it a lot, and I've not always been the best partner. She hasn't always been the best partner, but we very, very intentionally and purposefully work on it. Yeah, I love Paige. I think we have a good relationship. I love showing it off. But yeah. Does that affect your timeline for how long you can try full-time content creation as well? Absolutely, AKL. Absolutely. Because she will be making a lot more money than she was. So we have basically a level of income. Like we have a certain budget of like, you know, how much we can spend in a month. And like that was, we were like solidly net positive when she was doing freelance and I was doing full-time. And then when when I went to this and she's still freelance, that obviously went down. But the her getting full-time, also it'll affect it in a substantial way of I can get on her insurance. Because that was another thing with, doing this is as an American, as a God-fearing patriot, I had to fucking figure out insurance because it's not just covered. And so insurance is really expensive if you're not doing it through like a company. So she'll be able to get insurance through her company and I'll be able to get on her insurance, which really helps elongate the timeline. Really takes a lot of stress off of our plates there. So yeah, it will absolutely affect the timeline on how long I can do full time. Have it was cool. This episode is fire. Fuck yeah. All right. Germany sucks. My city doesn't. Hell yeah. Love Germany every time I visit it. I'm sure it's a lovely country. It just stresses me the fuck out whenever I think of it. Guten Tag. Will you do full ep 44? I'm going to have to figure out. So we're doing half ep this. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to handle the Battle Royale and Q&A now, because I think I had a really good plan, given that this was going to be a full ep. I think I had a good plan related to like the Battle Royale and the Q&A. Now that those are a bit more now that those are more up in the air, I'll have to figure out what I'm doing with 44. Because originally I was going to split 44 because it's so long. But now that makes a little bit less logistical sense. So I'll have to figure it out. I honestly thought he was going to bring up World War II, but no, it's the trains. Look! World War II was a while ago. Like, modern Germans are cool. And past Germans were like most of them were normal people. Like, I don't got anything, you know. World War II was horrific, but it's not sticking up there. No. My personal experience with Germany is fucking being stressed out in Dusseldorf at 2 a.m. And having someone who was very, very on drugs, very aggressively ask me for money. Which, like, people ask very alone, no one else there, and they were posturing very aggressively. So that was maybe the most stressful period of our honeymoon. was oh no, buffering? What? Are we back? I don't see any reason that we would be buffering on my end. Better now? Only briefly? Weird. Man, that's super weird. Wait, is YouTube telling me anything? I need to go look at YouTube. YouTube is not receiving enough video. What? Man, I really wish that YouTube would tell me how much video it's receiving, because Slobs is telling me Slobs is not indicating any sort of drop. So I really wish that YouTube would tell me how much it's no sound? What the fuck? Dude, this is just like straight up my ISP. Yeah, YouTube is still telling me that my stream status is poor. That's so weird. Let me check out Twitch, because like normally if it's something like directly on my end, it normally, like, I can tell in Streamlabs. Yeah, poor network detected. God, I'm gonna have to call my ISP. Sound is fine for me. Okay, so we seem to be back. Both Twitch and YouTube are still telling me that shit's wrong. That's so weird. Maybe I need to bump up. Sir, just had you froze for like 20 seconds. Man. I think honestly I've gotten my network issues within my actual home solved. Like, relatively, especially like the last time we had these sort of networking issues, there were like very clear signs on my end, and I'm not getting any of those. But then I'm looking at YouTube and it's telling me that I'm having network issues. So it seems like it is probably something on my ISP end. So I might need to call them. Yeah, Twitch is telling me we're back. Let me refresh YouTube. YouTube is still telling me poor. This arc is just cursed. Yeah. Well, let me know if you guys get buffering again. Let me know. That's super weird. Super weird. I'll have to. I honestly really need to look into. John told me about a good Chicago ISP a while ago, and I knew that I had all of these internal networking issues, and so I was like, I'll solve all of those, and then I'm sure my ISP will be fine. Looks like not. So I actually really need to look into that. Anyways. I've had to do that so much, it's painful. It was very painful. I know Dusseldorf train station too. I'm getting stressed by proxy. Trains in Germany not being on time is very common. I heard it was not common in Amsterdam. I can't speak to Germany, but I guess to be fair, it was a German train. It was, I recognize the name, but now I can't think of it. I just keep thinking of Lufthansa, but that's an airline, not a train. I don't know. I'm about to burst. Sorry to burst the stereotype. Local public transport tends to be very good, but the trains, oof. Oh no. Oh no. Malort and Kaohsiung. Kaohsiung truly ruined the night. Look, I like wine more than I like liquor. So, AKL just asked my question. Hey, there we go. Oh, you guys are very cute. Thank you. Yeah, your current background gives me Norwegian vibes. Just like Hope. I swear I played in a ravine that looked like that a lot. It's like a little train station. Or like little overgrown tracks. Reminds me of, that's funny that this is Norwegian. This reminds me a lot of Missouri in the winter. Very like Ozarkia in the winter. Like tons of foliage, big scraggly trees. Although I don't know if the foliage is necessarily right for Missouri, but Missouri's also like kind of hilly, so you sometimes get these kind of like rock tunnels. Anyways. Okay. Have you considered that your Discourse? Yes. Deutsche Bahn. That was it. Deutsche Bahn. The dragons are attacking the Wi-Fi. RCN. Yes. RCN. That's right. I need to put that on my, well, okay, one second. Before I forget, I've had it on my to-do before, but then I took it off because I was like, I don't need it. And I think I do need it. Yeah, so I'm going to really quick before we move on. Luckily, takeaway is not so short, but comment review is very short. So we won't have too much to get through there. Actually look into RCN this time. Because I did look into it, but then I was like, I got so many issues on my end. It's I don't need to do that. Anyways. Do you watch Jet Lag? They have so much hilarious trouble with European trains. I just started watching Jet Lag, and by just, I mean yesterday. I was like, I'm like generally aware of this series that Wendover makes. Paige, I think you would like it, because she like loves like GeoGuessr. She loves a lot of that like, travel type content. And so I was like, I think you'll really like Jet Lagged. And she binged it yesterday. Boden Hansa? I don't know. Mountainous climate, cold winters. Jet lag is amazing. I watched the newest episode earlier today. I want to watch it. Wait, does this? Hey, there we go. There it is. Wait, what? This is the wrong one. Is it the wrong one? We also have an ad break at 29, so I gotta get rolling. Oh, there it is. Okay, I don't know why it's not on this one. Actually, I kind of know. Okay, comment highlight. I need to copy all this. Wait, we got it. I can do it. I am a professional. There we go. Comment highlight was just Lark23 because they were the only comment, so they automatically get comment highlight, which just, I mean, if you're the only comment on the video, you automatically get it. But they said, hey, I'm audio only. F you, sarcasm. Pace matters. In this case, yeah. I will say I'm going to be experimenting with how much I say out loud versus how much I don't, So we'll be balancing it because I'm also an audio only guy a lot of times. So I don't want to make it too bad. But also, sometimes the things that I write down don't need to be said out loud. Okay. I had a big takeaway this time. Sometimes I have, takeaways that are shorter or longer. This one was longer. This backing music has words. I mean, it's a great song, but we don't need words right now. Jupiter and moon, show me my fate. There we go. So, my takeaway from last episode, them arriving in Vasselheim. At first, I was like, man, Matt's not giving them a lot of direction, right? After the Chroma Conclave incident, the most direction he gave them was Allura, relative stand-in, just gave them like, hey, you need to go and find the other people in Amon, which honestly, I think was more trying to indicate, hey, go and find Gilmore, otherwise he might die. I think that's more what that was about. And she, took away what I would say is maybe the most straightforward path, which is go and research the dragons. She was like, hey, I'ma do that. So, Matt... What the fuck? We back? God, what is going on? I legitimately have no idea because, like I said, let me run a quick speed test, but I think my speed is fine. I'm running a quick speed test, but I don't think there's anything wrong with my speed. Yeah, no. Download and upload are fine. I mean, during the test, obviously. Yeah, I'm clocking like 800 megabit down. And I'm sure it's going to be like 40 up. Yeah, 40 up. Crazy. I do not know what's going on. That's so weird. No, I saw it that time. No, I saw it that time because it actually very directly was like, Slobs was like, stream disconnected, stream back. And I was like, what the fuck? No audio? It's telling me maybe my keyframe frequency is off, but I am pretty sure that that's not it. Currently 4 seconds or less. I'm doing that. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna drop stream. I'm gonna drop stream really quick. We're gonna come right back. Shouldn't be an issue because I don't have auto stop on YouTube. So we should be literally right back, but I have to drop stream to edit the bitrate. So I'm gonna try to jack up the bitrate a little bit. I have the upload to support it, and maybe that'll help. So I'll be right back. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? YouTube is saying no data. I love that. Okay. Dude, what is YouTube smoking? YouTube is telling me I'm sending through 150 kilobits per second, and I'm sending through 7,000. There is some sort of throttling going on. There has to be. Because Twitch is receiving the full 1,000. Twitch will directly tell me how much it's receiving. And Twitch is receiving the full 1,000. But YouTube is not. Gotta love technology. I know. Okay, we're gonna roll with this. Let me know if something bad happens. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap the takeaway. And then after the ad break, which will be at the top of the hour at noon, we'll see how it's looking. This is very odd, though. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Well, Twitch now reset the timer, so we have a little bit more flexibility, but we'll run the ad about at the top of the hour if things stay stable. Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, YouTube is just telling me that I'm sending through a crazy low bit rate. I have no idea why. Okay, whatever. Anyways, essentially, I wasn't so sure about, Matt really did not give them a lot of direction on the on the intro to the Chroma Conclave. The majority of the actual, direction that he gave them was from Allura telling them, hey, go and find your allies in the city, which I think was more Matt pushing them towards rescuing Gilmore. And maybe towards the Clasp as, a potential route. But beyond that, very little direction, which at first I was like, okay, that might kind of result, also ignore live split, that might kind of result in them spinning their wheels a little bit, is what I was thinking, which I do think they have been, but I think that's more because they don't feel a sense of urgency. I think that Matt really beat them down in the opening, sequence of the arc, and I don't think that that's invalid, but he really beat them down, made them feel very hopeless, made them feel very out of their depth, and then they don't have really significant pushers towards doing things right now, towards doing things very, very soon, very, very quickly. The closest that they had was potentially Gilmore, but they didn't even really know that Gilmore was dying, so it's a bit odd. And then, so I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking okay, that's kind of them spinning their wheels, but I think that them spinning their wheels is more a consequence of the lack of pushing and the lack of substantial timers, if that makes sense. And I actually generally the more I think about it, the lack of direct guidance I think is solid for them because they're a high level party. I think if you're a lower level party, this relative lack of guidance, even if you have, say, let's scale the threat down, it's not a bunch of dragons, it's a band of bugbears. It's several bandit warlords that have all banded together and they're taking over your town or your city, or, scale it down. I think that this relative lack of direction doesn't work nearly as well for that because, number one, they have less knowledge of the world around them and knowledge of the directions that they could go in. They are aware of Vasselheim. They are generally aware of Marquette. They're aware of a ton of locations and locales and peoples on Tal'Dorei. They have a lot of places that they can go for an Avengers style roundup for the fight. And they don't have to really commit to any of that. Even if you're a party of level 9s and you maybe have some significant allies outside of the current locale, you have to charter a ship. You have to you have to do a lot. It's a very big commitment towards going anywhere to do any specific thing. Whereas at this tier of play, it's not that big of a commitment. They can transport via plants. They can literally sleep it off and go somewhere else. So I do think, and I think the little secret here is that Matt actually was kind of giving them guidance. I do think there was kind of a stealth strategy of Allura giving the short-term mission of go gather allies. I think that Matt was trying to put them in that mindset. And she did that while taking away kind of the research option, the research route. So I think that that was kind of Matt's intention, was to very vaguely push them in a direction, but because they don't have to commit nearly as hard, And they are so aware of the world around them, like they've been living in it for a long time. You can feel much more free to let them go forward and direct the story. That way you know that wherever they go, they want to be there. Like, I think they were really interested in Vasselheim, and I think that's part of the reason they went back. Was like, yes, to go and gather allies, but also also because they just wanted to experience Vasselheim again. Who would have a plan for something like this happening? More what I'm saying is, like, in previous CR arcs, there has been a very direct plan of attack. It is like, go to Whitestone for the Briarwoods. And like, NPCs push them in that direction. Go to the Underdark for Kavarn. NPCs push them in that direction. Even when they were like, maybe we don't want to fight Kavarn, Kima was like, no, we're gonna fight Kavarn. It was much more directed. And I think that is partially, at least, because of the tier of play that they're on. And I'm going to run an ad now so that we get our ads relatively on the hour. So it'll be a 3-minute break for Twitch, and then we will be right back. I'm going to go grab some water, and then we will finish talking about this. I'll respond to some of your chats, and then we will start. I'm trying to get better at the schedule, at the ads, all that. So I'm going to run the ad. I'll be right back. What up? What's the name this song again? Never mind, I remembered. Oh yeah, that's for those who don't know or didn't remember, that is of Jupiter and Moons by Temperance. They're a Italian metal band. No, Deadly, don't say it. No. God, the bitrate is like weirdly unstable on Twitch, but it's looking good on YouTube now. Man. I will also say, so that sort of like half an hour leading up to it, so like 11:30 and then up to like noon, I think is when I'm going to do, you know, like the just chatting kind of part of the stream where it's like talking to you guys, doing comment review, takeaway. The schedule got a little wonky because of the tech issues. So we'll continue to talk about the comment review for a second. But that is kind of my generalized plan for kind of the intro to the episode pacing, if that makes sense. So also I know that I am consistently spelling Heim wrong. I don't know why I was about to say I don't know why my brain is putting I before E, but I know exactly why. It's because in English, there's the whole thing of like I before E except after C, or when sounding like a neighbor and way. So that is why I keep putting I before E, but that's just it's a different language. Or at least based on a different language. Anyways. Okay. I agree at the beginning of the arc made them feel so hopeless that they weren't likely to rush into anything because they currently believe there's no way to defeat them, so they are dallying. Well, and it's a combination of things, right? They don't really know even what they can do. They don't know what to do. And there is nothing pushing them to act. Right, like, the Chroma Conclave's, like, fucking kind of, like, I don't want to say takeover, but, like, relative takeover of seemingly, like, Tal'Dorei at large. Like, obviously not the entirety of Tal'Dorei, but, like, a lot of it. Like, their takeover of that was fucking fast and furious. And so I think that there is an aspect of, like, at this point, because they don't have anything else pushing them in any sort of direction, why would they go fast? Like, why not dally? Why not sit there and analyze? And, like, maybe that's what Matt wants. Maybe he wants them to take it slow and to really think through it. But that sort of, like, attitude can make everything very, very slow. And that, you know, maybe there are times where you want it to be a little bit slower, but I think that overall they've been going a little too slow for my taste. But I don't think that that's necessarily the relative lack of guidance that's causing that. I think that's the lack of pushers. And I think the lack of guidance here is totally fine, because they can kind of just try shit and not commit too hard to it. That's like one of the benefits of them being a super high level, not super high level, but pretty high level party, like in this tier of play, is that they don't actually need to commit to anything. Like, they don't need to get an airship to go across the sea. They can just teleport there. So I think that part of it is good. I think the lack of pushers and the lack of consequences don't love. But I was originally conflating the two in my head, and I don't think that they are equal. Anyways, I agree at the beginning. No. We heard that. Just make it worse as you go along. In the last episode, Percy really should have told the team what his real plan was beforehand. From the perspectives of Keyleth and Vex, they wouldn't gain anything from this trade. If we are trying to play Percy, I agree that is a good critique of the character of Percy. I do not, or when I say critique, that is good in the same way that like looking at a real life person in history and saying like, oh, they should have done X, Y, and Z is like good. Like, you know, we can analyze like realistic actions. Because I do think, honestly, that Percy's actions make sense from a character perspective. Like, I think that Taliesin played Percy well, but that you are totally right about Percy not doing the deal well, if that makes sense. Like, I think that interaction showed a level of arrogance on Percy's part, that he thought that without explaining himself, and where the group is in a situation where like they don't understand Percy's motivations and they like don't really get what he's doing and it's ostensibly a pretty bad deal. Like, I think that it showed that Percy expected them to go along with it. And I legitimately don't think that Taliesin did. Or I don't know what Taliesin thought. But I do think that it displayed a level of arrogance. So I think it's funny. I agree with you, and I think it was good character work. And I think you do too. I think you are like honing in on Percy. Oh yeah, Percy, not Tal. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Percy, not Tal. And I think that is a good example of a reflection of a flaw. I kind of, Taliesin might be trying to be a little bit more subtle than this. And like I said last episode, in regards to like, they've all played together for a pretty long time. Like, oh shit, wait, I didn't start Live Split again. They've all played together for like a pretty long time. So I think that they are more aware of when each other are acting flawed, if that makes sense. Oh my God, that's going to start in an hour and 12 minutes. That is like not at all when I want it to start. Twitch is being so weird. Wait, what if I snooze it? Okay, that's an hour and 16. Weird. I don't know why Twitch is acting weird. Well, we won't have an ad break for a while, so we'll just we'll try to. It's because I had to take down the stream and put it back up. So we'll just start Live Split. So this is going to be at about an hour and 16 minutes is going to be when the next ad break rolls, and therefore when we'll take our next break. So 1 hour 16. So yeah, I think that they are maybe more capable of recognizing those like consistent flaws than we are. But assuming that, you're at a table and maybe you're trying to express this sort of like arrogance flaw, I do think it could be good to directly call out, like, make the flaw a little bit more obvious and a little less nuanced, of being like, I thought you guys would just go along with me. Like, that trade went horribly. Why didn't you just follow my lead? Right? I think you could make that flaw, I think that is generally was Percy's thought process. And I think that the way he expressed his flaw was good and nuanced. But I think it is mostly okay for it to be like that nuanced when you've played together with these people for a very, very long time. Or when people just know that like when you're at a very experienced table, even. If you're newer or you're at a new table, I think that making those flaws even more obvious and like maybe like saying the quiet part out loud can help get your party members and your DM used to what part of you consider flaws, and that can be nice for like keeping everyone comfortable and all that. Percival is a simple, humble boy. Right. Classic Percival. Humility. That is exactly what I associate with Percy. Yeah. Okay. It's always a character. It's always character, not player. Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm, and I think we kind of talked about that in terms of like the kind of Keyleth Marisha hate. A lot of the especially like original people that may not have had as misogynistic of intentions. I know someone said during the Tiberius breakdown that it feels harder to recognize when it's Keyleth versus Marisha, and I think that is like good to remember, is that it's normally Keyleth, and I think that was something that was hard for people to tell at first. What? Oh, Paige is home. The dogs were like freaking out, and I was like, what are they freaking out about? Okay. Congratulations again.
I'm being attacked. Adulting feels so much easier than it did last night.
I haven't seen her since she found out. Anyways, except it's Travis who hates shopping, not Grog. It's always Travis. I think that's kind of fair, honestly. Yeah. This is just my character, by the way, after expressing a flaw. Absolutely, Valkyrie. Absolutely. Especially when you're not on a television show where that's a bit weirder, Like, I think that is, and I think I've said this before, but I'll reiterate it. I think that's one of the powers of a home table that CR, I don't want to say doesn't have access to, but has less access to, of that sort of fourth wall break, above the table talk. I think it's weirder to do in an actual play when it's like, a performance piece for a bunch of people. I think, but at home, when it's all about fun and relaxation and creativity and like just like having fun with with your friends, I think that sort of fourth wall break talk is much more accessible. But anyways, with that, let's hop into the first half in terms of timestamps. I have them on screen. Lovely. Lovely. And then I have my mid-ep notes down here. Just got to make some space because I will forget. And so we got, I don't know how long first half is because I deleted the note that said it, but a little bit less than 146. Looks like about 5 minutes less. So like 141-ish. So we'll do the absent player first.
Cool roll. We're a bunch of us nerdy ass voice actors, roll dice, play Dungeons and Dragons, and Liam once again throws curses at me right before we start the stream. It's good. I love you too. Sam's on his way. He'll be here shortly.
Lies.
Hopefully. Possibly lies. He's a good liar.
The green screen get messed up? The photo's a little messed up. Photo's still there, and the real life green screen is fine, but I can't. I would have to. I'll probably do it while this is running, but I have to like rearrange it and I have to like trim off the edges and shit. CRF. Oh, dude, for whatever reason, my fucking YouTube videos always start at like half volume. I don't know why.
As we know.
Lovely.
There we go.
But we got a couple announcements we're gonna get done before the show.
Yeah.
All right. That was no Liam, right? I totally missed it. Wait, no, it's not no Liam.
Good.
Okay.
I
missed
too.
it.
Sam's on his way.
Sam's on his way.
He'll be here shortly.
Lies.
Hopefully. Possibly lies. He's a good liar. That's
He's a good liar. Always something you want to hear. That's a joke. And then 507.
So, last we left off, the Party Vox Machina.
Paige GeoGuessr stream when? I'm pretty sure that Paige has actually played GeoGuessr on stream, if I remember correctly, but it was during the 72-hour stream, so it's lost media. It is lost media, unfortunately, but maybe at some point. We've been talking about couple streams. We just haven't landed on one that we're both like very like, you know. But we have some ideas. We came up with an idea yesterday, actually, that I think probably will get made. It's just when. Yeah.
Proper. So, last we left off, the Party Vox Machina, having recently suffered their main city of Iman, and one of the...
Is today full up? It would normally be a full up, but you can watch the beginning of stream to see why it will not be. It's within like the first minute of stream. You won't have to watch too much of the intro if you don't want to. But within like the first like 10 minutes, I explained today's going to be a half ep, but it's a special circumstance. Normally it would be full.
Their initial towns where they began their ventures in Western under attack from an entity called the Chroma Conclave, a collection of allied chromatic dragons, extremely powerful, ancient across the board it seems, just wreaking havoc across all of Tal'Dorei. They managed to save a few allies, make a few current tenuous relationships with the Clasp, and moved all of the refugees that they had been keeping within Greyskull Keep to Whitestone to keep them safe for the time being, as that town has seemingly been passed over by the dragons that are still heading east across the continent. After that, the party made their way to Vasselheim. Vasselheim, the distant city known as the Cradle of Faith, the oldest living beacon of civilization in the world that is currently known. And after making their way there, the party made their way into the Guild of the Slayer's Take, where they had previously signed on after a trial and are members of, to seek more allies throughout the city of Vasselheim in hopes of preparing themselves to retake Iman and possibly Tal'Dorei some point in the near future. So that is where we left off. So, as you guys have spent some time resting within the actual... Oh, we got whispers going around over here already. Getting started.
Do you want to say?
No.
No.
Okay, keep on. No, then keep on.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill you first.
Who can play that game? So, as you guys take a little bit of time kind of getting reacquainted with the guild hall,
Sam's here. He showed up during the intervening time.
all the Slayers take, setting your stuff down that you need to prepare for a short period of time staying in the city or longer if need be. You ran briefly into Merton, Sindriel, the husband of Vanessa, who's the huntmaster of the entire guild, and had a brief conversation with Aldor, who was beating Torbeer at cards.
What a dick.
Love that guy.
He's a nice fella. So,
Not Torbjorn. He's great.
there you go. Just not very good with dice. So, that being the case, what would you guys like to do at this point in time?
I don't know, I'm just asking you guys.
So we slept and we woke up?
You just arrived now. It's midday-ish at this point. Early morning to midday.
Yeah, we slept in Slayer's Take. We talked to Aldor for a minute, right?
We haven't slept. You've arrived. It's like morning, midday
Oh,
now.
we're here in the
You
morning?
just
Yeah.
situated
Oh, that's
yourselves
right, that's
in the
right,
guild.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you hadn't eaten rest before you came
Oh,
here.
yeah, we got situated.
But you still
Right.
had. But you have.
Oh, yeah.
You have used your 7th level spell to
Yes.
get here. So.
Right, yeah. Okay.
So what is the plan?
Is there one?
I'm, at this point, just prepared for some decompression of some kind. It's been... No one can be expected to move at the speeds we've been moving at for the past week. Perhaps grab an early morning drink and find out how much news has actually reached this town about what's happening out in the world right now.
That's a good idea, Percy.
We need to find Lady Kima.
That's actually an even better idea.
That's a fantastic idea.
Perhaps she will go to breakfast.
She's at the Temple of Bahamut?
Yes.
That sounds right.
Yes.
Percy,
Yes.
can I just remind you, for no other reason than to be helpful to you in the game and no other reason, that the black powder salesman lives here. So I'm just throwing it out there. You might need some supplies.
It's interesting because I sleep at night and these voices from nowhere consistently remind me that there's a black powder merchant.
Yeah. No little birds. No. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. I was reading Theshel's notification. Yeah, for absolutely no other reason. It is not that there is a large contingent of Twitter people constantly telling them, where's Where's Victor? Give us Victor. We need Victor now.
In
What
this,
game are you talking about? though? We don't have time for games.
Games he
We have
plays
there
with
are
friends.
dragons that need dealing
You're
with.
right. You're
Can't
right.
we?
How
I
silly.
think I know the voices you speak.
it's
of.
the
Stick to music, please. We don't need games.
Kima, I think, is an excellent idea.
Kima
Yes.
is-
That's what I heard. Victor was blown apart.
We also need. Oh,
No, you don't know. It's,
we
it wasn't
also
canon.
need supplies.
Oh yes, hell yes. I don't have anything.
We need lots of potions, health potions.
Yeah, but
and
they
healing
sell
potions.
those here?
I don't think
They sell health potions here.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
do.
Well,
You purchased them in the past.
Yeah, they sell them here.
I remember that's where Grog did his
they're
fantastic bartering skills last time to acquire a few potions.
I'm an investment banker.
Ah, that's right. Oh, that merchant might be here still.
Well,
There's so many things to catch up on.
I mean, we can also talk to the Slayer's take as well. Ideally,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
here.
well, yeah,
with
we're
their
gonna do
services
that.
and have their resources.
We're just waiting for Vanessa and Zara
Well, if they
to get back from their hunt. Am I right?
Yeah.
Who?
Vanessa. and
Oh,
Zara.
the wife.
Yes.
The wife.
yeah, Merkel's wife.
Merkel.
Never met
Merkel.
Zara.
Merton.
I'm trying to be nice.
I met Zara.
I met Zara.
I didn't meet Zara.
No.
No, you didn't.
I heard about it.
She's got a tail.
She's quite wonderful.
She's very powerful.
She's actually related to well, Percy. You would know.
She's related to Percy? I don't see the
No,
resemblance.
she's related to Lilith. They are related. That is true. Our friend from previously.
Yes, our friend.
Yes, our friend.
From previously.
Good friend.
Yes.
Let's with that, let's find Kima perhaps. That would be, I think that's
That's
the
a wonderful
best first
plan.
course of action.
Okay, so you guys are gonna head towards the.
Do you think Kima wants to go potion shopping? Maybe we should go get some shit and then see Kima? I think Kima would be a little impatient.
That may actually be a good
All right, all right, all right, all right. Let's
Let's
find
go
some
shopping.
like really fast.
Really
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Fast
Just
shopping.
healing potions.
There's dragons in the world. We don't have time.
You
to
slam
shop.
down an hourglass for shopping.
I am shocked by that statement. There are dragons. We don't have time to shop. But also, do you not? And I'm interested to see how people respond to that. If they just brush past it. If she's like, I don't want to say fucking around, but if she's kind of, not being like super serious. Because like, yeah, why can't they shop for a little bit?
Fast
Just
shopping.
healing potions.
There's dragons in the world. We don't have time.
You
to
slam
shop.
down an hourglass for shopping.
Consider.
Sister, how much coin do we have at the moment?
Well, not a ton.
How many Pop Tarts do
Is
we
that
have?
We
including
have a lot of pop tarts, but
including the
not
money that my
very
sister
many
left us?
gold pieces.
In the party, if anyone's holding coin, because I don't have much at all, I don't need much, but we do need healing potions.
I have enough
I've got a
in the
lot.
party funds to buy some healing potions, so I think
Is that including what we got from my sister?
yes, it
Okay,
is.
excellent.
Okay. All right,
Let's buy some potions.
you're in charge. Let's go.
All right, as you guys head towards the front door of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall, you're but feet from it before the door slams open as the cold winter wind comes pouring in.
Oh, that's right.
There, standing in the doorway, you see the outer frame of a strong female form, dark brownish black leathers. You can see kind of tousled dark hair, piercing pupilless eyes, and there stands Huntmaster Vanessa clutching a bag that's seemingly dampened at its base in her right hand as she steps into the main foyer, kind of looking about all of you gathered at the front area and goes, "Well, isn't this a nice surprise in the middle of the morning?
Welcome back.
Pleasure to see you all. Hold on. The rest of you, inside where it's warmer." And as she steps inside, you see two individuals step out of the shadows behind her. One of which is another tiefling female, white hair, red skin, and another individual familiar to some of you, human, short brown shoulder-length hair, a series of scars across his arm, carrying a shield and spear, as Kasha and Zara come in accompanying.
It's all right in there.
Hello, what the bear brought in.
Oh!
Hello, darling.
Where do I go?
It's going right here.
I go over.
Right
He's going right here.
Oh, he's going
Join us.
Wait, both? Wilfred L?
Oh God.
Don't worry.
Wilfred L, right? Cash off.
There you go.
Here.
Have you gotten bigger?
Yeah.
Gotten bigger?
Thank you. You'll be lifting lots of horses and mules and stuff.
Oh my goodness. Hello, darling. Oh God. It's good to see you too.
Oh my
This is
god.
No, keep going.
Chair to get into.
Once you're in, you're stuck. Hello?
I will say, out of the guests, they were my two favorite. Oh, there's 8 of them now. There's so many of them, and oh man. Okay. We're gonna let this roll. I need to write some stuff down.
Oh,
You said your name was Kashaw?
it's Cashaw.
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 Like cash.
Where are most of
I like it.
you?
Kashaw.
Cashaw.
Hi.
How are you?
It's Kashaw.
What
not-
what are you doing here?
This is kind of where I live. What are you doing here?
Just, rolling through, passing by. Not much.
Okay, who are...
Cash, is that?
This is
this
her,
is the-
is he?
Is that what? This is the
Bex,
guy.
Bex, come here. Bex.
What?
I just pushed Bex out of the way.
You told me I would push me.
Yes.
You're Vex.
I am Vex.
Oh, thank the gods. Yeah,
Yes.
he said you guys looked very similar, and thankfully
do.
it's not too much. Or
Yes, you do look very similar.
Yes.
Does that mean you're...
He's my twin brother.
It's so lovely to meet you. I whack him with my tail.
You
She does that.
Are impressive.
You are a big. I recognize you. Wait a second. I won 75 gold pieces at the Crucible when I bet on Kurt and the Hammer.
That was money well spent, my friend.
Thank you for that night, by the way.
You're very welcome. These are my lackeys. I have a band of, wandering.
He doesn't realize you
Fans.
bet against him. He
that's
doesn't,
all right.
he doesn't know.
I
what
would
to
not
lack.
bring. Good to see you again. I wouldn't bring that up.
It was a wonderful fight. Did you see it?
It was.
good to
God,
see
you
you.
see me powerbomb him at the
Lovely
end.
to see you.
How's it been?
Well, it was.
It's been a complicated month. We'll get into it.
How are the weapons
Actually-
holding up?
Quite well. Liquefied, but mostly
you?
functioning.
Often an acid.
Hello, I don't know
Oh,
if you met.
crazy. So many things
Signed by
happened.
Musa Kowalski to Rilla the Third. And you are?
What? Confused. Could you say it again?
Just call me Percy.
Okay.
Hello.
Casho Vesh. Pleasure.
Cash-
I'm
Cash-
Scanlan Shorthall.
How are you?
Yes, it's nice to meet you. I've heard many a tale of your wit and bravery.
That Cash. Oh,
Yes,
that one.
that guy.
Yes, of course.
Oh my God, it's
And
so
Zara.
exciting. We've heard so many things about you, Cash.
Hopefully all good. Thank you. Is he choking?
It does,
And you must be Zara.
I am. And you are Keelan.
That's
Is that
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
You are beautiful, aren't you?
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah.
I told her.
Yes.
At which point Vanessa kind of groans, staring at this.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I hope this has worked out well for all of you. I, however, have a bit of business of ours to finish. Okay.
Yes, we do.
Hey, what's in that bag?
Yeah, what'd you catch?
She walks up to the table where Merton's standing, kind of reaches out to greet her with arms, extended. And he just kind of throws it into his arm. He catches it, pulls it open, and you see within there's a head of what looks like a humanoid head, but the skin is kind of grayish and featureless. The eyes are just kind of whitish and milky. What hair is there in wisps is kind of white in color. Go ahead. See who here is trained in Arcana.
Me.
I think I am.
I am.
Go ahead. Well, you know what this is.
You already
Yes,
found
I already know.
General Arcana.
Why don't we just ask you then?
21.
21. This is the head of a doppelganger. This is a creature that spends a lot of its time infiltrating societies or being able to take the form and shape of other individuals to assume their position, to take their wealth, to do all sorts of sometimes interesting or dastardly things. This one's tongue is...
Yeah.
It's a shapeshifter?
Yep.
What can you do with the head?
Well, turn it in for the money it's worth. Spread the change and forget about it.
How do you know when you have one?
It's true.
Yeah, what was it posing as?
And at that point, don't you just already have one at that point?
Well, this is for me to worry about.
Oh, well.
Not for you to care.
Vanessa, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Do you ever hunt creatures just, because they're evil and they're killing people?
Generally, somebody will eventually be paying for such a creature to be hunted, so I do not feel the necessity to do it without...
What if lots of people are dying and then you might be at risk as well?
Then I think it should be very easy to convince someone to pay for it.
Okay.
What if the cost is the end of the world?
Well, I imagine that would be quite a terrible thing.
Sure.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at here.
Really?
Okay, so
No point beating around the
Vasselheim
bush.
is kind of unaware of what.
Okay, they're leading Vanessa into this, which is interesting. What up, Matthew? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the compliment. Have a good homework session or school session. Beck's saying light cash. Zara is definitely one of my favorite guest players. I think she is my favorite so far. I like Wilfredel a lot, but I think it's got to be Mary for me. Always a cost, yeah. It'll be interesting that she's sticking so hard on this, like, someone will pay for it. I am interested if that's just because Vex is being vague here. And I think she's being very purposely vague. I'm interested to see how Vanessa will react.
What's going on, but a lot of cities have been destroyed.
Cities? Multiple cities have been
Multiple
destroyed?
cities.
Iman is
Iman was
destroyed.
the first one hit.
It's gone?
Well, it's still there technically, just kind of crumbled.
And flat.
And under rule by an ancient red dragon.
So much has changed since Lilith was there.
So much.
How did this happen?
He escaped. He'd been trapped in the fire plane and
We're not entirely sure what happened, but he escaped the fireplane, has somehow created a coalition of chromatic dragons, and they are ravaging the countryside.
yes. Which is very strange.
What colour?
How many?
How many?
Red,
Were there
white,
5?
green, black. Blue was one of them at a time.
At a time.
Yeah,
They
so
call
like-
themselves the Chroma Conclave.
8 of them.
Chroma There were 8 of them.
Yeah, there's 8.
There's 4 of them. There was 4 of them.
No, you don't double them
It's not
by
everything
city.
good.
It's just one city.
It's just
no,
one.
never mind. Just one
Just
dragon.
4 of
1,
them.
3, 5, 8.
8 of them.
That's right, no, he's
There were
right.
8.
Wow.
Vanessa's crossed her arms and kind of thinks for a second. Goes, if what you say is true, this is very unfortunate. And a bit larger than what our simple guild could even hope to really have. This would be something to take to the various temples, or
Yes, and we plan on it, but we know that the Slayer's Take is full of very strong, very qualified fighters, and we were hoping to have you at our side as well.
well. Let me put it this way: if what you say is true, multiple incredibly powerful ancient dragons roaming and destroying, this is not something you can just throw yourself at until eventually one or the other falls. You have to find a weakness. You have to find a way to be on their level. Ask around. See what other allies you can find.
Yes.
A metallic dragon.
They aren't quite
What you say is
Temple of Bahamut.
correct. These are the first moments after us finding out. This is a first step. But being members here and seeing what your people can do. I know this is just a first step, and we're about to enter Vasselheim proper, but
It should speak pretty loudly that we came to you first. That's how much we trust you.
can we count on you?
I am Huntmaster of the Slayer's Take. I deal in contracts, I deal in business, I deal in the hunting of relatively unorganized creatures. This is beyond me. That is not to say I would not be willing to help, but there are many things to consider first. Perhaps you should speak with Osisa.
What? Who?
Osisa.
Osisa?
She is
The
this
Sphinx.
Yes.
a patron of Ayun.
Okay.
She would have a better mind for this than me. This
How
is,
do we talk to her?
Well, same like we did last time.
Yes.
Follow me.
Before we go, I believe we have a little settling up to do.
I'm cold and I still haven't been paid.
Doppelganger.
My apologies. Martin, and he's over there. He's currently putting the head into a small case and he's closing it up. And he goes, not to worry. I'll be more than happy to get this for you. And he leaves for a second, comes back, looks at the contact, reads a couple things, pulls out a large chest and begins divvying up coin and throws a satchel to each of you that contains, for both of you, divided for this contract, that would come to 2,250 gold pieces.
2200.
Pleasure as always.
50.
You? They have more than we do.
No, they don't.
It's nice.
Thank you very much. It
Of course, that's what I'm here for.
was an interesting challenge. Thank you. We had a rather good time with that one.
Interesting trying to track it down, that's for damn sure.
What was it hiding out, by the way?
A plethora of different entities and beings. It was running around town, changing at will.
Isn't that kind of like that Rakshasa you were talking about?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar. That was interesting and bloody.
Yep.
What do you got?
Yes.
Shall we?
Yes.
It's very well. And she begins walking further to the back of the guild hall, where you come to the same doorway that you previously entered with her for. The chains in the side that sets up a large slab that leads to a staircase that leads to the subterranean area right beneath the Slayer's Take. And you may have noticed it previously, but there is a structure above where the subterranean area is, behind the Slayer's Take. It's looks like a very simple temple. You haven't really gone into it, but as you step down into this dark area underneath, you can see the sconces kind of lighting along with you as you step into this dark cavern. As it opens up once again, you can see the remnants of this kind of hidden temple to Ayun, the goddess of knowledge. And what's curious about this temple is Ayun is a goddess of knowledge and openness. One of her main astute pushes is the fact that knowledge is to be shared and spread. So it's just curious to see that that's something of hers is kind of hidden. There's probably a purpose to that. Pushing up the steps again, Vanessa puts her hand up and tells you all to stop and calls out again. Ostisa! I apologize to bother you, but We have a predicament that I believe requires your attention. As a moment passes, where once again you hear the low, rumbling growl in the shadows. You hear slams of giant footfalls across stone as what little bit of light torches begin to spark to life around the top of this this platform, this stone platform. And at the very top of this staircase that leads to the top of where this platform ends, you can see standing above it a very large female sphinx with a lion body, a female head adorned with golden jewels around the neck, eyes that are kind of light sky blue and white in color. Proud as these giant griffin-like wings kind of stretch out, and the entity kind of comes to rest at the top, paws folded over the edge.
Yes, I recall. So what do you need of me?
Well,
Yeah, go for it, Vex.
your help, potentially. The world is under attack.
The head kind of sinks for a moment.
I've been watching. By the Heartstone, not but this past day, I've been keeping tabs in hopes that such a cataclysm would not find its way to my mate. It has not. So, being aware of this, what do you ask?
Wait, what? To my mate?
Keeping tabs in hopes that such a cataclysm would not find its way to my mate. It has not. So, being aware of this, what do you ask?
Well, is there anything that you know of that could help us defeat these ancient beings?
She kind of thinks for a second, steps up, and closes her eyes. As her muscles tense, her eyes open again, that color flashing with this kind of luminescent blue color. And her voice falls even deeper into her register and almost has this monotone, informative projection that says,
The vestiges of divergence. Relics wielded when the gods walked and fought alongside their creations.
the light fades from the eyes for a second. She catches herself and steps back.
Vestiges of Equinox.
May I ask, what are the vestiges of divergence?
She kind of shakes her head. I am a channel for this knowledge, but
Best I can understand, they are old relics of the War of the Divergence, leading into the Penance, the Second Spark. These were armaments, objects of great power that were used in these wars against the gods, good and dark. Many have been buried, entombed, lost, forgotten. The few that are recovered are passed on through bloodlines, through symbols of power and of seats of great political importance. But the actual information is lost to me.
Do you know of anyone in particular?
She concentrates for a second.
Okay. We've got a lot of notes. We've got a lot of notes. We've got a lot of notes and a lot of comments. What up, Cabby? Help save the world or go poor because dragons hate to share. True. It's satisfying to see your brain cogs turning and creaking via the running written commentary. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I'm glad you like the notes. It's very nice to be able to like think through it, but not necessarily, not necessarily like with like a bunch of pausing, Because I was planning on waiting until after the conversation with Osissa, because I wrote it down. Vanessa immediately directed the party towards Osissa, which Osissa could easily give the kind of direction I'm looking for up here. But a lot has happened, so I feel like I need to update. Write that down. Oh my god. Lots to digest. Oh yeah. It's a huge lore drop. Massive lore drop. And I was thinking about it, right? I think that two guest players, and this is kind of my running thought process going into this ep and this conversation. This is like the meta forces that I'm thinking about, right? Of like 2 guest players on a seemingly random episode could be a touch of a waste. Like, Garthok wasn't even really on a random ep. Like, I thought that was it seemed like a good place to have a guest player. It seems like a lot of stuff should have been happening. And then just, like, weirdly little happened. But I think that was more on the players than Matt, but kind of 50-50 on, like, why that Garthok episode felt like such a waste. But very big thing, I love how early the 2 guest players were introduced. Immediately. I mean, it was within 10 minutes. Normally they get their guest players in like 30 to 40 to 50. So much quicker introduction of the guest players. Get them in there, do the in-character introductions, get us rolling. So I love that. Nothing bad to say about that compared to, I think, in the past, he has been much slower to do it. Osisa. I will say, I have a giant canker sore on my tongue. I have multiple. So my accent's going to be a little off. But I think you're right. Osisa. I love the way Matt explains and reveals lore. It's so satisfying to me. I like it as well. I think he's gotten better at it. Because in the first Craghammer bit, a lot of it I didn't love. I thought, but even over, it was really just in like the first like 2 or 3 episodes that I didn't love Matt's lore drops. Ever since then, I have not felt like a lore drop felt wrong. Like, I have felt like there is a reason for the lore drop, because that was my big issue in like the first like couple episodes. Was it's like, okay, there's no reason for people to be lore dropping you right now. Whereas like Osisa has a very distinct reason. She's aware of the Chroma Conclave, doesn't want it to get her mate. Like, she has a very distinct reason to be lore dropping them right now. So I think that Matt has gotten progressively better, at least in my estimation, of making lore drops make sense in fiction and only dropping lore that makes sense for like the lore dropper to know. So yeah, I think he's gotten much better. The work needed to incorporate guest players seems like a nightmare to me right now. I agree. I do not disagree. I have had guest players before, but I generally stay away from them. I think that there are some ways that we have seen, but it seems like Critical Role kind of incorporates their guest players just kind of whenever. Like whenever it like could make sense, and like the people are free. I think they just love having people at the table. I think I would be a little bit more purposeful about it at future tables than Critical Role seems to be. And they also might get more purposeful as the series goes on. I don't know. But right now it's felt, I don't know about like quasi-random, but it doesn't feel like there's a huge rhyme or reason to when guest players are there versus not. So far, at least. Like, it feels like Matt has found things for them to do. I think it is very possible. This is the first one where Zora and Kashaw being there feels like it tracks and like makes a lot of sense to me. And like, I could honestly see them having reached out to Mary Elizabeth and Wilfred L. and probably all of the guest players that were in the Vasselheim arc to see if they could do it. And, you know, maybe these two were just the only ones available. But yeah, I think that this is maybe the first instance of like a really purposeful guest player that like feels like it makes a lot of sense. I wonder if in early CR he did huge lore drops almost more as for the audience, like overcompensating to catch the audience up. Well, the lore drops that I'm referring referring to specifically were things that the characters did not know. So it was like when they first showed up in Crackhammer. And it was just... and actually, in those very early episodes, there is an instance of Matt doing a lore drop really well, and I harp on it for a bit. During that episode, I think it's in like episode 2, they're talking to like a sentry that's like right outside the mines that connect Crackhammer to the Underdark. And I harp so hard on the fact that it was a really good lore drop. Like it was a great lore drop character that made a lot of sense as to why he was lore dropping, as opposed to other NPCs who didn't feel like they had a huge reason to be doing it. Sister calls herself a channel for the knowledge, literally a tool of exposition. I mean, a bit. But it is a tool of exposition that feels like it makes sense within the fiction. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that she has enough of a pretense as to why she's an exposition tool, you know? So I think Osisa is good. Osisa. I'm not sure if there was any plan for them to join as guests until the end of the last episode, but when they mentioned going to the location these characters were last seen, they invited them. I could definitely see that, Bad Wolf. It feels reasonable that happened. Yeah. Yeah, I really love sharing this with friends. You can see how their faces light up when a guest comes. Oh, I think they love it, yeah. It would probably help if the guests could watch recorded prior sessions, and in fact, if such were available, I would probably require it, recent ones. I could see that, AKL. Like, I don't think that that's necessarily like a requirement that Matt's putting on them, just because, you know, all these people are busy, but I could see that for like your home game or like putting together like a highlight reel from like your recorded sessions of like, hey, these are the things you need to know. Like, this is your brief before you come in, you know? In the last episodes, the players said they wanted to see Zara and Cash. Matt did abide. They were talking good on Zara and Cash, yeah. Yeah. Or possibly knew Mary Elizabeth and Will wanted to come back and so came up with a Vasselheim plot hook. I mean, it is possible. Really, the only thing he even really said about Vasselheim was it's not going to get taken over by the dragons, which is kind of a 50-50 on whether that's pushing them towards it or away from it, you know? So I think Matt was leaving it pretty open, but I do think at the end of the last step, when they actually showed up in Vasselheim, I think he might have reached out after that. When the NPCs were just rambling information off at the slightest prompts, yeah, absolutely. Exactly, Charm. It feels better than the Allura one. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Allura... I think that Allura, he did enough work to justify why she could lore drop, but it did feel very like, we're in a new arc now. Here is all of the information for this new arc. I'm gonna leave now. Bye. Yeah. The barkeep comes to mind for random lore rambling. Yeah. I think Mary Elizabeth at least is really close friends with some of the cast outside. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Also, okay, so I know I just said in the whole takeaway that a lack of direction is okay and like kind of cool. But I think that when guest players come, you don't want it to be a wasted session. Like the Garthok session, I just feel bad for JCM because that was like pretty boring CR. Like stuff happened, but not like really interesting stuff, you know? Like he was just kind of chilling while they like reunited with Gilmore, which is huge for us and for them. But as a guest player, kind of like, so when are we going to do other shit? You know what I'm saying? So I think that I would like something kind of like Allura did, where Allura was like, hey, here's basically like a 1-episode quest hook. Like, go get our allies in Amon. I would like to see Osisa deliver something to that effect. Which I think she might be doing with these weapons of like, oh, there's actually one of these vestiges like pretty fucking nearby. Go off and get that. And then that gives them a very clear direction. That gives them something that will be interesting. That gives them like an investigation, a combat, exploration. Like, it gives them a lot of stuff to do with their guest players, right? Because you don't want to spend all the time with your guest players just talking to other NPCs. You want to be actively doing things and accomplishing things, like while the guest PCs are there, especially if it's stuff that you don't feel like you could have accomplished without the guest and PCs. I think that's when the guest PCs probably feel the best, is when you are doing stuff that you couldn't have done without them, or would have been much, much harder without them. I'm almost certain Garthok was a direct link for the class negotiations, but the group chose Gilmore over the clasp. I think you're right. That's why on the note, I was like, I think it was more the player's fault than Matt's of why Garthok was like pretty underused. But it was pretty 50-50. Like, I think that the link wasn't so desperate that like they needed to go there with JCM, because like those negotiations might have gone pretty differently if JCM had been playing Garthok, because in the same way that players auto trust PCs more, right? Like PCs like being played by players, guest players are automatically going to try and make the party succeed unless they are like explicitly not supposed to. So like I think during the class negotiations, during like the when the class negotiations actually occurred, and you know it was in the next session, so JCM wasn't there, Garthok was pretty passive, and at the end was pretty much like, yeah, fuck you. I don't know. But I think if Garthok had been being played by JCM, he would have gone to bat for the party and potentially gotten them a better deal. Which I think is cool. That's sort of the thing that I'm kind of referring to when I talk about like trying to construct a situation where the PCs like feel like they couldn't have accomplished something, or they couldn't have accomplished as much if the guest PC wasn't there. And you could have put a small timer on it, of like the clasp is going to move. Like when, like, for example, when Garthok and the other two went down into that little antechamber and like Garthok undid the trap, there could have been writing in Thieves' Cant that talked about like moving their base of operations and being like, you need to be here by X time or else you're fucked and you'll have to find us some other way. And so that could have been an interesting pressure to maybe split the party and have half of the party go with Garthok and have half of the party escort the others home. But instead, it didn't feel like there was any reason that they needed to go to the clasp while Garthok was there. Because he was like, oh, I'll be there, but JCM won't be there. So they're very specific pressures that come with having guest players that I don't think are bad. They're very unique and they're very different from normal D&D. Like the pressure of like having a guest player. Now, it also depends on like what your guest player's expectations are. But that is much more like, you know, at your own table type of stuff. Mary's just one ep difference would have worked out perfectly. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely deadly. Mary's just wonderful and can make most anything pretty interesting by playing Zara. She also has a killer voice in general. See Your Rain from Silent Hill. Ooh, I've never played Silent Hill. But I do love Mary. I do love Mary. You're saying that the class likes to move it. Clearly not. Maybe they should. I might have a guest PvC in my Call of Cthulhu game, and if he wants to play, I'm going to give him an evil NPC. I mean, that's cool. That's very, very cool. Is that a record for the timer? Well, the timer is sort of being used differently, so like probably. But it's a bit different now. But yeah, like and to be clear, you know, when I say like you need direction to make sure you don't have a boring session while your guest players are here. Sometimes boring sessions are necessary. Like sometimes like argument sessions where like players are like stuck in analysis paralysis hell. Like sometimes those are necessary towards making the world and the campaign and the party and the characters feel real. It is necessary to have those more boring type episodes to ensure verisimilitude, to make it feel more real. So like, I don't want to come down on the concept of like every episode has to be action packed, but I do think that your episodes with guest PCs need to be more on the action pack or directional, like action oriented side, you know? And then Vanessa, again, going back towards my takeaway of like Allura kind of pushed them towards allies, like a Gather the Avengers style thing. Vanessa did almost the exact same thing. You have to find a weakness, which is a new thing, and get other allies. So I think Matt is very much like kind of very subtly, or maybe not so subtly, depending on your opinion, pushing them towards like, you need to go and like get a bunch of people that will help you for the final battle. And then I'm really hoping we'll see that Osessa gives them the location of some sort of clue to a weakness in one of the dragons. The thing that I compared it to is if you've ever played Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, the very first boss, I mean, spoiler for like a 20-year-old? I don't know when Paper Mario TTYD came out, but like probably like between 10 and 20 years old. So fuck you. And it's also in the first chapter. In the first chapter, the main boss is a dragon called Hooktail, and he has a very distinct weakness where you can equip a badge that changes the noise of your attacks to make your attacks sound like crickets, and he hates crickets. And that's his big weakness. Hooktail is very, very difficult to defeat, but if you have his weakness, if you have the cricket noises, he's pretty easy. And so I would like to see them get something like that. Maybe not necessarily for Thordak, but for one of the other dragons. Have one of the other dragons have a very distinct weakness. Maybe Vorugal, because they have the most experience with Vorugal. And going back to my one dragons per continent theory, this continent, Othanzia, should be, by that theory, it should be the continent of the white dragons. And we know, regardless of that theory, we know that Vorugal is from Othanzia. So if there's anywhere that they're going to find a Vorugal weakness, it would be in Vasselheim, or maybe somewhere else on Othanzia. So I think that Osisa, directing them towards a Vorugal weakness, which is either a book that talks about him, a specific weapon, maybe one of these vestiges of divergence, something along those lines for the guest players, I think would be awesome. I think that's a great like one-shot type quest line. And I think it would be good. Also, Matt not using the Z word, which is interesting because he definitely described the Temple Tayun as a ziggurat during the Vasselheim arc. And then he really blatantly did not use the Z word here. The absence is telling. It is either he doesn't want to distract them or he doesn't want to bring up that aspect of it, or he is specifically trying to avoid and discourage the ziggurats of power theory. Like it might be that he was just reusing words too often, and he realized that he used ziggurat for both of them, and he specifically didn't want to draw a connection. Either way, the absence is telling. I don't know which it is, though. Also, Osissa has a mate. Interesting. But 46 minutes is a lot right there. We should start noting records of written notes by screen scrolls. Noting records of written notes? I'm not sure I know what you mean, AKL. I'm not sure if I know what you mean. One time I had a guest player, and it was pretty simple to put him in and out of the narrative. Bandits kidnapped a bunch of locals. The previous session ended near the camp. He was one of the kidnapped. Next session, his PC was too drunk to leave town on time. Makes perfect sense. Totally. I mean, I think that that's a great way to drop your characters in and out of the narrative. The thing that I'm really focusing on is their time spent while in the narrative. You know what I'm saying? But that is a really good example of how to, like, very realistically drop the character in and out, which is something we've talked a lot about with Pike. Like, having a character drop in and out of the narrative does need to be thought through. Unless you're the type that's, you know, not gonna run a session if not everyone's there, which is totally valid. Unsubtly is a feature, not a bug. When you're getting really tired of telling your audience the main point over and over, that's about when 50% of them are starting to get it. Oh, I don't disagree at all. I have a whole video concept that I really want to do called like symbolism for beginners, because I think that like unsubtle symbolism should be used more often in like D&D context, like D&D campaigns. And I think people are afraid of seeming cheesy, but every time I've used symbolism, people like what I thought was mega blatant symbolism. People didn't get it until like the 5th time that I like kind of drew the connection for them. So yeah, I absolutely agree, AKL. I don't know, but I will say ziggurat's a cool word. Also true. But anyways, so that's kind of where I'm at is the vestiges of divergence.
Not within my field of vision. Objects of this powerful enchantment are also prone to want to keep themselves hidden.
That's convenient.
Political.
Oh, Caesar. If you are aware of this knowledge, then you know that Vasselheim is one of the only remaining cities still left standing. Are there any other services you can offer to help us fight this?
The danger that you run here is that Vasselheim has stood the test of time and survived 2 possible ends of civilization as we know it. But it has survived both of these events because those who guard it stayed to guard it. You may be hard-pressed to convince others to step beyond the walls, knowing that such a danger could use that to their advantage and destroy the greatest city that we know of. You are welcome to ask, but it will be a difficult journey. What I can offer, though. My mate is a keeper of much hidden knowledge. Over on his side of Tal'Dorei. I may be able to send you to him to seek this information.
Much hidden knowledge.
About these vestiges, perhaps?
Does he serve your same god? Or another?
I am one of the chosen of Ioun. He does not serve her directly.
Information is welcome and we are thankful. And we have been impressed by your wisdom. Very much so. The people you employ are chosen very carefully and very well, and we all have been impressed. In addition to information, you provide a service with the Slayer's Take to Vasselheim. Do you have any interest in spreading that influence to Iman, if we can save it?
Her large paws cross once again, and she looks at you with a stern expression. There is great danger and darkness in this world, and there are many fools that stand up in hopes that they could keep it at bay. If we were to lend our power to you, I would ask that you prove yourselves the ones that could carry this torch.
How so?
Perhaps find these relics. Gather other allies. Prove to me that I would not be sending my people to their doom. Then return. Perhaps then, when you think you are ready, we could lend our guild to your service.
Right.
And where does your partner reside?
She closes her eyes and concentrates for a moment. South of the Frostweald. The mountain range that guards it. Her eyes open again. Understand that it is our nature to present challenges.
Wait. That's where her mate is. Where's
Her eyes open again. Understand that it is our nature to present challenges. Part of his journey to seek him is to find him yourself.
Right.
That is the first step.
Does he have a name?
It is his name to give.
One small question, Osisa, I'm sorry.
No.
You served the goddess of knowledge, of openness.
And she steps back, and you'd see the crystal sphere, the Heartstone that she once helped you look through before to look about the world, kind of glows beneath, kind of framing light under her form. Yes.
Does that mean you would know anything of the god of secrets? Vecna.
As you say that name, she snarls. It would do you right to not mention that name in this place.
I apologize.
Yes, I know of him.
His touch has been felt in the north.
Very close to here, actually. Would you know of a way to rid ourselves of his weapon, of his tool?
If I did, we would have done so long ago. This creature is one of the few entities that shrouds my vision. The limits of our sight, of the things we seek to discover and unveil, are constantly balked at the veil of darkness he throws over the world. He may have been held at bay, and he thought destroyed hundreds of years ago, but no, he stays. And he squeezes a stranglehold on everything we seek to accomplish.
Well, then allow us to do you a service. We have had dealings with his underlings. We have knowledge, which we freely give. Freely, if it does anything to help our case. Winning your aid. And we will seek your partner, and we will find your partner. We're not trying to score points, we are trying to do right. Percival.
What do you know?
Dark creatures attempted to, as best that we can surmise, open a gate beneath the castle of Whitestone.
Whitestone. And she steps back for a second. Her eyes flare up with energy again, and you can see the Heartstone embedded in the floor of the stone glow even brighter and brighter as she puts her paws in the side and peers into it. She begins to mutter beneath her breath. I can see the snowy north of Tal'Dorei. Castle. Beneath. One of our corrupted temples, forgotten long ago.
One of your temples?
The ziggurats were not of his construction, but he took them. Her eyes kind of wince for a moment. Her head turns for a minute, her kind of vision, face staring in the distance. I look out to follow the anger, the swath of death and hatred. Those who took him on. I draw my gaze. Something is happening.
Right now?
What do you see?
The path to Western. Eastward.
What's east of Western? Where's the map?
Part smoldering and left behind, the path continues over the Lucidian Ocean. Eastward beyond the shores of Wildmount. Her head looks up, still staring off into the distance. Into the Dreamoth Ravine.
Notes! Ah! Notes! Oh, God. Okay. Oh, yo. Okay. So, I mean, okay. One of our temples. So these are... She didn't specify who, like, we is. But that the Whitestone one was corrupted. Not clear if she means that the temple is of Ioun or something / someone else. Yo! Okay. I did it. Okay, I actually did see something. Oh man, we're gonna have to think at the end of this one. We're gonna have to cook. But this, I needed to think about. I need to finish writing that down because it seems like we're getting more shit about the Chroma Conclave right now. Now predict the next 70 some episodes. Yeah.
Beyond the shores of Wildmount.
Wait.
What's east of Western? Where's the map?
But smoldering and left behind, the path continues over the Lucidian Ocean. Eastward beyond the shores of Wildmount. Her head looks up, still staring off into the distance. Into the Dreamoth Ravine. I see the floating islands of Draconia falling. Crumbling. Gone. An army sundered. People ruined. The Conclave sated returns towards your land once more. You can see blood pouring out of one of her nostrils now. You can see blood pouring out of one of her nostrils now. The light dulls in her eyes, and the Heartstone fades for a moment, and she kind of gathers herself. I peered too far beyond the veil that contains me. I'm sorry,
Oh, I'll fix all the spelling later. I also know that that's not at all how you spell Tal'Dorei. I'm just getting the thoughts out.
She plops down and is kind of breathing a little heavy.
Can I heal you?
And she kind of takes a few steps down, the steps towards you. Brother Kasha, it would be appreciated.
Puts his hand around the medallion, closes his eyes, puts his hand out, touches her.
Thank you. And she steps up and bows her head to you as she steps to the top of the temple once again.
So this is interesting. I like this. I like the line that Matt is cutting here of... Like, I was a little bit unsure at the beginning of, like, Osissa was giving them an amount of direction about the vestiges, but not really giving them anything direct. Like, I was saying, like, I wanted a little bit of direction for everything, you know? And I was like, I don't know about this, you know, Osissa. But then her telling them about her mate is like, okay, where are we going with this? She could send the party to them, gave them a direct path, but not a teleport. Because, like, let's be real. Matt could have made Osissa have a teleport. Just could have done it. The Slayer's take is powerful enough to where they could have had a way to send Vox Machina directly to the mate. They also could have had, like, a fucking scry thing. They could have had a fucking call him on the telephone type conversation with said mate. But Matt just says it's in the Frostweald. There's some mountain range. La 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 la, right? And I think that is good. I think that's great. And finding your mate is part of the test. Like, I agree, Valkyrie. I agree. And I think that this is all a really good construction for a guest episode. I know I keep coming back to that, but it's like honing in on exactly what Matt is doing here of like Osissa actually discouraged the Avengers Assemble bit, which is like, I thought that's exactly what Matt was going for. Allura said Avengers Assemble. Vanessa said Avengers Assemble. And so it's like, wait, what? Why is Osissa kind of double talking this? But it is specifically because she is instead sending them to the mate to get the item. But then at the end, she said gather more allies. So what I think is going on, the way that I'm reading this, and I'm reading this very, very positively, is that she is discouraging gathering the allies at the moment during the session with the guest players. But then she's like, yo, after you do this whole test and like talk to my mate, absolutely gather your allies after that. Avengers Assemble, let's go. Very, very nice. Especially because Matt started the whole gather your allies thing before they said that they were going to go to Vasselheim. And then you know what he did? He introduced Drake, at the same time as he first said Avengers Assemble, he introduced Drake Thunderbrand, a connection back to Craghammer. They go to Whitestone, Percy goes to Whitestone, they meet Eskelrine Darien. What do you know? Very powerful mage from our past that we have a connection to. So I think that Matt was very much leading them into this Avengers Assemble, and he still wants them to do that eventually. But then when they said they're going to Vasselheim, he's like, ooh, big guest player opportunity. Also, we're almost ready for break. Let me confirm that Twitch agrees. Yeah, Twitch has 8 minutes left. So then, he's going towards this Avengers Assemble kind of sequence, but then guest players are coming in. And the Avengers Assemble is going to be a lot of talking about their history, a lot of, negotiating. And while maybe some amount of fun for the guest players, I think it's pretty inarguable, not nearly as fun as like an investigation or exploration or, big accomplishment, right? Unless these guest players have like really specific ties to the people that they're trying to convince, which the only ones that Zara and Kashaw have is like maybe Kashaw's temple, but he's the only one of his gods. He has a weird backstory, so probably not Kashaw. And Zara, I think, has like the sisters, but they're already her cousin, who's Kit, but that's just another guest player. So the only thing that they really have that they could contribute towards negotiations is with Slayer's Take, but they have as much in as Vox Machina does. So I don't think that the guest players can really be good for a negotiation type sequence or for a gather your allies type sequence. So Matt is simultaneously saying, don't gather them right now, gather them later, go talk to my mate right now. It's a test towards gathering the allies later on, and it'll get you this weakness, and it'll be way more fucking interesting for the guest players. It's going to be like an because again, when we talk about like the test, that could have totally been my mate will test you. He's going to ask you, I don't know, some pop trivia questions. But instead, it is finding the mate is the test. Much more interesting for a group of guest players, like trekking through these mountains, maybe encountering some stuff on the way, giving the guest players a very clear goal, but with the broad reach that D&D invokes. I think that he's setting up a really nice one-shot quest line to demonstrate a lot of the really big strengths of D&D while kind of separating it from the rest of the story and the rest of the quest line. You can abstract this down to just, we're hunting a MacGuffin. That's it. Which I think is good for a one-shot. Like, abstracting that down for like I say one-shot, for like a kind of guest player episode. You want to isolate it down. Yes, this MacGuffin goes towards the rest of the plot line, but to the guest players, they don't need to know a ton of backstory. They don't need to know all the details of your relationships with all of these factions to like properly, participate in the negotiations. They just have to know, oh, for your overall quest, this MacGuffin will be useful. Dope, let's find it. And that's it. And then they can basically approach this quest line totally independently of anything that's happened before. So, I mean, big fucking ups to Matt. Big ups. I wasn't sure as we were going through this of like how much I would like it, how he was kind of setting things up, but I think that the way he set everything up led to a very good conclusion. I know you're busy, but listen to my relationship issues. A guest episode is both a one-shot and part of the ongoing campaign. Yeah, which makes it like gives it very unique pressures. You have to think about it both ways. It is a one-shot and it is a campaign. It's very weird. The Avengers Assemble moment is only as cool as it is because of the non-assembled parts before it. Yeah, absolutely, AKL. Absolutely. There are only like 5 or 6 plots total. All depends on the execution. Sure, I've mentioned this book that I'm reading, Save the Cat. He talks about how I think there's like 6 movies. He calls it like Monster in the House, Buddy Romance. He has some funny names for them, but yeah, it's all depends on the execution. And so they're on a quest, a Golden Fleece quest line. And Golden Fleece, I think, works really, really well of like hunting this MacGuffin. Works great for a guest player. And the MacGuffin can be anything. It can be information, it can be an NPC, it can be like an item, it can be a magic weapon, it can be a spell, scroll, whatever. You just give them something that will impact the overall quest line, but that the guest players don't need too much context for. The guest players can just say, oh, this thing is powerful and important. Yeah, we'll help you find it. And so now the guest players, it's very easy for the guest players to grok, and it's justified in the regular players fitting it in because it impacts the overall campaign. Really nicely done on Matt's part. Quest shot, guest shot. I kind of like guest shot. Yeah. Oh, you were going for guest shot. I like guest shot. Yeah. You kind of have to think about these sorts of episodes or sequences differently. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, we've got like 3 minutes, I think. Yeah, we have like 3 minutes. Do I have any other notes? I mean, I'm just the best. We'll discuss that later. Especially if the players discuss it all. I'm really curious to see if the guest players discuss, or if the regular players discuss it. And then Draconia's gone, which sort of impacts my one dragon per continent theory, because I thought that Thordak was from Draconia. Although, to be fair, maybe the theory's not dead. Maybe Thordak specifically was like, hey, you guys go and burn down my homeland because I'm number 1 taking over Brimscythe's old domain, the Blue Dragon domain, and I just rule the world now. The world is my domain. And like Draconia, maybe, because like why burn down Draconia specifically? Like that's a very specific continent to just be like, nope, that one, no more. Everyone else we're going to rule over. But Draconia, specifically, it's gone. Weird. Specific. And so this might actually be maybe even more evidence that Thordak and like red dragons in general are specifically from Draconia. I don't know. Odd that the Chroma Conclave chose to completely destroy / like obliterate just Draconia, not any of the cities on Tal'Dorei or Wild Mount, seemingly. We don't know. I'm making some assumptions, some logical leaps there, but that's what it seems like so far. Draconia's on a different continent. Isn't Draconia is the continent, right? Draconia like exists like Draconia is like both like the name of the nation and the continent, right? They said like the islands of Draconia. The purpose of the pause screen, I want to make a game for critters, which is brief gifs of Matt portraying NPCs and see how many we can guess based on his body language. That would be really fun, but an amount of work. We'll talk about it more when I get back. We're about to run an ad. Let's take a quick break, pee, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate, and I will be right back. Boop. Dude, right at the end of the ad. What perfect timing on Beedley. Oh, that says 55 though. Okay. Oh god, my headphones are fucking up. 55. He was from Draconia. Yeah. They were really mad there were no mirrors. Draconia is a city-state? What? On a series of floating islands. When you say floating islands, do you mean... I don't know how much of this I know. Because I have never gotten any indication that Draconia was not like a multi-city nation. Every time they've referred to it, I have only gotten the impression that it was like a multi-city nation very similar to like Iman and Tal'Dorei. I got much more like Iman Empire vibes off of it as opposed to you're saying it's more like Whitestone essentially. It's like a little city-state. Yeah, I don't know how much I know about that. Maybe it was because of Tiberius talking about the flying army and such. Oh, yeah. Just a fun idea I've had a few times. I mean, it sounds fun, yeah. The Who's dope. Careful of revealing any Draconia lore. Oh, was this like Draconia lore that was like released later? Yeah, because I have very much gotten Draconia. Like Draconia is a multi-city nation. So far, at least. I don't know much else about Draconia, but I'm close to the line. Let me know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Draconia is a small hamlet. Iman is one city. Iman has Whiterun. Or Westrun, right? I believe the king of Iman also ruled Westrun, right? I may be very incorrect about my assumption of these politics, but to my knowledge, Craghammer was independent, Whiterun or Whitestone was independent, and Tal'Dorei is the kingdom. Iman was the city. Tal'Dorei is also the continent, though, right? So maybe I slightly misspoke of like. When I was like the kingdom of Iman or like the Iman like empire or whatever, I was meaning Tal'Dorei's the empire or the kingdom that Uriel Tal'Dorei was the leader of. Because if I say like the kingdom of Tal'Dorei, that sounds like to me that sounds like it includes Whitestone and Craghammer, but I know it doesn't. So that's maybe that's just a me thing. Amon is like the capital, but to be fair, that's it's really not that clear. Iman and Westrun are under him. Okay, that's what I thought. And I think that there are like they have like a band, right? That's my understanding is that Tal'Dorei, the kingdom that Uriel led was like Iman on the west coast. And then like a band of like sovereignty across to the east coast. And then below that are a bunch of mountains, and above that are a bunch of mountains. So basically like the kingdom that Uriel, again, this is my understanding. The kingdom that Uriel ruled was like this band between these two mountain ranges. And like maybe had little offshoots here and there. It's really gray. But anyways, there isn't even a king anymore. True. But that's from what I have gathered. Like, whenever I heard Draconia, it was always referred to as a nation. You know? At least that was my impression. And maybe this is, just a way that it has been impressed upon me so far. But it's like, yeah, whenever Tiberius referred to it, and even here, like the floating islands of Draconia, to me, that gives Indonesia, you know? That gives like Indonesia vibes. I'm not, you know, I don't know. Osissa said, I see the floating islands of Draconia falling, crumbling, gone. Yeah. No. I knew that there were floating islands. I just, like, I don't know what we mean by, like, floating, right? When I hear, like, the floating islands of Draconia, I think Indonesia. Or, like, an archipelago. Or, like, Hawaii. You know? Which is, like, very much multi-city, multi-town, whatever. So I'm picturing, like, Hawaii in my head. Or maybe the size of Indonesia. Because I haven't gotten any... There has not been any evidence to me so far that it's a one city thing. I fully understand that it might be later on, but right now this sounds like killing a continent to me, a small continent potentially, maybe like the Grecian islands. It kind of gives like that sort of vibe to me. But literally says the floating islands of Draconia. And it says her gaze goes into a ravine. Not into a ravine, over a ravine. Right? I think I wrote it down. Beyond the shores. Oh, into the Drimoth ravine. To be fair, when I heard that, I considered it poetic. Because if it's literally in a ravine, either that ravine either has to be insanely huge to host even floating islands that like contain a city. It has to be crazy big, or it's poetic, which is what I was considering. I thought that it was like a poetic thing of like this much larger geographical feature is resemblant of a ravine. But I can very much understand. I wasn't taking it literally. But I can very much understand that it might have been supposed to be literal. If you guys want to dot me for spoilers, I mean, I don't think you said anything. It's just the single city thing, but I don't know. For 30 seconds, Amman was the capital of a democratic republic. It's a bit of America and America situation, except that America is ruled by a hereditary office and the rulers have the last name America. Well, and at least America has different names. Like there is the United States of America versus North America. You know? So there is a distinction you naturally can draw, you know? But yeah, it's kind of that, but worse. It's a pretty giant ravine. Yeah. If it has its own army and government that leads towards it being its own nation, well, that's why. Yeah, I mean, I guess like Whitestone is its own nation. It's a city-state. Like city-states are sovereign nations. Nothing led me so far to believe that this was a single city. That's all I was saying. So this sounds like a much more significant level of like desolation to me than if it was just like one city. Like this sounds like genocide a bit. But if it's like one city, I don't know. I guess I don't know the definition of genocide, and I'm not here to litigate it. I do not want to get into that rabbit hole. But it sounds to me much more serious. But maybe it's not supposed to be. I don't know. An army with like 500 soldiers. I mean, I think we know that it's like 500 like wyvern riders. Again, like I'm just thinking about like what I've heard. I consider that like 500 like spec ops soldiers. I consider that him saying like, yeah, we have 500 fucking Navy SEALs. ready to deploy. I didn't consider that to be their entire military. Up until this point. I don't know. She also said the islands were in a ravine. Yes, again, I thought that was poetic. Which has been mentioned by Tiberius before. I don't think he mentioned that it was the entire. We're getting like way off into like what I remember versus like what other people remember. It did not seem that small to me. On what I have heard so far, my current impression was that it was like a whole nation, potentially like an Australia continent type sitch. But that was my memory. I don't know exactly how it's been phrased in the past. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna press on. I think we're getting hung up on details that ultimately don't really matter.
Again. I've seen this darkness you speak of under Whitestone, and I shall speak out to our brethren of Ayun in hopes of discovering the nature of this shadow. I'm sorry, I must rest.
Of course. We thank you for your time. We are your willing allies.
Return when you've proven yourself.
We shall.
When you think this conclave could possibly be felt beneath your weapons and might and will. And she whips around the wings, whoosh, as the torches atop the temple flare out, and you can see just the edge of Osisa's form as she dives into the shadow to the back of the temple. You can hear the impact of giant footfalls against sand.
Dude, Matt, I think someone the other day said that like Matt does a great Strahd. That is like so vampire, like whoosh, I flip my cape and I dive off.
And in silence.
Zara,
Yes.
you said we shall. Do you... Have we convinced you?
Knowing that there were 4 dragons, at least. At least. 4 to 8 dragons, according to Brock. Out there. And after our dealings with Rhymefang, I cannot let this go. You know I cannot, Cash.
Z, this is fucking Happy Fun Bunch over here.
No,
They bring death with them everywhere they go. This isn't our fight.
not all of them.
I don't kill very much at all.
Good to know.
Didn't you kill the king of what?
Except for kings. All right.
Yeah, we just had a third-party perspective.
Yeah, I mean, she gave us a lot to sphinx about, so we...
Wow.
No.
It's nice to know Burt Reynolds is still around.
There's a very slow clap echoing into the cabin as Essa goes. And to think, I might have briefly missed you.
We should leave the temple.
Wait, did she not... Osissa just tell us that she could possibly send us to her partner? But
She's told us where he is, and we have to find him.
Oh, we have to make our way there.
Then no, you
Yes.
have to find the no-name guy who's going to help you find the stuff that's hidden that nobody knows
I
where
thought
it is
we
or
were
what it
finding the
is.
stuff that's hidden while we were finding the no-name.
No, I thought the
No,
no-name
the
guy...
no-name
Let's
guy
go and
was-
find her mate. He who is not named.
Yes.
Dude, that's so funny. This is just a very quick comment. Will just... I think he's playing Kashaw beautifully, and he very much just highlighted exactly why I think this quest line is really good for for when there are 2 guest PCs here of... This is an amazing log line. Like, this is an amazing, like, if you can summarize the quest this briefly, that's a good basis. That's a good bones for like a one-shot type experience. You need to be able to describe your one-shots this dead simple. We have to find the guy who's going to help you find the stuff that's hidden. Boom. Done.
You have to find the no-name guy who's going to help you find the stuff that's hidden that nobody knows
I
where
thought
it is
we
or
were
what
finding
it
the
is.
stuff that's hidden while we were finding the no-name.
No, I thought the
No,
no-name
the
guy...
We
no-name
need to
guy
go and
was-
find her mate. He who is not named.
Yes.
As long as it's not
Give
convoluted.
us his
He
name.
is south of the Frostweald in the mountains.
I hate to say this.
Excellent heuristic, yeah. And I'm thinking back to the last one shot I ran went terribly. Like, it was really fun, but it was never going to be a one shot. It was going to be like a 3 shot at best. And if I had to describe it in one sentence, I would not be able to. And I think that that is a really good heuristic to ascribe to when you're developing your own one-shots, is you need to be able to describe the entire thing in one sentence. At least the hook. Yeah, maybe there can be a subversion here or there, but it should be that straightforward. And like, you can introduce building and mounting complexity as you go, but the start of it should be that direct. Yeah. Every one shot I've ever ran was actually a 2 to 3 shot. Yeah, me too. And and they were not like good 2 to 3 shots. They were 2 to 3 shots that probably fucking splintered off into a campaign. I'm terrible at developing one shots. It's something I've been really eyeballing Matt on because I've been trying to like learn and like take. Oh my God, we lost internet again. Bro. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, buffering. Son. Yeah, and it is, can almost guarantee it is just shit with my ISP. I don't know if it's the weather or what is going on, but I literally just saw my like bitrate went from like 7,000 to 0. It said disconnected, reconnecting, and then it was immediately back up. I need to look into the other ISP. Anyways, I will once again recommend Liam's one shots. I will be. I've heard it recommended from others, not just you, Rebecca. So I will absolutely be looking into them at some point. Best one shot I got is summing up. Best one shot I got is summing up the plot should be as simple as get X, kill Y, or save Z, and then make that the one shot title so the players are instantly buying in before the game begins. Yeah, and like, I think people are sometimes a little bit afraid of like simplicity like that. You can introduce more complexity as the story goes on. Like, that's how you have like branching endpoints. But the start, the hook, like a lot of times when I talk about like, you know, quest formation within the context of D&D or just TTRPGs in general, I've been thinking about them a lot like this and I've drawn this out a few times, I think, I call it like hourglass planning, where I have like a climax that I kind of like want to get to, you know, whether it's a big fight, like think Dimension 20. They have those like big set piece fights. That's kind of this midpoint. Don't know how they're going to get there, but I need to get them there somehow. And so I consider it kind of a rule of 3 situation where I plan out 3 generalized routes of like, these are routes that like I have an amount of detail in that could get them there. And then I consider 3 ways that they might possibly find those routes. Obviously, my players could always change shit up on me. They could always, you know, ruin this. But then we have, you know, 3 kind of exits, and I have 3, you know, general ways off of this. And these might even lead into another beat, you know? So this is kind of how I think about quest planning. The thing about one-shots is this segment needs to be a lot smaller. And you can have, you know, something like this. I think for a one-shot, the thing that I'm kind of learning is you erase all of this because it doesn't matter. They're not going into anything else. And you erase all of this. And maybe you add another layer in between. Like maybe you add another like layer of 3 that are all connected. Like, this is sort of what I'm getting out of like thinking about one-shots a lot, is maybe we have like this sort of structure where like a lot of things are kind of related to each other and a lot of things kind of loop back to themselves and shit like that. And then you have one starting point. Right? And this one starting point right here, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about, you know, the hooks. Like what Little Hill is talking about, right? The get X, kill Y, save Z, whatever. That is this red point right here. That is that. And as a DM, maybe you think through like 3 or 4 different paths that they might take out of that. Again, players could always surprise you. So I try to keep these, you know, middle points vague enough, like a balance between vague and specific, where like I have enough to put in some details to make them feel very interesting and thought out. But I try to keep them somewhat vague so that I can easily improv based on what the players do during this transition zone. And then maybe you have one more layer like that, and then you have your big climax, which is like them meeting Osis's partner. Right? That's kind of the climax. But maybe along the way, along the journey, depending on what path they take, like maybe if they take the rainbow path, specifically, then the actual nature of the climax changes. The climax is the same, them meeting Osis's partner, but maybe the rainbow route, you know, something about like how they went through that tells them, Osis's partner is actually evil. Yikes. Whereas if they go through this route, maybe it's like, Osis's partner is maybe evil, but you're not sure. It's kind of a morality discussion. Like, these routes should kind of modify what the climax will be, but it doesn't actually change what the climax is. The climax is them meeting Osis's partner. But what does that mean? Does that mean a combat? Does that mean a negotiation? Does that mean a puzzle, a riddle? That, like the difference in what the climax actually is, can be determined by the path that they take to get there. But you can put a ton of work into this climax. And I think that's how you have these really impactful big fights that feel really cool, or just big impactful moments, is you put a lot of detail and time and thought into that climax, and then that climax is modified based on how you get there. These are my working ideas and theories for one-shots. Again, I am famously bad at one-shots, so take what I say with a grain of salt, but this is my current thought process around it. Liam's one-shots are so good. Oh, fuck yeah. If you're drawing something, are you drawing something you want us to see right now? Oh, yeah, it was right here. Yeah. Or even end basically right after the big event, or have an option for a super quick wrap-up montage if short on time. Yeah, I mean, after the big event, we want to look at potential escape options. So let's say something happens with Osis's partner, whether it's peaceful, whether it's not. You want to have kind of 3, I would say, like falling action type resolutions, where, I don't know, maybe Osis's partner teleports you somewhere. You trek back through the wilderness, back through the mountains, but there's some sort of falling action type modification to the mountains that shows a degree of progress. Or maybe you leave like a third option vague, for maybe like things go very wrong and they have to like fight their way out of the mountain range. So you kind of have like peaceful wilderness versus what we call it, like hostile wilderness as like escape routes. And hostile wilderness, very vague. Like all of these should be very vague. Like hostile wilderness is equivalent to like Allura's tower falling. When they got their magic carpet in the pre-stream events, where Allura's tower was falling down around them. Clearly something happened before that to trigger the tower falling. Whatever that was, whatever the thing before the tower falling was, that is the climax sequence. That should have a ton of detail on it. And Allura's tower falling down around them should be one of these kind of 3 paths out. And then you have an escape sequence, etc., etc. So that's kind of how I think about it. But then, if I was doing this in a campaign, I would continue to think on, like, okay, like, after the Allura's tower falls, like, what do we do after that? Like, what are, like, 3 different, like, vibe choices, or, like, 3 general directions that I could give them some, like, small hooks for? But in a one-shot, you don't need to consider that. You don't really need to consider that, unless you're wanting to transition it into maybe more of a full campaign type deal. Maybe Osis's partner was the friends we made along the way. Osis's partner's cheating on her with a Lamia. No! I really want you to hear SGM talk about this model. Oh, you and SGM talk about this model. Me and SGM were just talking this morning. We have plans to do stuff. We're just debating on like time, place, availability, all that stuff. But we're working on some content. Liam's first one shot, he's done many, is between 58 and 59. Ooh. Okay, cool. So relatively close. Relatively. I've got an Osisa partner. It's Ray Sean Gilmore. Plans. They have plans. They have plans. Anyways.
Yes.
But
Speak freely.
Please.
so these vestiges are ancient, right? Spread across the land. Wasn't Tiberius looking for a bunch of objects of magic that his people had sent him to find? Perhaps that's the reason Draconia was hit. Maybe they were trying to hide these items.
It's possible.
That's
But
a
he
big
was
what
looking
if.
for items that have been him.
Do you really
Tiberius.
think
I mean, there's
the
some
mending
traditions.
wheel, though, would help us against
I don't know.
Vordak?
I feel like we'll know if it's an ancient vestige of
This is good.
Divergence.
This is a path for us to walk.
Wait, so Draconia is gone.
Divergence.
Is that my understanding?
Yeah, well, most likely, yes.
Yes.
What else is left?
Vasselheim,
Vasselheim.
Whitestone,
Zara, Cash.
potentially Singhorn, even though it's hidden.
Well, we can
Have
either
you all
stay
been-
here or we can.
They're opting out of the conversation.
Have either of you been near Pyra in the mountains east of here? Have any of you been where the Firashari reside?
I have not.
No. We're going to have to make our way there eventually.
A lot to do.
It's a lot to do.
Maybe we should split up into 8 groups.
Actually, 11 groups.
That would be 12.
How many set grog?
4.
Well,
Do we know how far away the Frostweald is from here?
The Frostweald is back in
By Westruun.
south of Westruun.
Like where we
of a
started,
bitch.
right? Like
Yeah.
Stillben.
That,
right?
that was where you got the heart of the nymph.
That's not far from the Arashari, correct?
Do you think
No,
she's still
it's
there,
not.
Grug?
Oh yeah, trust me, when you have grog, you never leave.
Yeah, that's the expression. I'm pretty sure
That's
that's the
Yeah.
expression.
In a bog.
we need to find Kima. We need to go to the Temple of Bahamut.
Yes,
we need
you're
to
right. Yes.
talk
The-
to people that are capable of helping us.
We need Kima. Potions first. I don't want to bore Kima, then Kima.
Potions.
Yes?
Kima.
Hey, the Slayers take half potions we can just, have? Don't they have like a supply room?
Vanessa.
It would be welcome.
As you're saying this, it's like
Look at that. Look at that little grin from Matt.
Have? Don't they have like a supply room?
Vanessa.
It would be welcome.
as you're saying this, it's like we have things we can provide as
Oh,
you are
good.
members.
Yes,
and you're not
yes.
extremely active members as of late, but
But we will be. Think
we're
about
gonna-
the giant amount of claws and teeth and
We're
eyeballs
about
and
to
leather
get
wings and
really
scales.
fucking active.
We're gonna be so fucking
Think
rich.
of the armor
The
I could
Activist.
forge you from a red
in dragon parts
make a persuasion check.
with the gold.
Can I give advantage if I go like this the whole time?
What's your disadvantage?
Oh, how about 12?
You guys- yes, I'll provide you with what we. Come with me.
Low bar.
Glad she likes
No,
it.
I think I could have gotten something really badass from her if I'd have rolled better.
So you guys step up, you lead back into the Slayer's Take Guild Hall. She snaps to Merton, whispers something in his ear, and he comes out and offers a small chest to you guys that contains 2 potions of healing and 1 potion of greater healing.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was just wondering.
Who needs who's
Oh,
got
good.
'em?
2 potions.
Let's get
No, 2 potions.
Vanessa.
It's
Technically.
It's welcome. It's very welcome. Which way's the potion shop from here?
Go to the Quadroads.
Of course. Oh, we know that.
We haven't been here
In quite a while.
As you know.
in a bit.
Afraid your symbols might be getting dusty.
Grog, you don't have any potions left.
No, I got like 3 potions.
Who doesn't have any potions left?
None.
I never take them.
None.
Okay.
I have a couple.
Hey, I'm squishy as hell. Can I have one?
You get the greater one.
Yeah.
You get one, and you get one.
All right.
May I speak with Vanessa very
quite well.
quickly?
Zara, what can I do for you?
Cash, come with.
Cash walks over with her.
Vanessa, we've done many jobs together, and I think we've been very loyal to you. We've brought in a lot of money for you. My only request is there anything extra? Are there any spare potions? Any amulets of protection? Anything? You know this is going to come to us.
And there is a lot of great money that you've made that could pay for these things.
But her voice is so
I've
deep.
given you already more than I needed to. You can afford it. If you were broke and asking me, maybe I'd be happy to ask, but I just paid you quite a sum of money.
I know you
I
did.
feel like I'm being taken advantage of.
No,
That's
no,
not what
this
we
is
mean.
something-
You know that. Come on.
I don't know that
Give us
at
free
all.
stuff.
I meant no offense whatsoever. I mean no offense.
And none is taken. However, I would say there is business to be had deeper in the city. If you wish potions, there are those to purchase them. I've already given you what I have and what you've earned.
We thank you for that.
Very well.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Vanessa, hey, I'm not asking anything. We're gonna get you into a mom. That's a promise.
I look forward to you coming back and proving me wrong.
We're gonna double your fucking business.
I'm gonna bring you so many.
Are we? Are there like a lot of threats around Demon for a Monster Hunter guild? Like the reason that the Slayer's Take works is because Othanzia seems like a fucking hellhole. Like Othanzia is rolling in megafauna, and so they need like a hunting guild. No! Yeah, I do think there was a slight buffer. I actually saw that on Slobs this time. Yeah. Anyways, he's like, oh, we're gonna like double your fucking business. Like, yeah, like, I like, we're gonna get you Thornag. Yeah, Thornag is very big. There are definitely opportunities for them now, but like, yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's like much that they would like do in Amon. But maybe they don't know that. I don't know.
Scales? You just wait.
I've never heard this before. I've never been disappointed by it
Roll
either.
for persuasion.
In all sincerity,
Leap.
the gnome speaks because I don't have to. But no, good luck, and don't stay too far. Stay safe, please. I put a lot of faith in you.
Shall we ask Merton?
All right, to the potion shop, to the
Oh,
Quadroads.
wait, wait, one thing. I know we're going.
Mirrors.
No!
I attempt to read lips.
Is Lyra around anywhere?
As you say that, you hear a voice, and I can go, well, is she? You see Aldor at the back table is already like up with his bag, like ready to run. Like, Aldor, sit down, it's okay. Not at the moment. She's currently helping her uncle.
At the place where he is.
In town?
Where we got the
In
horses.
town. Yes, yes,
Where
yes.
the place where we got a lot of stuff.
We got the horses answered.
The ambassador.
Cool. Thank you.
As they're leaving, can Cash pull Zara aside really quickly? Are you going with them? Seriously?
What do you want to do? Do you want to stay here while the work burns?
Yes.
Why?
Because we're here. It's warm. We make money.
Not if nothing's left to protect. Not if there are no monsters left. If these
This is a very fun interaction because I think it's solid roleplay. And it's sort of like what I was talking about in the Underdark is Wilfredel obviously wants to play. Like, he obviously wants to go with, but Kashaw wouldn't. And so I think it's good. Like, there is one option for just being like, I'm staying, goodbye. But him trying to convince someone else to stay with him gives them an opportunity to convince Kashaw so that Wilfredel can justify it. So I think that is like a solid player choice to, like, it's kind of the opposite of like Vax walks away, you know? Of like, hey, I don't want to do this, even though Will Friedle totally does. But me, Cashaw, I don't want to do this. Like, why do you want to do it? Like, we could just stay here, right? Why do you want to do it? And then he gives someone an opportunity to justify it to him, and it's fun roleplay. It's fun character work. I like it. And it allows Cashaw to have characteristics that might be at odds with going on a random adventure, because like those characteristics are very broad. And you might want them during the adventure. That might be interesting for drama or, you know, character interactions. But it means that because you have those characteristics, there needs to be justification as to why you're coming in the first place. And I think that this is a good way, from Will Friedle's perspective, to go about acquiring that justification. Good character work. Tal'Dorei also seems to play a megafauna? Really? Let me think. They had they did have giants. They had the undead giants. They had the big rock. They had, I guess the Behir might count as megafauna, although I don't know that I would necessarily quantify it as that. But like, Vasselheim has like fucking like walls that actually get utilized and like defenses, and I think Othanzia seems a little bit more intense on like the wilderness threats front than Tal'Dorei does. Tal'Dorei seems a lot more chill. Like a lot more like there's a lot more just like civilization around and like defenses. It seems like most of the megafauna has been hunted off already. No. God. Yeah, we're back again. I'm annoyed. They've done a fair bit in their entire life, has been pretty much around Iman up until now. Yeah, they have. But they've also gone into the Underdark twice, into an alternate dimension for the Dread Emperor. Brimscythe is maybe is equivalent to something that they've faced in Vasselheim, but then otherwise, it was an egg that got delivered that was pretty, you know, separate from its environment. A lich that just so happened to be, again, could have been anywhere. Like, wasn't really tied to the environment. I mean, I get what you're saying, though. That Tal'Dorei still has threats that a Slayer's Take type guild might be interested in. But a lot of Vox Machina's stuff that they've done is stuff that they were not paid to do. Something that the Slayer's Take is explicitly interested in. So I don't know if there's like the mercenary type vibe to Tal'Dorei, like there is in Othanzia. You know? It's also essentially two NPCs talking about PCs, which is something we don't usually see. Yeah, true. Which is very cool. I really like this character interaction, yeah. Pre-stream dragons, the worms they fought in Krieg's cave as well. Yeah, Krieg and Brimscythe are definitely the closest to like what Vasselheim experiences, but it seems like Vasselheim experiences them at a much higher rate than Tal'Dorei. You know, like Brimscythe wasn't like making his presence known. Rhymefang was not hiding; he was dominating. Brimscythe was hiding. Or he wasn't hiding, but he was infiltrating. Like it's a very different vibe. And yeah. And they have like shit like we don't have anything like rolling up to Amon to knock down the doors. Other than these dragons. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
These things get out if they spread their fire across the globe. What's left for us?
If any of the monsters we missed went out and spread, the world's always ending, baby.
We just took out Draconia, darling. All of it. Gone.
I'll follow you anywhere. You know that.
I know. And I'll follow you.
Tell me what you want to do when I'm there.
So only 4 can tear a continent asunder. Well, most of the time, I think the specific the in-lore justification, Turtix, is like is essentially that metallic dragons are chill and chromatic dragons don't work together. So they are territory hunters, right? So they have their territory, and if either of them ever extend into the other's territory, then they fucking fight it out. And it also depends on literally, like what is the density of dragons. But within the lore, there's essentially justification for dragons to essentially hunt each other, especially like chromatic dragons, right? To essentially like hunt each other to near extinction, but not actual extinction, because they are so solo and like independent, which is why the Chroma Conclave is especially terrifying, is because this basically directly goes against the reason that dragons don't rule the world. Like, the reason that dragons don't rule the world is because another dragon would stop them. It's a Cold War. It's a mutually assured destruction type of deal, where the dragons don't hunt each other to extinction, but that also means that they can't be going at each other's territory all the time. So this is like if all of the nuclear powers in the world decided to get together and dominate the rest of the world. Which is why the general justification for this arc being so specifically terrifying. They're apex predators. Yeah, they're apex predators. Absolutely. And there's also, if Pokemon has taught us anything, it's that dragons are weak to dragons. Honestly, yeah. Straight up. Chromatic dragon ecologist might be a career choice, somewhat lacking in longevity. A bit. Well, then there's also the aspect that, they can get taken down with enough people. Like, I know that it was, like, when Allura's old group, right, it was, like, described that, like, they went to take down Thordak. Like, with enough numbers, you can take a dragon down, depending on how, like, high fantasy you're rolling. But, like, D&D especially, the system that it's based on, really rewards a number advantage, even against things like dragons. And we have to take that into mind when we're considering the lore implications of, like, why don't dragons rule the world? They're so powerful. It's normally because sheer numbers can normally overwhelm them because they're only one dragon. Whereas if a bunch of them are working together, they start to overcome that number advantage. Please don't kill this dragon yet. I haven't finished my thesis on how much land it needs to support raising a successful clutch of eggs. Yeah, not to mention they are blinded by their own ego, which causes them to generally not make it to Ancient Age in general. Yeah, like Brimscythe or Skysunder or Rhymefang. Rhymefang, I think, is the best example of, like, dragon ego, where, like, yeah, he wasn't hiding. He was, like, out there. He was just doing his thing, and he thought that no one could kill him. Even though I think he was young, he might have just been regular. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that is the general explanation for why they don't rule the world. And that is also, like, that line of thinking is why Chroma Conclave is scary.
For a while.
Let's go.
If we don't like it, we'll leave. If we find something better,
We'll leave.
we'll leave.
Okay. Leave half the gold here. They don't need to know everything that we have. Right?
Fuck that.
All right. Well,
We might need it.
then hide half the gold.
All right.
I don't trust the twins, like, as far as I can throw it.
Well.
I can read your fucking lips.
And apparently she reads lips.
Oh, yes, I forgot that. All right. She knows how much we have. We're going for a while.
Was I wrong, by the way? You see how hot Keyleth is?
Yeah, she's fucking hot.
That's what I was saying. All right, let's go. We'll shake
All right,
it
we'll
off
talk
and
later.
go. All right.
We're so nice.
Go get a
So nice.
What the fuck is that about?
All right, so you guys head out of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall into Vasselheim, which is now a little more bustling than it was when you arrived, about midday. The sun is still not visible. There's enough cloud cover where you can see where it would be in the sky, but it's still pretty gray. No rain, and there is still, relatively recent snow that covers most of the city streets. Some of it's been pushed to the side to make walkways easier, but it's been snowing here in the winter rather often, as you two are both very aware. So, what is the, you have multiple things you want to go to the potion shop, there's Platinum Sanctuary, I think last time you mentioned the Trial Forge.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to do?
Potions.
Potions first.
All right, so you make your way to the Quad Roads.
Can I pull him aside as we're walking there? Yeah. And just ask, so, wait, I thought you were interested in Keyleth. Am I wrong? I mean, you're interested in Keyleth, right? I mean, I know you don't want to tell me, I know you don't tell me anything like this, but is it kind of weird that he's here?
No, he's fine.
He's
and I
fine.
am.
Okay. That's what I thought. Should I take him out?
No. No.
Because I can.
No, he's...
Destroy him.
He's useful. And I don't hold anything against him, and she's... Why wouldn't he want her? Of course he does.
Yes. This
Fine.
is so fucking beautiful, I get it.
Well, so are you, but what the fuck am I going to do with that? Jeez, you're fucking weird. I walk off.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, heading back to the center of the Quad Roads, you guys have been here before. This is where the center of the city's trade happens. It is a major... Imagine like the central Abadar's Promenade of Amon, as it once was, but condensed. And it is just hovels and tents and all these open shops that are just crammed into this heavy space. It looks kind of like the... what's it from Hellboy 2? The you know, the
Sorry,
Go
what?
on.
Underground mall, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
just wall to wall buildings, but people, not weird creatures. People shouting. People are get some proper audio for this one because I can do that. It's great. fresh. Exactly. So as you guys are walking around, you eventually find your way up to the same area where you found the potion keeper before. And you can see him there. He's wearing what looks like a kind of an open red vest that falls to the ground behind him. Arms are revealed. He has these thick bracers on that are like really finely scrolled with brass. He's got a fine Van Dyke beard going on now, and he's currently speaking with someone off to the side. And it's like, yes, of course, I'd be more than happy to. Yes. You! I remember you! Oh, it's been quite some time.
You!
Step on over here, sir. I would love
Push
nothing
Grog
more.
out of the way.
Oh, hey,
You!
Yes, can I help you?
Sneaky mother... Is he the one?
What?
Is he the one that haggled with you? The one that you traded
yeah,
on?
I got a really great deal.
You got a fantastic
You
deal.
are blowing
Yeah.
my
Hey, customer.
What are
I'm
you
sorry, is
doing?
there a problem?
No problem at all. You'll be doing business with me. Just sit back, love it, watch a pro work.
Have we all walked into the store?
He's a cart. He's a stupid cart salesman.
We're all going to learn something very valuable right now.
Look, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of these twats below me need healing potions, whatever. Do you have anything like that on you?
Oh, do I? Do not worry, sir. Hold on just a moment. He disappears into this small kind of
Keyleth.
tent opening behind him.
Hold person or something to shut him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but we don't have that much gold.
We don't
do
have
we?
anything.
I've got 6,500 gold to spend, and I mean to spend quite a bit of it.
My ears! You hear from inside the tent as he comes out with this long, very, very well-carved wooden kind of, looks like a test tube set almost, but they're all various potions of different sizes and colors, and he sets it down and said, potions of healing, you say. And he pulls out a few here. This here I have, 2 superior healing potions.
Nice.
3 greater healing potions, and 10 regular potions of healing at your disposal, should you require them. Yes.
Grog, what about this? You are really strong and really good at killing things, and my left, nut still has a dent in it. You are really fucking strong.
Yeah.
You are the best there is at what you do.
And by far a handsome and intelligent salesman.
Please shut up. My sister is very good at... Do you know what math is?
Mathis?
Vexalia is very good at...
I don't even want to deal with this.
She is an excellent shopper. I'm telling you, you know how you take things skulls and turn them into like raspberry jam?
Yeah, like a paste.
Yeah, that's what she does with money. And I'm just saying, we've had our differences, and I know you're stronger than me, and I'm saying as strong as you are, that's as good as she is with shiny.
And yet she was so abrasive when she arrived.
I say shut up.
Shiny.
Yeah.
You're lucky I don't.
So
Drink it.
we can keep more shiny.
Have you seen my pet bear?
Trinket stumbles into
Quite
the side.
adorable.
All right. You
He
make a good
loves
point.
potions.
You know, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I'm actually the current reigning champion of the Crucible. And with that title comes many things like people that manage your shinies. I would like to introduce you to my shiny manager, Vex.
Buckle up.
This
my
one,
friend.
maybe?
Why was he holding your nut?
No pressure now.
There was a little bit of pressure.
Like at all.
I didn't really hold it, it was like
Look.
a flick.
Yeah.
I'm willing to trade you some very powerful magical items for some schmeasly little potions that heal people.
How many do you like? What do you want? What are you
I want them
seeking?
all. How much?
All of them?
Bulk.
Well then, let me do my math here. And you kind of look through it. All right.
A lot of potions.
By the way, but as you're adding that up, I'd like to say you should tread lightly, or I'm going to tell Vanessa, and you'll have trouble getting anything from the take ever again.
The take? Are you with the take?
Oh, did you
yes,
not
yes,
see these amazing?
That's right, we get union discounts.
Yes, there is indeed a discount with the
Yes.
take. They've been.
I like you more and more, Kashaw, every
Great.
time you speak.
Well done.
Most people
in the
do.
past, yes.
That's Keela.
So, with friendship discount, you told us have a bit here.
I walk outside.
Yeah,
And I-
too much magic. I know.
There would be 6,500 gold pieces for
I'm
the
sorry,
lot.
how much?
6,500 gold
Oh,
pieces
okay.
for the lot, with the discount.
Right.
So
with the
coincidental.
discount.
That's crazy.
What if-
Exactly what Grog offered him.
That's what I have.
How about instead of that, I trade you?
7,000.
Thank you, Grog.
Stick to the killing.
These magical
Sorry.
items, and I pull out the knickknacks that I took from I don't fucking know where. It's knickknacks, but they're magic.
Knick-knack a candy bar.
Vex, no, you can't possibly trade that. It's too valuable. What are you doing?
Well, I know, but I mean, where else are we going to find a vendor?
Those are the knickknacks of Ka.
I know, and they're
Sounds
quite
familiar.
valuable. But
Taken
you
from
said
the Paddywhack
6,600, and we know this will cover that.
I can't.
Felt it.
Please, sir, please don't take advantage of us by taking these things from us. They're too valuable. Please, I beg of you.
What have you pulled out?
The knick-knacks of Ka.
The knickknacks of Ka. No, not the knickknacks of Ka.
Let me see.
Now I'm doubting. No, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't trade
Put
these.
them away. Put them away.
Put them.
I don't understand. I thought they were just like little nothing things.
Make a deception check.
Grog,
I'd
I have
say.
a flask.
I'd say, you know what? If you wanted to,
I knew I liked you.
Assisting?
you can assist on this. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I'll take some too as well.
What is the assist?
That gives you advantage in them.
Oh wait, I don't get to roll.
Huh?
I don't get to roll anymore.
No, it just gives you.
27.
That was a really good roll. God damn, that was good.
He goes. No. Put them on the table, please. I'd like to have a look, just in cases.
Grog, make
I'll
sure
put
no one
one
is
of them
watching.
down so that
As she places it down, can I do like a little
don't.
gust cantrip and do a little poof of air around it?
Sure. Make a sleight of hand check.
Fuck.
Oh man, all the time, Keelan.
I know. Oh, that's good though. That's good. I'm good. Hang on. Let me make sure I do it. 18.
Okay. As you sit down, this little like all the dust on the front, a little bit of like the dampness is just.
I take my hand away, trembling like I don't want to give it up.
Goes, Pulls out a little glass eyepiece and specs. I know the craftsmanship is decent.
And as he's doing this, I cast thaumaturgy and cause the table to start vibrating underneath.
Oh no, are you gonna have to go
What are the components on that?
It says I can cause minor tremors.
On the spell, what are the standard components?
Knickknacks.
Knickknacks is probably the components.
V.
Knickknacks.
Components is V.
Visual, yes. You don't have to actually do anything to it. So yeah, it just happens.
Yeah. Why do you even?
Yeah, let me double check and see if.
Why not?
Wait, did they just say that V is visual? Is that standard component? I mean, yeah, it certainly doesn't have anything under.
The components.
V.
Knickknacks.
Components is V.
Visual, yes. You don't have to actually do.
That's tough. You know, they're still transitioning over from Pathfinder. I'm not sure if that was a Pathfinder rule or if they're just confused. It is verbal, yeah, but I'm not gonna, that just is what it is. Yeah, sometimes you get confused. There are so many complex interactions between so many different groups of players and NPC, and it comes out to it unbelievably smoothly. Well, in the roleplay sense. Yeah. Like, they are doing very, very well. And they're kind of fucking around a little bit. but I also think that's really good. Like, oh shit. Ad starts in 20 seconds. So we will be right back. And then I'll talk more about the scene. 1 second. I think it's just misspeak. Yeah, I think so. Burb. And music. And mute.
Saturday morning comes and goes without too much on my mind. Except maybe lunch. A walk down to the shops just to move, feel a bit rough from last night. I may have drunk a bit too much. A lady in the supermarket approaches way too fast, and her eyes are intense and she spits a little bit when she asks, where do you keep the pasta? I don't know, aisle 3. Well, can you get it for me? I just want a Gatorade, but she rolls her eyes, so I kind of lose it. Hey, I don't work here, and if I did, I would not sell you shit. Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. That way I could hide all of the things you want from you. Hey, I don't work here, but if I did, would I be wearing a dirty white singlet, you fool? Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. Silly me, I'm at the bus and roll along. Fuck you. Saturday hour comes and goes and I'm feeling pretty great. I met a middle-aged woman cry today. Walking on the hot sand of Bondi Beach, I take a rest in the lifeguard tower shade. My foresight readies me for melee. A man runs from the surf and approaches way too fast. With a blue bottle across his chest, he shakes me as he asks, you gotta save my kid. I can't really swim. What kind of lifeguard are you then? I'm just here to take a nap, but he rolls his eyes, so I kind of snap. Hey, I don't work here, and if I did, I would not save your kid. Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. No way I could help relieve that nastiest thing for you. Hey, I don't work here, but if I did, would I make a race car out of sand and fall asleep? Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. Should do what? Save my son? No, get a job. What about my son? He's drowning. Your son's fine. He just swims weird. And you shouldn't hold that against him. Oh my God, thank you. I can't begin to... He's gone. Saturday night comes and goes without too much on my mind. Just kicking a ball down the street. I give it too much juice and it flies over the fence of my local NASA compound. Just bear with me. Guards are all passed out, it seems there's been a planned attack. The alarm is blaring loud, but I'm the only one intact. I try to phone for help, but unfortunately there's an alien transmitting itself to NASA screens specifically.
Give us your planet.
Okay, let me find someone, alright? Just relax.
Give us your planet.
I said, okay, we're under attack.
Give us your planet.
Okay, I don't have the authority to do that. I just came to get my ball, but it's been a long day, so I speak for us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are reporting live across the globe alarming news as extraterrestrial life has issued a statement of war to planet Earth. The alien transmission technology has left all but one individual incapacitated within the transmission receiving point, a NASA space compound located in Sydney, Australia. The time has come and humankind can do nothing more than pray and watch on as the diplomat for planet Earth responds with what we can only imagine as an articulate plea for peace and mercy.
Hey, I don't work here, and if I did, I would not surrender shit. Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. No way I could take a trip to Mars and strangle you. Hey, I don't work here, but if I did, do you think the
Hello. What up? How you guys doing? We need to go back to last episode's playlist. We're not liking Tom Cardy. I've been looking through creator music just for like songs that I know and like, and which ones have like rev share options. So the playlist from, well, the playlist from last episode was randomized. So I mean, I think it was like lo-fi or like electronic mood on creator music, and it was just all random songs. But this is the start of some sort of playlist. But I need to make an actual playlist. Right now, I'm just playing the random liked songs that I have on creator music. That Tom Cardy song specifically is pretty wild. Not all of his songs are rev share, so I would get copy struck for a lot of them. Beautiful Mind isn't rev share. I would have put Beautiful Mind on. Perception Check is. So Perception Check, I think, is on. Is it on there? Yeah. Perception Check's at the end. Anyways. But yeah, I like this. I like this interaction because, so one of the things we've been talking about, how are we on pacing? Let's see. We're about an hour in, and the end of this part is at hour 46. So we have about 45 minutes left on 2.5 hours. So that's not bad. That's not bad. We're about half done. So I think pace is going well. I think, at least. Is Red Flags not that you should be playing that one? Yeah, I can't. I definitely do not want to play Red Flags. I love Montaigne. I've liked Montaigne ever since I heard the intro to My Brother and Me. God, what is that? My Life is Better with You, I think, is the name of that song. So I love Montaigne, but Red Flags is not good for stream. But anyways, I like this sequence because you know we've been talking a lot about how like guest sessions, you kind of have to cut this line between the session feeling like it is part of a larger campaign, as well as kind of a one-shot. You kind of have to cut this line, and I actually think that this interaction is a beautiful instance of that, where you introduce someone that maybe the party didn't get full closure on from earlier in the campaign, but is very low stakes. Like very, 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 very low stakes. They do not give a shit about this cart salesman, right? Like Matt doesn't really give a shit about this cart salesman. I think it's one reason, unless the players ask you to, of course, but I think it's one reason why he might not immediately take them to Victor or to someone that they maybe would want to potentially interact with later in the campaign. Maybe that will happen. Maybe they'll get out of this conversation and they'll still be chill with the thing, or they'll still be chill with the merchant. But the consequences can't be too high. Otherwise, that sort of goes against like the idea of the campaign. Because with a one shot, you kind of want to fuck around, right? You kind of want to fuck around, and that is going to be a constant kind of background feeling within the regular players' heads, but also with the guest players. Like, the regular players want to fuck around with their friends who aren't here very often, and the guest players, like, want to have fun. They want to do the wacky shit that sometimes you can't do within the context of a normal campaign. So introducing something like this that does tie back to the campaign, but is very low stakes if you fuck it up, I think that's perfect. That is the perfect splitting of these two things. We're like, yeah, maybe they will interact with this dude later on, like very, very possible. and so it'll work into the larger campaign as a whole, or maybe it'll have some minor consequence. But because it being sort of a one-shot is going to instill that fuck-around attitude, you don't want to introduce someone where there are going to be major consequences if a guest player fucks up the relationship. So I think that's one of the reasons that this is such a good scene, is because they have the freedom to fuck around a little bit, and not feel like they're risking too much in the process. Perception check does fit VM pretty well. Oh, I agree. Pure perfection of the combination of Grog Math and Vex Haggle. Well, and you can have the full force of Grog Math. Like, Grog's not going to do this with Gilmore. Grog's not going to do this with House Thunderbrand. Well, he might do it with House Thunderbrand. But you know my point? Like, Grog's not going to do this, or Travis isn't going to put Grog in a situation to do this BS if it's someone that he cares about, like, keeping things good with. But this merchant, there's less stakes if things go badly, so you can fuck around a little bit and be fun, Oh, I will pass it on, Amanda. One of my favorite guests is in a later episode, and I love how weird and just NPC energy they are. The best way possible NPC energy. Yeah. They can fuck around without having to find out. Yeah, because the issue here, right, is that the guest players won't find out. Like, if the guest players can fuck around all they want, and they probably won't find out, at least in, like, a long-term sense. So maybe that's, like, the more accurate heuristic, is any stakes, any consequences should be either very minor or they should be isolated to this episode, right? They shouldn't, like, have, like, super wide-ranging effects, because these guest players won't have to deal with that. And so you want to introduce things to them where they feel comfortable, like being a little goofy and wacky, if they want to be. Because otherwise you'll have the guest PCs like second guessing themselves, potentially PCs getting mad at guest PCs because they did something that has like long-term ramifications, but the guest PC won't have to deal with it. Like, those can all be very iffy factors. So if you limit the stakes, exactly, they can fuck around without the normal players having to find out. Gilmore wouldn't take advantage of Grog, wouldn't want to bring attention to his criminal enterprise. Exactly.
When you can do it. So yeah, it just happened.
Yeah.
Why do you even?
Let me double check and see if.
Why not? Is the question I would ask.
Really quickly, while the thaumaturgy is happening, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion. Let's just go for it.
What is happening right now?
We're stacking the deck, man. We're stacking it.
And
any one of
There's
these
a lot
can
of
fail.
times that somebody can
I'm
fail
going
at
to make
something.
a-
But if they all succeed, it's going to be dope.
the image of a beautiful woman briefly appear in the reflection of the objects and then vanish.
Ooh.
Just a
That's pretty
gleam.
fucking
That's hot.
cool.
That's hot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If it
That's
works.
good.
I need you to
Not
make
as beautiful
You need to
as-
make a sleight of hand check. So this
I
does
need to make
require
sleight of hand
somatic
check?
Don't you
components.
fucking fail at this.
He's gonna fail.
You're not gonna fail.
Roll that
You're not gonna
snitch.
fail.
Natural 20.
No, but it is a 19.
Yeah, gang.
Okay.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
So you sit down. Which one are the knickknacks now? You've set them.
Just one of them.
Which one?
Nick.
Are you asking me as Matt?
Are these things that you pulled out of the?
She puts down Nick and holds Knack.
There you go.
You literally said I gathered up a bunch of knickknacks worth 750 gold.
Oh, from that. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like the tea set and the dominoes. And
No,
things.
literally as knickknacks.
No.
No, we wouldn't be handing that
This is
shit over
like
that.
I'm sorry, I
this is
misunderstood.
like Matryoshka nesting dolls.
So yeah.
Fabergé
well,
eggs.
from an airport.
Some serious shit.
So what this is
Holiday
it's like a really intricate inkwell that has been like made out of gold and bronze. It's stuff you find in a Sky Mall essentially.
Right.
The pocket fisherman.
Really good.
This is Sting from Lord of the Rings.
The one ring to rule them all.
That bass is
$300.
singing.
$300 on a chain.
All right, so as the gust of wind fades, the table begins to shake, and he glances in across the outside of this inkwell amongst a bunch of other kind of just random knickknacks strewn about around it. He looks at it for a second, there's a flash in his eyes, and he goes, these seem fair enough. I would say include these in the transaction. I'd be willing to drop the cost by about 500 gold pieces. Even 6,000.
Darling, I snatch it away and say,
No.
do you have any idea how much these are worth?
I do, actually. I'm quite the appraiser. I'm in my business.
I know when somebody's trying to swindle me, darling.
Well, then step away. You don't need my business, obviously. Is this how your shiny manager deals with your
Tell you
shinies?
what,
Or would you wish to deal with the man face to face?
2,000 off your asking price, and we have a deal.
That is ridiculous. No.
How's your family?
What does that mean?
Just curious how everybody's doing. Everybody healthy, happy?
Yeah, they well. In one piece.
Have you seen your wife?
Make an intimidation check. With advantage.
See what I'm saying? You don't want Kashaw intimidating Victor. You don't want Kashaw threatening Victor's family. Or Gilmore, or, anywhere where you care about going back. But for this, for someone that doesn't fucking matter, they're all loving it. They're all absolutely eating that shit up.
What is happening?
What is happening?
Roll d20 twice and take the higher of the two.
Okay.
Add your intimidation.
Roll again.
Please roll again.
Yay! Wait, no. Plus
intimidation.
Plus 18. No. Oh, yeah, 18.
Oh,
-1 intimidation.
He's a human in a game.
What a
my
novelty.
He goes, they're fine. Quite fine. Yes. 1,000 gold off the asking price?
2,000 gold off the asking price?
No, that's ridiculous. It's not even. What are you?
Dear.
Have you heard him talk about paste?
1,300 off the asking price.
I
Nothing
take
more. Nothing
one of
more.
my daggers, and looking at him, I stick it in Grog's arm, and I drag it down, and I never take my eyes off him.
Neither do I.
He has a lip collection.
He's looking like over you guys now towards the thoroughfare.
Looking for gods.
Perhaps
Keep your
Wait.
voice down.
I would need
There's no magic here, friend.
1,500 off the asking price.
Dude, I'll be real with you. I don't know if this is correct. I don't know if this is a recommendation that I would make, but at this point they're robbing him? Yeah, kind of, yeah. At this point it feels kind of like a mugging. And I would probably have the merchant run. At this point, I would have him just straight up run away. And maybe get the guards even. They have again, I don't know if that's something that I would recommend to either DMs, but I'm putting myself in Matt's place if the PCs are doing this to me. And the guy's probably running. He's probably running and grabbing the guards. And I don't even know. I'm trying to think of how I would progress it. I would have to improv it from there. I think he's smart enough to know he can't run from Vox Machina. Maybe. But then they're really mugging him. And leave them with the potions for free? Well, yeah, kind of exactly, Turtix. Now I am basically saying, okay, you succeed. You get what you want, but, you get a lot of money off the asking price, but, they're free now. But you're gonna have to fucking take them and maybe talk your way out of this other obstacle. Because, they are being... yeah, they intimidated him, sure, but, they're making the table rattle. They're making him see things. They are, fucking threatening his family. This seems like a fucking mob shakedown. And so at this point, if I'm him, he doesn't know who Vox Machina is. I'm probably going to be roll a, I'm going to have him run out, and then if they want to try to stop him, they would have to, grapple check him. And then that would escalate the scene even further. He's going to go get the guards, though. And last up, they were like, no, we can't introduce a criminal enterprise to Vasselheim. Yeah. He doesn't have time to run. He is essentially like in fight, flight, or freeze. He is kind of freezing, which is like a fair reaction. I'm just thinking about, again, I don't even know if my way of running it would be better. Because I'm essentially saying I would choose flee over like fight, flight, or freeze. Matt is choosing freeze. I'm choosing flee. I think the important thing to recognize here, if you're a DM, is that Vox Machina is definitely putting him into fight or flight right now. And you have to figure out how you want to react to that as a DM. No! Another buffering. I know. God damn it. This is gonna be a buffering stream because we're well enough through it and the buffering is separated enough that I think we can keep going. But yeah, I saw the buffering that time. But yeah, like consider that like when they intimidate this hard and they are asking, for basically highway robbery, I mean, this is pretty much a mugging, and your NPC should react that way. Now, how they react, again, mine was flight, Matt's was, it seems, relatively freeze. How do your NPCs react? As a good open question. I can only assume Voxfield is justified because they think the asking price was overdone. They think that, but economies are so wibbly wobbly. Like even within the same world, like the different gold values can be so wibbly wobbly. I agree with you that maybe is why they feel justified, is they essentially think he's like a con artist. Because he has swindled Grog, but also Grog like very actively encouraged the swindlement. So yeah. Yeah, no, this is interesting. And this is what we, talk about with like consequences of actions. Again, I'm not going to have the fucking Slayer's Take ban them for this. Right? When we talk about like low stakes consequences, I'm not going to have the Slayer's Take have any sort of reaction to this. But the local guard, maybe they have to bribe someone, maybe they have to, talk their way out of this, increasingly perilous social interaction. We keep it contained to this session, but that doesn't mean you can't have escalating consequences if they find out, or if they fuck around. Maybe that's the heuristic. If they fuck around, they have to find out in this session, and that's it. The White Dragon discount. All of them have been brief enough to not impact the content significantly for me, but I hope you can figure it out. I need to call the ISP because I am almost positive that it's an ISP issue. I mean, Grog said he had 6,500 and the shopkeeper said it'd be exactly that amount, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, he's a merchant. His entire business model is buying things for less than they're worth and selling them for more than they're worth. That's what a merchant does. I don't think that is equivalent to this level of intimidation, to threatening Mans' family, to fucking like carving away at Grog. Like, this is maniac behavior. Buffering Eno staccato audio bugs. I know. I will look into it afterwards. They're basically mugging him. Yeah, essentially. It's a big ol' like, are we the baddies moment.
That seems fair.
Completely fair.
5,000 gold, knickknacks, and we're all good? Yes?
I'll give the dog
Yes.
a bone.
All right, here you are. Please, now, it would be wondrous after we complete the transaction that we never meet again.
Oh dear, I'm afraid I've already hunter's marked you.
Don't even know what that means. And there's that person waiting behind you who's like, excuse me, we're closed!
Oh, right, of course, yes. Let me just count up this little amount right here.
Cash, Zara, you should probably contribute.
Should not count that.
No, that's all right, dear. 5,000 gold.
You don't think I can get to 5,000 faster than
Oh,
you can?
and here, these very
Gonna have to
valuable.
be more persuasive than that.
5,000.
Good day. Sorry, love. Good day.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay. I druid craft a little tulip and give it to her.
Him.
Him.
Her now.
Wow. Cash does have an effect, doesn't he? Debatable.
Takes it confused and goes,
Thank you.
Wait, what potions did we just take?
you grab the potions that are on the table, they push towards you. There is one superior healing, two...
Wait, you said there was 2 superior.
1 superior, 2 greater, and 10.
3 or...
Yes, 1 superior, 2 greater, 10 regular.
Numbers.
That's a good amount.
That's a great amount.
Pretty good.
I didn't realize there was 10 in there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's
That's a
dope.
lot.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, cool.
And we only had to threaten a shopkeeper with bodily harm to
The
get
first time I've ever intimidated anybody in my life. It was fun. That was fun. I have to admit.
You guys,
Lay a hand on it.
That was fun.
we make a pretty good team.
That wasn't bad.
brothers.
I can get used to that.
Not that it's like not for nothing.
No.
But will you take this fucking dagger out my arm?
Does this mean
Oh,
I'm a terrible
yeah.
influence?
I
Can,
cast,
might
I
be a
cast
bad
Cure Wounds on
No, it means
Grog.
you're a good influence.
Okay.
We're a terrible
Heal that.
influence on you.
It
That's
only would have done
true.
like
No,
2
that's
points of
true.
damage to you,
Yeah.
so that
That's
would have
it?
killed it fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark that off.
Because I could have healed him.
Vex.
Vex already got there.
Yeah.
He said 2 superior.
He did say 2 superior. I knew he said 2 superior.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Did you see that?
I chased after him.
I'm coming too.
No! No, this
So you
is a
come
downward
into the
spiral.
tent after him?
No, it's brilliant.
Okay.
Let it play.
Actually,
Let it play.
dear, I believe you left one of the potions off the table.
He turns around. The superior potions are 5,000 gold apiece baseline.
But you said you had 2 superior, and you said all the potions for the amount we said.
That's all the ones I had placed on the table before you.
Ah, there's so much blood on this fucking dagger. Ugh.
Are you going back on your word?
You've made a grand deal with what we said. If you continue to push this, I'm afraid I'm going to have to get the guards.
Yeah. Superior, superior.
My guess is he couldn't get to the front of the tent by the time we got to him. But that's up to you. We're just guests here.
No, it's alright. I know they're expensive. And we've already taken enough advantage.
Yeah, if they're what they say they are.
No!
That's what I do. Cross your fingers. I'll be
Can
peeing
I, like,
those bottles.
sniff and make sure it's actually a real potion that he gave us? Did he give us fucking fake potions?
You can go.
Travis's head keeps getting cut off. Lower? Travis's head is getting cut off by their on-screen elements. Yeah, I can't move any of like the black magic design or anything. Yeah. Unless you mean like to the right, I could move it over. I could move it like to the left or something. But yeah, I can't move down black magic. He's just too big. He's just too much of a man. But you're sponsored by Black Magic? Yo, I do use fucking isn't DaVinci Resolve by Black Magic? That's the editing software I use.
Go back and take a moment and sniff, yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Is it like watered down gasoline?
Make a perception check.
23.
Take uncork it and kind of sniff. Yeah, it's a very familiar pungent,
All right.
herbal smell of
Watered down
potions
gas.
used in the past. Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
We did very well, and there are other things that we should think about purchasing.
You're right. You're right.
That lady
Do you
was
need
the worst.
ammunition?
That lady's the worst.
Since we're in town, like
gunpowder.
I could use a bit of a top up just because who knows when the next time we're going to be
You mean-
in this direction.
And
To
our
a pub?
gasoline?
No, let's go to the
Well, that too.
gunpowder. Let's get you some.
Oh,
Gunpowder,
gunpowder.
and perhaps, considering that we're going to be very mobile, a map would not be.
Oh, right.
the worst
So,
purchase.
Do we have a map that's
I
like
thought we had
half
a good map of the
of
world.
the world?
You have a fair map of Taldore, and you have what is a basic layout of the continents.
Don't we have a map
Can I go
maker?
running?
We do have a map maker. Wasn't he here, or was he in a
No, he's
blog?
here.
Yeah, you met Tyriok here.
Yeah.
Though you haven't seen him, and he mentioned to you previously, he's currently traveling to finish his.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. We
so-
caught him in the tavern, correct?
Yes.
Well, don't you think the Slayers take one? Should I run back and talk to Vanessa?
Vanessa
She's
has
not-
to have
She's
map
got to
somewhere.
have one somewhere.
She's never lost.
You just
She
need
never
a
knows where to
basic
go.
map of Vasselheim. Is that what you're
It
speaking
would not
of?
be a terrible thing to have, considering we're going to be traveling.
Of Vasselheim or of
The world.
the continent?
Alcanzia is the
Okay.
larger
She might
country
not
set
have
around
one.
it. The continent is Isilra. But
Oh. So Othanzia is a country that includes Vasselheim and Isilra is the continent. So it's a nesting doll. I guess like all cities. So it's Isilra. Isilra contains Othanzia. Othanzia contains Vasselheim? Interesting. I don't know if I have Isilra written down yet or not. Interesting. Okay.
Isilra is it's a very large continent, and it's almost like the equivalent of like Asia and Russia, like the whole. It's a very wide, and a lot of it's very just wild and untamed wilderness.
Well, let me top up a bit on what I need. So that will be.
Go back.
Well, I'll need you as well because you hold the purse strings.
Who's got the potions? Who's got the potions?
I have the potion.
You got the potions?
Not yet, Sputnik. We'll see. But not yet. Yeah.
Please.
I'm so fast, but I'm really weak. Can I have another one?
I would give you great.
I know you did, but I get fucked up really easily. Could I have another one?
Wait, how many people are there? 8 of us.
Yeah.
So there was
I give-
regulars, yeah?
Just another one more.
Yeah. I'll give you 2 normies.
Thank you.
And everybody else gets a normie as well.
I'll take a normie.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
Who gets the?
Yeah, there was at least like kind of implied spoilers. 16 to 40 HP for 5,000 gold. I mean, health potions are a fucking racket. But also, again, it depends. Like when we say like 5,000 gold, gold costs are always going to be fucked up. Like, you have general recommendations and ranges within the PHB, but DMs, especially DMs that have like a very high fantasy mindset, if they have, enchanting going on, a lot of, homebrew machines and weapons and magic items, the economy is going to get fucked instantly. Even if you are having them like harvesting monster parts on top of the loot from the monster, your economy is going to get borked almost immediately. So it kind of depends. Vox Machina is fucking rolling in it. It's kind of like 5,000 gold is a lot for 40 health. But if you don't have any healing slots left, and that's the only thing that gets you up from death's door, probably worth it. And they've got 5K. Like they've absolutely got 5K on them. Can I get another one? Adorable brother behavior. Oh yeah. But in other circumstances, at other tables, in other contexts, 5,000 gold would be ridiculous. So it all depends really on just how much gold you're giving out as a DM. And Matt gives out a lot of gold. He gives out a lot of gold. So it's it's one of those things where I just kind of have to look at it and be like, it's probably fine. Because he gives out a lot.
The soup
me not use this.
and the grate.
Who's our weakest people? Yeah, you're pretty weak. Take a greater, Scanlan.
Yes.
The 2 poor decision makers, I imagine.
Yes. And actually,
What's
it should
that,
probably
Smoke
go
Man?
to. It should probably go to the other greater.
One
Well,
big
do you want
inappropriate
the other
decision as
greater?
opposed to a series
Sure,
of small
yeah.
battles.
Yeah, take the other
I am
greater.
a
No,
great
it seems like a
lifeguard.
series along with one big
don't know.
I
Bad
cop to it.
And then I
Sure,
have one
kind
superior.
of.
How many points does that superior heal?
A superior heals
8d4
plus 8.
That's low.
That's not that many. It's 5,000 gold. for
Yeah,
that?
no,
72
healing
points.
potions are like generally a ripoff.
What a waste.
I know. Because the
Oh
greater
my
ones
god, I just buy healing to save my life. It's such a waste. Oh my god, there's like a whole trade of really talented magical practitioners that spend their time crafting and brewing up these potions
What's
for
this
hopefully they
character
can save your
called?
life
What's
in
this
the
character
future.
called?
It's true. I did buy a book to learn
Inner
alchemy,
voice.
and I just haven't had time to do it.
It's a great read, trust me.
The alchemy book. Yeah.
Fucking go off, Matt. Ooh, holy shit.
Are we fucking buying anything else, or what are we doing now?
Black powder.
He needs the bang
You
bang.
need to go powder. Let's go to the bang bang
powder.
man.
Let's go get to some
Boomstick
black
needs
powder
the
and whatever else.
Boomstick needs the bang.
While they're buying powder, I'm gonna go get a fucking drink.
Matt was cooking. To create your own health potion? I mean, there's no actual rules for creating your own health potion. Well, actually, no, that's not true. There are rules for creating your own health potion. It is the same because potions are magic items. There's a downtime activity for crafting your own magic items within Xanathar's guide. So I think for a consumable, it typically takes about a fourth of the gold. And I don't know how many weeks. The amount of time it takes is dependent on the rarity, so I don't know a lot of that off the top of my head. But basically, if you craft your own, you have to get specific ingredients, but it is about half the gold cost, if I remember it right. And then if it's consumable, I believe it's half of that again. I could also be slightly mixing up those halves with the Artificer level 10 or level 10 feature. But it is cheaper. It is distinctly cheaper to craft them yourselves, but it takes a lot of time. And it encourages DMs to force them to have specific ingredients. I've seen a house rule where potions just heal the max possible value because it really sucks getting a low roll from something so expensive. That's very similar to brutal criticals. Like, it feels really weird to, like, roll a critical and then, like, roll really shit on all of the dice. Like, and so, like, the critical is, like, way lower than you would even get on, like, a normal roll. I've seen a lot of, there are quite a few house rules around that, either around, like, resource expenditure or around criticals, basically making it feel better to interact with those sorts of mechanics. I've also seen I've seen for potions specifically, roll double the dice and take half the value. So, you know, if a superior is 8d4, if a superior is 8d4, instead roll 16d4 and then halve the value and round up. So that it makes it more likely that you get a value closer to the average. It basically makes it less likely that you get those really, really shit low rolls. You can also add like one extra die and remove the lowest. There are some ways that you can fuck around with the dice to make the lower rolls less likely, but it really depends on your table. They're a very high roll table. They love rolling dice. I think it adds a lot of drama for them. So I think to a degree, even for the expensive investment, I think they want the chance that they get like a crazy low roll. Because to them, that is one of the things that drives the drama of the story. That's one of the things that drives the conflict, is the chance that even on a really high resource, type thing, they still have the chance of just getting bad luck, essentially, And Matt already has the homebrew where they can quaff it as a bonus action. So potions are already easier to engage with at Matt's table. Theoretically, if we take it on the whole, right, taking a potion, especially during combat, it requires the gold that you put into that potion and the action. Matt has essentially made potions cheaper to interact with because they only require a bonus action to quaff them instead of a full action. So basically, potions are cheaper across the board in terms of resource expenditure. And so with that and the drama of it potentially being low, I think that they probably wouldn't opt for that sort of rule. But it depends on what you're going for at your table. You can use the random value as a bonus action or just take the full for an action. That is a very strict buff, and it gives the players more control. That, I think that rule would fit really well at a table that doesn't like swinginess of dice, doesn't like skill crits. If your table isn't really a fan of skill crits, or if you are generally a lower rolling table, I think that rule would probably fit pretty well. The next D&D stuff they released, the part they released from the DM handbook about strongholds, talked about players having the option to grow ingredients for potions and such. So more downtime rules for it to come. Yeah, precisely. Because the Xanathar's rules, they don't require the DM to do this, but they encourage the DM for crafting magic items to make there be specific ingredients that the players have to acquire either through a quest or a merchant. So the big trade-off in crafting your own stuff versus buying it is time. Right, you have to get specific ingredients, which might require questing, it might require overcoming other obstacles, and more importantly, it will take a lot of time. But it will overall be much cheaper. So you're trading off one resource, time, for another resource, gold. It just depends on like which one you have more of at the moment.
Somewhere.
Oh,
We'll meet you at the pub.
I'll go with Scanlan and Grog.
I'm gonna go with a pub.
But to wrap back to Summer's comment, if you have a stronghold, you can invest gold to lower the time requirement, essentially. So it is investing resources now to get a return later, which is, I think, a good aspect of strongholds. Like, strongholds are supposed to be this thing that you invest into to get resources later as you build it up. And then it's like this, substantial store of wealth that, is a risk factor. Anyways. Big off tangent there.
As well.
Okay.
No, you need to
We'll be at the
I
Midnight
really
Breath
want to
pub.
see. I want
Alrighty.
to see. We need a map.
Oh, do you want a drink?
I think I want to take care of finding a map.
Okay, I'm still gonna go to the pub.
Yeah, I think you should.
you are,
Yes,
you bad,
definitely.
intimidating
Far away,
motherfucker.
okay.
good.
It was good.
No. Can you go to the Midnight
To the
Breath?
Abundant Terrace area.
Yep.
I'll see you in a
We
bit.
close?
Okay, are you coming to the pub?
No, I'm gonna help. No, I'll see you in a bit.
I'll take care of it. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Dagon is the owner.
Correct, yes. There's the 2 taverns you've been to. Is that in the Bellows Respite Inn, which is in the Braving Grounds? So yeah, you can go to either one of those.
Grog, would you rather go to the one near the Braving Grounds?
Sure.
Or this one?
It's up to you.
Don't start any fights. We have a dragon to kill.
Come on, shot caller, pick one.
Yeah, but whatever's closer.
We might have time for a fight.
Closer would technically be the Bellows Respite. That's also where the Crucible was, like
Let's
the one
go.
on the outside of it.
Better ale.
Totally.
All right.
Old stomping grounds, Grog.
Alright, so you guys go get drinks. Who's going?
Disagree.
If you guys are kind of shopping, if you're going to get,
I think Vex and I are going, and are you coming as well?
I was going to go back to how far are we from the Slayer's Take, and is there any other place in town that I personally would know of after being here for about 3 months to find a map?
you can go back and just ask the Slayer's Take. They have basic maps of the nearby countryside. So a lot of the contracts require you to travel, across this side of Alphansia. So yeah, you go back and you talk to Vanessa and you procure one of the maps that are usually supplied during
All
the
right,
mission.
and then I'm going to the bar to get a fucking drink.
Yes, you are.
All right, so most of them are drinking. Vex and Percival you guys are all heading actually in the same area to the Braving Grounds outside of the Trial Forge, since that's where the bar is, and that's also where Victor's little powder-covered hovel is.
Bring him out. Bring him out.
So, as you approach the same area, you can see that the building, same as it was before, other than it's missing half a roof. Where it appears
a bit low on powder.
It appears to be haphazardly covered with a series of boards that were just kind of nailed to keep things closed. But there is definitely, with the snow and the rain, it's probably not the best place to be staying or living.
I'm going to remove my coat, as I've learned.
Yes.
Do we have a trinket with us?
Yes, of course.
I'm going to put my coat on trinket for a moment, just to keep it clean.
A walking coat rack. That's what a trinket is.
See, that's not a good idea.
I'm trying to get the coat off.
Thank you, trinket. Hello?
I feed Trinket a
You
chocolate.
hear some rattling, some movement, and you hear the shattering of glass inside. You hear a
Victor, are you in there?
Just a moment! Suddenly the door whoosh slams open, and there before you see Victor, half covered in soot, has a big old thick pair of glasses on his face, one of which is cracked. You can see his chin now has this kind of puffed out, partially burnt and curled bit of a goatee at the very tip of his chin, and he kind of looks up at you with these giant eyes that are projected and magnified by his eyewear. And goes, "Can I help you?"
Yes, it's Percival. Do you remember me?
No!
Excellent. I was hoping to procure some black powder again. We made a deal last time. Yes. Do I have to? Okay.
Turns around and heads back inside.
I'm going to stand out here.
That's quite wise. Please keep my jacket clean.
So, as you enter, indeed, a good half of the roof is missing, and you can see now a lot of the things have been moved away because currently there is just a pile of burnt and destroyed wood splinters that are also soaked through, and there's a little bit of kind of mold and rot and mildew that is kind of gathered in that far corner as well from the weather.
I'm going to stand over here and fail to stay in character, okay?
You should roll for that. You're looking well.
Mostly. He turns around and you can see now what you failed to notice when you first noticed is that where once there was 5, there is now 3 fingers.
Oh! Yes! No, he has character progression.
What will he do? That's impressive.
Learn from my mistakes.
can learn 3 more times easily.
I can. 3 more.
He wanders off and starts rummaging through a bunch of stuff. He's kind of,
Victor, I was hoping you would have some black powder for sale.
I'm on it, hold on!
and he whips around with this this kind of metallic cylinder that is like very well sealed. He's like,
See, I learned from my mistakes.
That's very impressive.
and he walks very carefully, like very gingerly, placing it on the table.
Okay. Carefully.
He pulls out like a small torch.
Have to unseal the metal.
Let's not do that! And I make a quick, and I'm just going to try and bap the thing down as quickly as I can.
Okay, you smack it out of his hand.
I trust you implicitly.
He goes,
It's coffee. Powder.
I think you've had enough. I'll have I'm going to smell the coffee, and it's really coffee?
Yeah,
it's kind of coffee. That's,
Sorry, time to host. It's been a while since I've had a guest. What? Would you like some?
Just 1 spoonful will be quite.
And he goes over to a small kettle and begins straining it through, and he's kind of making some little coffee from the side.
So, real black powder. Wait! I do know you.
Yes.
You purchased before.
I have.
Return customer. Not many of those.
Not many. Have there been others?
He pours a couple of cups for you, pulls it over to you.
One. Months ago.
Really? Who would?
Nice woman. Long, good outfit, well dressed.
Excellent. She didn't happen to say where she was going, did she, by any chance?
No. Weeks, not months. Time, strange.
Weeks? Very good to know. Thank you, that's so helpful. Did you talk about anything else with this nice young woman at all?
No, she paid well.
I'm sure she did.
Kept her distance.
I'm sure she did as well. That's, I'm curious, how have your own experiments been going? Going well? Been, yeah. you should get that looked at some point. Three more.
Possible?
3.
Yes. So any black powder that you have, I would be happy to
Yes.
help you pay for a new roof, maybe.
Oh, I have to fix that.
You do. Money can help.
Explains the cold.
He just smears black right across the front of his face.
Doesn't it though?
It's like gelled in with whatever, mucus had been kind of captured in there as well. It's just a streak
Oh,
across.
that's not a mustache. That's so.
Turns around, comes back, and he has these. He's now keeping. Previously, he was just kind of out in the open. He's learned his lesson. He has these glass vials, well, similar to what they put potions into, brew potions, but now he's filling them with powder. And he brings out about 4 of them, and he goes,
This is as much as I will spare. I already sold a lot recently to the lady. And I have my own tinkering to do. But if you wish to buy these,
Yes.
I would be happy to sell.
That would be lovely.
Okay. Process of distilling, drying, preparing. 250 gold.
I think that's very fair.
Wondrous. Deal.
Vex,
Yes?
250 gold if you be so kind.
That much?
I'm going to make you something lovely.
I love you.
Well,
Hi.
Hi. I give the money to Percy to give to him.
and I hand it out. Victoria,
Would you like some coffee?
thank you. You're so kind. And if you would be so lovely as to not mention us to my friend if she should happen back.
50 gold.
Oh shit!
Tell you what, Victor.
Oh. Vex? Oh no. Okay. I don't think my opinion's going to change depending on how this scene bears out. So I'm going to stop typing and start talking. Shopping. Let's talk. I've been typing shit about it. I have this big fucking paragraph. I think that Matt is handling the shopping well currently. However, I do think that one-shot shopping and campaign shopping are kind of fundamentally different activities that are sort of at odds when you try to put them together. Because like one-shot shopping is typically, hey, at the start of this section, or at the start of this session, you have these resources. What would you like to buy from this list? Because you can't travel anywhere, you can't go and get shit. Like, you have very limited resources, but you also don't need to think about the future. So you are wanting to spend yourself essentially down to 0 unless you anticipate potentially needing gold later in that session. Whereas in a campaign, you are trying to find the best deal constantly because, like, as I've said in the past, D&D is a resource management game. So you are wanting to find, like, the specific thing you want. You're not just trying to find something that's, like, good enough. You're trying to find the specific ingredient you want, magic item you want, scroll you want. In a one-shot, you have what you have. You have what you have access to. But in a campaign, you want to hold back until you actually see your stuff. So, I think that trying to implement players shopping, like that aren't like guest players, right? Players shopping, they are going to want to only find the specific stuff that they want for the specific price that they want because they're carrying their gold forward. Whereas the guest players want to spend down all of their gold unless they're role-playing. You know? Unless they're like kind of like actively debuffing themselves to act like they want to save their gold. Because they have as much gold as Matt says they have. So I love these like scenes and how Matt is handling them. But I don't think they necessarily belong in this sort of like one-shot, guest shot environment. Especially because they lead towards people splitting off. So like when you're in a one-shot, everyone's probably going to like the same few stands. And so you can have those interactions like we had with the cart merchant. Because everyone has like the same pool of gold, essentially. And they're all just trying to figure out how to grab what they can to maximize that gold amount. Whereas long-term people, Percy's not just trying to spend an arbitrary amount of gold the best way he can. He wants something very specific. He only wants it from Victor. No one else needs anything from Victor. So while this Victor scene is awesome, because Victor's dope, and Matt is great at playing him, it is isolating down the guest players. It's isolating down the entire group. And that's fine. Like, we've talked about how Matt is great at highlighting people progressively. Like, not everyone's going to be taking center stage every episode. Sometimes Percy's going to split off to buy shit that no one else is interested in, and everyone just has to wait, because they know that they'll get their time eventually. Guest players won't get their time eventually. Guest players have their time right now. And that's not to say that, like, this is totally invalid within the context of a guest shot, but it is at odds. A lot of the factors of, like, campaign shopping are at odds with the factors of one-shot shopping, if that makes sense. I see your reasoning. I agree with your reasoning, and also you're wrong. Seems like these are goals in themselves. You can have this sort of scene without shopping. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just Matt's social prowess. This is just Matt being really, really good at the social pillar. The shopping is not related to how good these scenes are. These scenes are really, really good because they have really great and well-run PCs or NPCs that have something that the players want. The fact that they're shopping is sort of ancillary, you know? I've seen a player once say to a guest at the end of a session, "Can I have all your gold?" "No, but you're not real." Yeah. I mean, essentially. Because again, like, that's like part of like a one-shot is that as a one-shot player, you generally want to like spend down all of your gold. Because, yeah, you're not going to use it ever again. But the guests seem to be loving every moment of it, so how would you handle guests actively seeking this experience? Mary was the one that suggested Percy going to the Victor. The guest really wanted to see him aging. Sometimes it is very important to gauge what your players want. It is also important to recognize that sometimes players want things that are boring. Like, that maybe they don't have like a full now I'm not saying this is boring. Obviously, Matt's killing it. And I think that, I'll point out, I don't think that Mary Elizabeth says, "Hey, Percy, I really want to watch you go and haggle alone." I don't think that's what she's saying. She's saying, "I want to go and watch you talk to Victor." So this is separate from like Victor being the one. Like going and seeing Victor, totally cool. But I think in a lot of our games, if our NPC game isn't as good as Matt, most of the merchants aren't going to be as interesting as Victor. That's the goals part of this. Is like, this is sort of overriding the fact that it's shopping. It's that Mary Elizabeth is okay putting up with the fact that it's shopping because she just wants to watch Percy interact with Gilmore. So I think that is totally fair. Like, but you have to really think about what the players want. That's why Matt, like the majority of this scene is not them haggling back and forth. They haggled when they were all together trying to spend down resources. Percy doesn't haggle when he's talking to Victor because the shopping isn't the important part. The important part is talking to Victor. That's why Matt has the whole thing about the black coffee. Like, this is an NPC interaction with a very beloved NPC. That is what Matt is focusing on within this scene. He's considering it more of a social encounter. We also got a lore drop that probably Ripley, I mean, we don't know that it was actually Ripley, but probably Ripley is here. This, like, we don't even really have a good concept as an audience, and I don't know how the player's concept of it is, of like, how much gunpowder Percy even needs, you know, to like actually like make his bullets. I don't think the important part is him buying the gunpowder. It's an excuse to go and talk to Victor and have like a really fun social interaction. At least that's the way I see it. Shopping is the puzzle. Shopping can be a puzzle. NPCs have something PCs want. Stakes exist but are low. Process connected to known characteristics of several PCs. So, no, wouldn't have to be shopping, but shopping hits all of those in this case. Yes. This particular shopping hits all those in that case. Shopping broadly may not. So, like, I actually think that that's a really good thing to point out. The NPCs have something that the PCs want. That is almost always the case for one-shot shopping. That is not always the case for campaign shopping. Sometimes players will walk into a store and the NPC does not have anything that they want. You know what I'm saying? And that is the last time that they were in Vasselheim, that was sort of the situation that they were at. And the stakes exist but are low. Like, I definitely see that. The other thing about going to see Victor is that the stakes aren't actually low. If Kashaw runs in and threatens Victor, then the stakes are no longer low. You know, but I mean, that's partially like Kashaw has to, or not Kashaw, Will Friedle has to feel that out, you know. But this is shopping, but Percy got information also by doing so. Information he may not have gotten otherwise. Yeah, I agree, Raven. I think that's the more important part of this scene. You know, I think what you're talking about boils down to this being a poor time to have guests on. I think players are exploring the city and getting supplies is realistic and expected. Absolutely. This is not me talking shit on, I would call that campaign shopping. Exploring the city, getting to know NPCs, like, it just so, like, okay, I think that Mary Elizabeth would not have been into it if Percy was like, I want to go visit the blacksmith that's like right next to Victor's shop, or like very close. The last time they were in Vasselheim, Percy went and visited Victor, and then he went and visited a blacksmith right afterwards. I've totally forgotten the blacksmith's name. Maybe Simon? She wanted him to go and visit Victor. I don't think it would be good if he went and visited the blacksmith. Even though during a campaign shopping session, that makes total sense. So I think this just so happens to be shopping that is more of a like one-shot like lore drop type deal. or not even one shot, just like a lore drop and a social interaction with a very beloved figure, you know. So don't focus on the shopping here. The shopping is not the secret sauce. Yeah, absolutely. But shopping can sometimes be one example of a setting that might allow for these kind of interactions. Yeah. Because the other contributing factor here is that these guest PCs will want to shop. Oh shit, are we in an ad? I just saw the timer tick over. We're in an ad. Oh no. Okay, taking a quick break. We're in an ad. We'll and you know what? We'll put the conversation to bed there, because that's what I'm trying to have like the ads and the breaks do for me, is like cut me off when I've maybe gone too deep down the rabbit hole. But I do think that you make a really good point, AKL, and I'll have to think about that more later.
On the horizon of this forest path, you see a group of dark, cloaked figures slowly trudging towards you. What do you do?
My half-orc barbarian braces her great hammer, and that's a 1.
Critical fail. Steve, what do you do? Well, I believe in anticipation, my rogue would try and hide behind a tree. Okay, I rolled a 1. That's another critical fail. Tom, what does your human bard do? Active perception check. That's a natural 20. Let's fucking go.
I feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes. These motherfuckers mean to harm us, and they got to go, so come on, get them now. You picked the wrong day to fuck around with my tight crew. So skipping it, I can perceive you. Here's what we're gonna do. Me and my boys gonna mess you up.
I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1.
Fuck, my boys are otherwise engaged, so I'm gonna bring it on myself.
Hey, I forgot. You're supposed to tell me what I see, right? Yes, thank you. Let's just slow it all down a bit. So you notice that one of the hooded figures is a little shorter.
I cast Vicious Mockery. Nat 20, let's go.
You're a short motherfucker and nobody likes you.
Short!
Everybody says, how fucking short that guy is. And that stops you from forming meaningful relationships. And when you were born, everybody thought that you were just a head. But then the doctor said, wait, this stupid motherfucker tiny short ass baby got a tiny little itty bitty body and I hate it.
Your attack lands and absolutely shatters the mind of the cloaked figure. Perception check, please.
Nat 20, let's go.
You perceive the figure was so short because it was a child.
There's always a kid.
Specifically the child you've been looking for the last 15 days game time and 5 days of our actual lives.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'll be better. His body's just lying there, right? Right? Yes. Don't.
Loot that body, loot that body now. Loot that body, loot that motherfucker. Play my flute when I loot that dead kid's body.
Bitch!
And we're back. What's up? Okay. I think to put a bow on that conversation, because I was thinking about it over the break. I think what I am coming to the opinion of, at least, is that guest shot shopping should either be one-shot shopping which is essentially what I think the first segment was, even though it was a character from the campaign previously, or it should be mostly social character interaction with the guise of shopping. I think I feel good about that opinion. And I'm going to move on.
I don't think you want to tell her anything.
Make a persuasion roll.
All you need is a 5.
Oh, wait. 12.
Given the circumstances, it's a really low TC on this. So I'm glad this is the one you rolled 12 on. You're like, for you? I saw nothing.
I love you, darling.
And like quickly grabs like a glass of vial and kind of like put it in caps it up.
Keep it safe, dear.
Until we meet again, all of us, until we all meet again. Always a pleasure. Keep safe and
Stay certain.
keep safe.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye. Waves with his 3 fingers. I'm going again.
If I may.
Yeah.
Matt's able to scrunch up his face so much in the... I can't, like... I feel like he was somehow, like, moving his eyes closer together. I don't know how he did that. He's like... I can't... I feel like I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket in my head.
You're welcome, Internet.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Oh man.
All right.
Hire that fucking fool.
This is so cool.
So the rest of you find your way back at the Bellows Respite Inn with the rest of the party drinking.
Hey! How'd it go?
Wait. Okay.
Wow, you've been drinking.
Grog.
Yep.
Grog.
Yep.
First time I ever saw you.
Yep.
You were fighting the hammer? Who were you fighting?
Yep. Hammer.
You were fighting the hammer. So I went away and I made you a hammer. And I'm gonna give you the hammer.
You made me a hammer?
I did, that's what I do. I like to forge things.
I think it's
Really?
just a cocktail.
I do. So I made you a hammer.
Not very
That
much at
is
all.
amazing. I love hammers.
And I put my crest on it. It's a moon. It's the full moon.
You said she was lush.
Is it-
You didn't say she was
Is it like a moon hammer?
She's
has
a
a
lovely
thing for
moon hammer.
giants.
I
She
want
has
you
a
to
thing for
have it.
drinking,
We
apparently.
can have it.
Zora.
You should have it.
See, you
What
gotta
is it?
slow down.
No, never.
We
You
have
don't,
to catch up.
you don't have it now?
That's probably
Exactly.
more appropriate.
I'll get it before we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I go and I sit next to Kashar.
Keith,
What?
how many of those have you had?
What?
Less than 5?
2 or 3.
2, 3.
Enough to where it's fun.
It's blurry. You should join us. You all have to catch up. Come on. Come on.
Drink.
Life has been hard. Come on.
Come on, Bert.
As the barkeep comes by, human gentleman you recognized before is Once Lucky Ned, who had originally given you some information. The town comes by and puts the drinks down.
I thought it was you. Philip! It's good to see you.
No, it was Philip before, and now it's Grog.
Oh, he beat the name out of you.
Yeah,
That's
no,
hard.
no, that was the first time, and then I came back and won my vengeance, right? It was-
Right.
Yeah,
I want to be known as... Oh, I see.
Grog, yeah. Grog,
I got you.
Grog.
Grog the Philip is in town. Should anyone wish to take the title of the Crucible, this would be the one to talk to.
And he walks off.
That's right.
Whenever our faces turn. And go back
Is
to
Zara the
drinking.
only one that claps? Please tell me
Cozy.
Shut up, Cash.
I have missed you guys. I've never met you, but I've missed you guys.
I've missed you.
I think we need to catch up a bit.
She is
Vex,
snowball.
Vex, let's all have a toast to the inevitability of the universe. Please, a cheers.
Which one of us was that?
Vex and Vax.
Vex and Vax. We are having a toast to the
A
inevitability of the
toast?
cosmos.
We're toasting at a time like this.
We are.
Look, there's
Ah.
never
Is there a
not a good time to
Better
toast.
time to toast than when the world's gonna end.
We're
Exactly.
about
world-
to
the
lose
world is not
everything. We
going
might
to
as well
end yet.
celebrate what we've got.
I toast to celebrating the end of the world with the best friends
No,
I
here.
possibly have.
And us.
I
And
have
these
I have
guys.
something to say to this.
Percy,
What?
by all
I
means.
have something to say.
All right, come on,
Percy.
Percy, come on.
When one is born into gender.
Oh my god, of course. Holy shit, dude. This is such a great I've never thought about giving toasts being such a great opportunity to showcase character, just character traits in general, because it might legitimately surprise some of you to learn, I do not like giving toasts. I famously give very short toasts. I was just the best man at a wedding, and I had to give a speech, but I think the toast at the end of the speech was about 3 words. And if me and Paige are out like on a date night, we always toast, but it's like 3-word, 4-word toasts. And I don't know what trait I would say giving long toasts is related to, but it is connected to something. If you like giving long toasts versus short ones, it means something. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but it means something.
Entry 1 is born with an innate sense of destiny. An innate sense that the world is moving in a direction.
Fuck the dragons!
We have been given a direction to move to actually defeat our foes. We have been given a sign. We have been given something to move for. There is an inevitability to the goodness of the universe.
Inevitability.
I agree.
Cheers to
There is something to fight for,
Fuck
damn
the
it!
dragons!
Fuck the dragons.
Fuck the dragon!
They're fighting for something more than just money.
Inevitability.
I would rather
But
be
money
with
helps.
you all than the finest people in the world.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers to that.
Yes,
The strong ones
inevitability.
are not the finest.
Yes,
When you
cheers.
find them, let us know.
I agree with you, the inevitability.
It means you like what you have to say? Yeah, I guess. I think it's the more I think about it, I think it's kind of part of maybe it's indicative of like leadership. I don't know. I honestly don't really get toast. They always feel so awkward. To me, toasts, a lot of times, I have found, oh, thank you, Maloney. Welcome. Thank you for the sub. A lot of times that I've given toasts or that I've been around toasts, it is within the context of drinking. And a lot of times it's like right before a shot. Like the Malort shot. Someone gave like a small little toast. And I consider it connected. It is an act of togetherness. So I think the best toasts tell us why we're connected and serve to further connect us. So, like, fuck the dragons. Great toast, honestly. And Talison's thing of, like, the innate goodness of the universe. I think one of them is a better toast than the other. I honestly think Scanlan's is better. Because I actually think that Scanlan speaks to the deeper truth of what connects everyone in the bar or everyone who's listening. And I think that is the point of toasts. Because you are asking everyone to listen to you, to raise the glass, and then to drink together. It is a ritual that, everyone is doing all at the same time. So there's like an implicit connectedness, right, already. And so I think I'm thinking through this as I'm saying it. I think that's the point of the words, and that's what the words should speak to, is the reasons that we're connected, the reasons that we're here doing this thing right now. Now, whether or not you like to give long or short ones, I don't know. I think it's very telling that Scanlan gives a short one and Percy gives a long one. Again, I think that means something, because Scanlan also likes hearing himself talk. But a toast is a very specific thing. And this does tell me something about them, but I can't put my finger on it. Like exactly what it means, But it does mean something. I feel that in my jellies. In this kind of classic fantasy setting, there tends to be a lot of carousing and quaffing and whatnot. Lots of opportunities. Yeah, true. In all fairness, I don't get drinking either, hence where the awkwardness comes from for me. Very fair. I think you can still toast with other liquids. I just think that drinking, and especially the types of situations where like toasts come up, is again when you're doing a ritual together that is supposed to represent connectedness. Like doing a shot of disgusting liquor. Where, people don't do a shot of disgusting liquor because they like it and because they're masochists. They take it because we're all experiencing the bad thing together. It bonds us. And I think that toasts live in a similar vein, Bad luck to toast with water? Fuck luck. Luck doesn't exist. I believe that in my bones. Bad luck doesn't exist. That's why I don't. So that is if we're talking about like core beliefs that maybe we would write down on like a character sheet, luck doesn't exist. Fate doesn't exist. I believe those two things. If we're talking about megaphone man beliefs. So I'll toast with water all day long. I'll walk under ladders. I'll shatter those mirrors. I don't give a shit. Does Scanlan often wax lyrical? He's normally more straightforward in my head. Percy is much more verbose. That is true. You know what? You make a good point. Scanlan does like being the center of attention, but he is more direct and straightforward. I think you're right. And Percy definitely is more verbose. Those are very interesting qualities. You're totally right, though. I think you're spot on. Interesting thing to think through if you're like creating your character about like how verbose are you? That's not typically a character trait that I think of when I'm creating my new characters, of like how direct are they versus how like windy on the path are they? It's also especially interesting because I am typically very windy. I am typically very talkative and verbose, but to me, when everyone is looking at me, short, to the point. I don't know. It's an interesting bit. Calling it a ritual makes it sound like it's more than it is, or a hag is in control of it. Nah, it's a ritual like church on the weekends is a ritual, you know? Well, I guess people who go to church on the weekends do think that there's more to it than that. Huh. Like if you and your buddies that watch sports, I don't know if this is accurate or not. I don't really watch sports. But if you have like a certain like good luck ritual that you do, like, you know, everyone has to like stand at certain times and like, you know, fucking pound the table, whatever. That's like a thing with sports people, I think. You know, it's like good luck things. I consider those rituals as well. I consider like a ritual something that doesn't have meaning inherently, but has meaning because we as humans give it meaning. That's what I consider a ritual, you know? Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting like very like esoteric and out there, and I don't even know if I'm making sense to myself. But anyways, you windy now. A sober toast that leads to boost for others, but when a super drunk person gives a toast, it just gives me the ick. Oh, me too. I mean, people being I am a very happy, very well, that's not always true. But I also get the ick when people like go insane the moment they get drunk. I act. This is how I am. I am an attracting person depending on the context, but I'm like that sober or drunk. So I do sometimes grab attention. But yeah, I do not like the super drunk toast also give me the ick. I did not even really start drinking the day that I was the best man until all of the rituals were complete. Like, we had, like, one drink at brunch. Because, you know, I was with them the entire day before the wedding. We had, like, one drink before brunch. And then, like, one drink in the hotel room. And then did the whole thing. And then after we were done eating, that's when I started drinking. Because I feel like if you still have, like, responsibilities, I don't know. That's not really my vibe. To get, like, super drunk while I still have responsibilities to do. And if things are going well in sports, we just sit exactly as we are and never move. Cheers to those who wish us well, and those who don't can go to hell. Fuck yeah, I like that. Chants and rallies like fly, Eagles fly, or hey, batter, batter. Yeah. Hey, batter, batter is kind of a ritual. The 7th inning stretch in general is kind of a ritual. The hot dog race, or no, the condiment race. That's a very American reference, I think. When I drink, I become extra aware of everything I do and become more deliberate about what I'm doing. I get very lovey. I'm a very lovey drunk. I just cry and tell people how much I like them. It's awesome. It's great. I guess my conclusion here is art to both being verbose and succinct. Yeah, there's definitely artistry in both of them. I agree. Anyways.
Of the universe.
There's an
The
inevitability.
problem is the inevitability is that it's always shit.
There's stones
Kashaw!
thrown into the river. There's
That
stones
is
and
such
stone
a
upon the
terrible
river,
way to
but
look
the
at
river
things.
always moves.
It's true, but you're not talking about the fish that's killed
Gotta
by the
go
stone.
up and find the body.
No, that rots.
Yeah.
We're the fish.
Once looking at his
And see, actually, this is why I think that, and again, this isn't a knock on Taliesin. This is, I guess, a knock on Percy, like earlier. I think that's why Percy's speech is worse, is because people in the room, there are certainly people in the room that do not believe in the innate goodness of the world, especially when you connect your nobleman background to it. Which is why I think that Scanlan's toast is much better in fiction, but also I think that that is at least somewhat purposeful on Taliesin's part. Good character work all around.
More like push-off.
There he is.
Fascinated yet scared to know what a condiment race is supposed to be? Dude, okay, this is a big side tangent, but fuck it, it's my stream. Condiment race baseball. I don't know what it's actually called. Condiment costume race, mascot race, I guess? Yeah. The Cleveland Indians tribe hot dog racing mascots. So basically, during, I don't know if it's all football games, or not football, sorry. I don't know if it's all baseball games, but like, at least all the baseball games I've ever been to, they have done a condiment race where mustard, ketchup, and relish all dress up in these like hot dog outfits. And they'll like have it on the scoreboard who's like in the lead, and you'll just hear the fucking crowd just going crazy like, come on, Mustard! Mustard, get your ass in gear! Or like, Relish, come on! And it was always a thing with my friend group, is like my friend group are not gamblers, not bettors, not like sports bettors at all. I've never known us to bet on anything except for the condiment race. We always had like a $5 on who was which of the condiments were going to win. The condiment race is awesome. It's the best part of baseball. Minor League is even more insane. Oh yeah, Minor League's awesome. There's the Kansas City team's the T-Bones. T-Bones games are dope. T-Bones games are very cool. I'm not like into sports, but I'll go and watch a game and have fun. American sports culture? Dude, I don't even want to hear it from soccer countries. Soccer goes crazy. I don't even want to hear it. Like, yeah, our sports culture is different and weird, but soccer's got its own plethora of weird shit. or sorry, football. I'm an American. I've never heard of this in my life. Seriously, Valkyrie? Maybe it's because for the majority of growing up, our football team sucked. And we didn't have a soccer team in KC. So like the Royals were the only thing to cheer for. So I'm much more familiar with like baseball shit than like football, American football or soccer or anything. Every crowd section is assigned a condiment, and occasionally they give out swag. Yeah. In hockey, we throw hats on the ice sometimes. I do love a good hockey game. I'm very excited that I live in Chicago now and actually have a hockey team to cheer for, because I think hockey's super fun. Sports culture everywhere is its own thing. Oh yeah. I've heard of the Savannah Bananas, but I don't even know. I don't even know the lore on the Savannah Bananas. I've just heard about it as like a thing. I don't even understand European sports culture, and this is far beyond me. Football is a way of life. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Yeah. In Coors Field, a dentist sponsored this, and it was like a toothpaste and floss or something that run. Advertising sucks all the fun out of everything. Although that's still pretty fun. I grew up going to Cubs games, and to this day, I love them. Yeah. I'm not really into sports in general, but I like going to games. Like, if someone's like, hey, you want to go to a football game with me? I'm like, oh, sure. Like, I will say it depends on if I have to pay for it. Because in college, I never went to like collegiate, like sport, like college sports games that like most of my friends were pretty into. Or at least a segment of my friends were pretty into, because I would have had to pay for the fucking thing. So I'm not going to pay to go to a sports game. But if someone's like, yo, I got Royals tickets or I got Cubs tickets, you wanna like come through, I'm down. I'm so down. Sounds like a great way to spend the evening if I don't have to pay for it. If it's free, you know? I'm so down. Anyways, this is so off topic. I gotta get back to it.
So remember, right, it's just grog. It's not like grog the Philip. It's just grog.
Oh, Scampish.
Right.
I apologize.
No, it's all right. It's okay. So, does Earthbreaker Gru, does he ever come in here? Big guy, muscly, long
Oh, I
arms.
know of him, but he doesn't come in and drink now. Spends most of his days over there in that big Fireforge temple of cool.
Ice cream.
He never comes out.
When he wanders the city on occasion, but he's one of them, how do I put it? Meditative types.
Meditative.
Yes.
I heard ice cream.
Spends a lot of time thinking. Sleeping while standing up. It's weird.
Well, I don't understand. How do you do that?
I have to ask him.
Meditative.
Yes.
Meeting of the minds.
All right.
Feeding of the mind.
I mean, does he like... All right. Thank
Oh, I never talked to him.
Is anybody here, like, in the room right now behind me? Are they go, like, present at the trial forge very often? That don't be so obvious.
No clue.
All right. And I'll flip him a silver.
That's like half a penny.
No, that's still copper.
That'll buy you
We're
a
just
stick of
talking.
gum.
All right.
What is it, like noon right now?
Yeah, it's like day drinking.
Well, no. It's probably about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Cash and I just got back from the freaking, and it's time to drinking.
You haven't even eaten yet.
True. I lost a fourth of my civilization.
That is funny. That is funny.
That went dark.
I raised the bottom of Keyleth's glass and just keep
It's always good to drink your clothes away.
Should we
cleaning
find
my coat from last time.
Should we find Kima next, or should we spend the day here?
Oh, that's right. We still had work to
Well,
do.
we do have some very inebriated.
Yeah, I think we've accidentally got
I
him
could
ship-based.
just walk and not do
So
anything.
maybe
Yeah, no, she can manage.
Maybe if we hang here long
Sober up
enough,
very quickly, actually.
Kima will show up.
No, we're drunk. Here's what we should do.
I'm not drunk.
You ready?
I'm not.
Everybody
That's
else.
drunk either.
We should go watch Grog fight.
What?
What?
There are dragons in the world right now, and we're fighting? We're going to watch a
We need,
fight?
listen to me. We need Kima with us, but Kima doesn't have time for fucking drunkards, and you might not be, but some of us are a little drunk.
Yeah.
So while that is going on, we
Bro. It's so... I don't mean to keep hammering the point, but do you see what I mean by they don't feel like there's really like a timer on them? Like they don't really feel like much is time sensitive. They're day drinking. I mean, to a degree. Again, I don't think this is like bad character work or like bad of what's happening. Of like Keyleth sort of embodied, I think, the general position of the group of like, ha, fourth of my civilization is dead. Whoop. Like,
Wednesday, right?
they are embodying the hopelessness more than anything. And they're just plodding along because they have to. They're used to it. You know, like they are heroes, but they don't actually believe that there's much they can do. So they're not really, and they don't feel like there's a timeline on which they have to do it. So they're fucking getting day drunk because they're so hopeless. Kima of all people could handle them drunk. I disagree. Kima would love drunkers and she would be insulted they got drunk without her. Would she? Bro, this is like when people talk about Fun Pike, and I'm like, man, I have not seen Fun Pike. I've no, like, in my brain, Kima is like a violence-obsessed, lawful, stupid kind of very, very much like a know-it-all do-gooder. And so it's like, from my perspective, I think Vax is absolutely right. Of like, I see absolute, like, I think that Kima would like in my head, Kima gives them a lecture for getting day drunk. But again, this sort of goes towards, the whole Pike thing of like, people are like, oh, Pike is a chaos goblin. And I'm like, really? I have not seen that. But, it could be coming later. Maybe I've misread Kima after spending so long thinking that she's the enemy. But nothing to me about Kima has screamed fun at this point. Or even patient, really. Like, kind of neither of those things. In fact, everything I experienced with her in the Underdark is pretty much the opposite of patience. When they were still debating whether or not they were going to go and get her shit, she just, like, left. She was just like, well, I'm going to get my armor with or without you guys. So, if you have to keep me alive, better follow. So that person, I do not expect to be, like, super patient and like, accepting of day drinkers. You know what I'm feeling? To be fair, their city got destroyed. They've had to take care of a bunch of civilians, and they found out it might be a long road to overcome this. No instant fix. No, and that's what I'm saying, Sputnik. This hopeless reaction, I think, is absolutely justified. I completely agree with their reasoning of not following what Vex is saying. Like, Vex is saying, there are dragons in the world. We need to resolve this. I don't want to say she's being an audience surrogate, but she is embodying we need to go and like fix this. And the rest of them are like, why? That's more what I'm hitting on. I do think their reaction is absolutely justified. Specifically given, like, I don't even think it's like a morally gray reaction. I think that if they had a timer and they were wasting time getting day drunk, that's a morally gray thing. Of like, yeah, they're justified in like being sad, but they are wasting time and they're not justified in wasting all of that time, because the more time they waste, the more people die. But at this point, all of the murder and killing is probably done. And no matter how fast they do anything, they're not going to be able to stop it in any reasonable time frame. And so to them, it's like, well, why are we going to rush? Let's mourn. Let's be sad for a little bit. I think that's a totally justified reaction. So I just really want to highlight here, like, that is the sort... Draconia can't fall twice. Precisely, Turtix. Precisely. Draconia can't fall twice. Gilmore didn't die. Like, the consequences are not there. I guess my question is, do you think there should be a timer? I think I prefer this myself. Ooh. I think it's a preference thing. I very much, I can see, I don't even know which one I would prefer. And I think it's very valid to prefer this over the alternative. I think that there is something to be said for, like, there is a, also we're about 15 minutes out from ending. I think that the final time code is 146 and we're at 132. So I think that there is something to be said for, I think that there's a certain amount of drama and built, like, there's a certain amount of drama that is very unique to having to do things while you are under immense amount of stress. Right? There is, like, while, oh God, I know there's a Lord of the Rings reference here to make, but I don't know Lord of the Rings well enough. But there is, like, it's kind of the fallen comrade, or like battlefield burial sort of drama, where there is a very compelling narrative and story to be had for something horrific just happened, But if we don't go fast, more horrific things will happen. So we have to stuff down our feelings, and that will come out later, and we get snappier. It's basically the thing that the One Ring in Lord of the Rings is meant to represent, like that building tension. And by allowing them time to process, I'm not saying you're not going to be able to have that tension, but I think it will be less accessible. But you also get to really cement this hopeless feeling so that when they do actually get hope, when they do actually find something where they're like, holy shit, we might actually be able to do this, it hits that much harder because you have let them sink into this feeling of hopelessness. So I think that there is, by letting them get lower, you make the rise that much more steep and that much more like meaningful. But you are eliminating a very particular and very compelling type of drama of we have to battle through our feelings in order to save more people. And that tension building within the party can lead to some very fun, dramatic moments. Between two players, like essentially snapping at each other because they haven't been able to process. Like that line that Keyleth just said there is awkward. And sorry, I don't want to say that Marisha is being awkward or like bringing down the table. That is very obviously an awkward moment at the table and sinks them all back into this degree of helplessness. But if she wouldn't have gotten the chance to process it here, where there are no stakes and no threats, that might have come out during an argument later on with another PC, where they start yelling at each other and Marisha is like, a fourth of my civilization died, don't you understand? Right? We can't really get that now, or at least if we do get it, it'll feel less impactful. But her delivering it here enhances the hopelessness. So there's a lot of like factors there. I don't think that Matt's running it poorly by any stretch. But it is like, it's sort of like what I was talking about with Turtix earlier of like the health potion homebrew. Of like, I think that'll work for certain tables, and I think that this works for certain tables. And I think it really depends on like what type of story you want to tell. I think there's also a thing where having consistent time stress on the party can lead to burnout. It certainly can. You don't want players to actually be, well, you do want them to actually be stressed, but too much stress will make them not want to engage with the game. Like a certain amount, like I think like a good layer of stress is something like nobody, or keep talking or nobody explodes, right? Great amount of stress. But you don't want to play keep talking or no one explodes every single session for, weeks and weeks and weeks. That's a really cool level of stress to access. You want to access that sometimes at your table. But you don't want that to be every session because that absolutely leads to burnout. So there's a real fine balancing act depending. I think for Matt's table, they're very high drama, very, very significant highs and lows. And so I think that this is good. He's letting them sink down into the hopelessness. I think that the thing that I was describing of like, the tension along the road, along the journey, would maybe fit in a more like gritty, maybe darker sort of campaign where like the constant stress of adventuring is more of a factor. So I think it really depends on what types of stories you're wanting to tell. Actually, I disagree with myself. If there were no guests, I would prefer this. With guests, it feels a bit wasted. There is a whole separate conversation about how to spend guest time, but yeah. That's maybe a rabbit hole I don't want to dive down, but it's a good point. It's a good point that should be considered. The players may also need a quick breather from tense action to enjoy tense action again, but shouldn't have come during an episode with guests. And I mean, when we're talking about, tense action, I think that there is an amount of tense action where, like, the beginning of the Chroma Conclave arc, isn't keep talking or no one explodes. It's not that kind of stress because it's a cutscene. Like, Vox Machina didn't have anything that they could do to stop it. It wasn't a puzzle. It was just something that they had to survive. And they were going to survive. Unless they made like really stupid choices. But they, you can pretty much be assured that they probably won't. And so that's a very different type of stress from like you're in a room and the water level is rising and you have to figure out a way out. Right? Very different types of stress. And both are applicable and you want to access both and you want to be sparing on both. But yeah, I don't know. Stress feels wrong for one of those, but I can't determine which. The characters need time to process, but so do the players. Yeah, true. A lot will be going through their heads, but with a faster pace, it can be harder to find the time to RP it out. Yes, absolutely. I think with a faster pace, you want to provide them less long stretches of RP time and more like, hey, everyone's going to bed. Do you have a quick conversation before you go to bed? And like that's where arguments get hashed out over the fire about what they're doing next. But there's always this looming time pressure in the back. So the analysis paralysis goes from being like a low-key discussion where they're all pretty sad the whole time to a very tense thing of even while we're talking about this, we're wasting time. We need to figure this out. Kind of like the skull discussion. Like that sort of tension of the skull discussion, that's sort of the tension that I'm referring to when I'm talking about like this, building kind of fallen comrade type tension and type stress. Keep talking and nobody explodes, not or. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Could be a good sequel. Yeah, true. We don't know if there's a timer. For all we know, the dragons are now returning from Draconia, and we have no clue what they'll do next. Well, yes. That I wouldn't really consider that a timer. There is, to me at least, there's a difference between the world just progressing and a time. Like, I'm trying to think of how to explain this, or how to explain my own mentality on it. I shouldn't say this like explain this like it's objective concept, but explain how I think about it. When I refer to a timer, I am referring to more of a like sort of game mechanic where the players are aware of something. So like, for example, I don't really consider the Briarwood ritual to be a timer because the players were only sort of vaguely aware of it until they had already thwarted it. But if Matt had told them the Briarwoods' ritual is whatever they're doing is going to be done on Winter's Crest, that's a timer. Because now every long rest that the players take is ticking down that timer. And they know it's ticking down that timer. But if the players aren't aware of it, it's fair that, it's maybe like a hidden timer that maybe they could discover. So maybe I should be more specific that there are no visible timers. There are no timers that the players are like distinctly aware of. That's a good clarification because there could absolutely be stuff happening behind the scenes that like every long rest, the dragons progress on their plans. But we have no idea about that. The players don't have any idea about that. So to them, there are no visible timers, so there's no real push. There's no real drive to get things done quickly. No audio on Twitch? What? God damn it. See you later, Valk. Timer like 2 weeks until the coronation. Sure, yeah. I think Matt got better at single session timers as the campaigns go along. They're hard. They're not the easiest thing in the world because like balancing like them being quick versus them being smooth is difficult. And again, he might not want there to be a timer. He might want them to sink down into their hopelessness real fucking deep so that the rise back up is that much more stark and apparent. So, like, no timers here might be the point. It's up to you. It's up to the kind of story you want to tell and the kind of emotional beats you want to hit as a DM.
And while that...
Does the length of the planned storyline come into it? It could. I think it's more about the type of story and, like, the type of emotional beats you want to hit. But length can absolutely come into that. One thing Matt is very great at is making the world move even when the players are not there. Yeah. Like Victor missing fingers. The world is always progressing around the players. So I think when the world is constantly progressing, like, they know that in the back of their head. They're like, yeah, the dragons are going to do something. But because they can't perceive it, they don't know what sort of timeline they're on, I wouldn't call it a timer. But Matt is good about making sure that things are constantly progressing. Eskel's in Whitestone. Like, Matt is very good about those sorts of things. Yeah.
That day is going on. We watched Grog pummel some person's face in.
Plus, when I was a little girl, we used to be taught that if you were ever lost in the forest, to just stay and hug a tree.
Think about it.
Hug him,
And someone
Keyleth.
will come and find you.
I like
Okay?
this plan.
So if we stay in one place,
Good plan.
this ale
Yes.
is like our tree. Okay? We just hug the ale, and Kima will show up. That's my theory.
While this is happening, Vex, you glance over her shoulder to the entryway to this bar, and you see stepping in a familiar, burly-looking half-orc gentleman.
Damn it, I was hoping it was Kima.
No,
That would've been
He-
hilarious.
No.
He walks in, like wiping his hands from dirt in the mines. Stops, looks over at your table, slowly backs out of the tavern, and steps back out into the thoroughfare.
Hey, look at that guy who went out the door. He looked like the guy you fought in that ring.
Really?
That guy, yeah. Go get over. Do it again.
Hold on a second. I'll run out the door. I'll just run after him, just out the door.
Yeah.
half expecting
Make a perception check.
Oh, come on, Grog.
Sorry for me. 18.
18. You step out into the front of the tavern, and immediately to your left, you see him ducking into the alleyway by.
Wait! Kern! Kern! I'll take off running after him.
Okay, you turn around the corner and you see him. His back is against the wall, and he has like sweat dripping down his brow, and he's like, as soon as he sees you, he goes,
funny anymore.
Hi. Hey. Funny seeing you here.
I run up behind Grog.
Yeah. Things been good.
At this point,
You guys date?
Awkward date ever. I was just saying.
Thank you for the 3 months, Mustang. I know, it's crazy that it's already been 3 months. Time flies. Since I got memberships, I guess.
he looks down and picks up. Someone goes, still a little sore.
Right? Yeah.
How about you?
Now, when I chew, my jaw goes to one side. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys all right then? Everything's fine?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go. Grab a drink.
So I meant to ask you, that like big, muscly, long, stringy, white-haired guy that was watching our last fight.
Yeah, the Earthbreaker.
Yeah, who is he to you?
I mean, I've seen him around. Haven't really. I think I did talk to him once. I'll level with you. I went to him for a little trading after. Says I'm a little too angry to pursue his path.
Angry?
I got a lot of pent-up rage the way I was raised.
Family issues? Tell me
Telling
about
me.
it. Yeah.
I mean, half my folks are bloodthirsty, wandering barbarians in the northern wastes.
No way.
Yeah. What, you think being half-orcs great? No, it's bullshit.
Oh no, you think Goliath is any better? It's the same fucking thing.
At least you're made for this weather. It's cold out here as well.
That's true, it is fucking cold.
Yeah, it
I
is.
can only imagine. I'm really sorry I took your lip off, by the way.
Sorry I took yours off too.
That's true. We might heal better.
Yeah.
Hey, so, when you trained with him, because you were doing all that, like, yoga, Pilates stuff, did it help you out? Like,
well, obviously not really.
what did he
Lol. Oh no, Twitch is still having troubles. I do see that I dropped like 90 frames. God. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate all of the reports. I think we probably don't need any more reports about like, shit dropping out. Unless I'm in the middle of like saying something, but also I can kind of see when shit drops out. God, it sucks. I'm gonna have to call somebody.
ask in exchange for, the tutorial?
He didn't ask for any pay. He just,
Yeah, we are close to the end. Yeah. We're at 136, and this goes until I think like 142. No, 146. So 10 more minutes.
Oh God, what do you have?
No way.
He told me I had to
Pretty good.
had to help someone.
Had to help someone.
Had to test someone. He still hasn't given me the proper details yet and hasn't called in the dead, but he told me one day I was to help him test someone. And he trained me.
Like, in that trial forge, are there like more of him? Like a bunch of big, jacked out guys in there?
Not as big as him, no. But there's plenty of others that train under him. All sorts of warriors. Weapons of all kinds. It's Cord!
He looks over and you see in the distance the giant statue of Cord that sits atop the trial forge. He looks over and he kind of, with a look of reverence, gives a nod, and you can see that this man, well, a glimmer of faith in his eyes. He himself probably a follower of Cord as well. He just goes,
He's a great man. I'm, of not the right temperament, it seems. But that's fine. He's getting along okay.
Right, I won't take up too much more of your time, but if I could ask you one last thing. Like, aside from the Slayer's Take and the Trial Forge, if you had to find men-at-arms, men to attack a very large foe, possibly quite dangerous, where would you go?
Probably the Platinum Sanctuary. Between them and the Trial Forge, that's most of the actual army. And most of it's Trial Forge. It's part of what the Braving Grounds are about. They train the armies here. That's where they breed warriors.
Yeah.
Most of the bastions that look over the city are trained here, so it's, those are my best bets, at least. Not much of a political man.
Well, it's been good seeing you. No one hit quite as hard as you did.
You too. The medal was a joke. I was in a sore place. Literally. A very, very sore place. Just wanted to apologize for that. I should go. I'm gonna...
and he starts walking past you out into the main street.
Kern, poured strength to you, my friend.
Doesn't even look back, he just goes,
you too! And just keeps walking.
Wow. I'll go back to the tavern.
Okay.
Did you kill him, Grog?
Yep, there's like pieces of them all over the alley.
That's my boy.
Yeah, I like left nothing to find. It's great.
All right.
How? I walked out and they were making out.
Shut up! It is not what we were doing.
Just mugging down in the alleyway.
Grog! I didn't know you swung that
It was
way.
interesting.
Swung what way?
Toward... Never mind.
Swing your axe.
Swing your axe, swing away.
Having a look at coffee.
Yeah.
Cool, come on your way.
No man's, goes straight on. This is a little bit to the left, a little bit of...
Some men go straight
I go sit down next to Cash.
I sit down next to the other side of Cash in between him and Keeling.
I'm going to sit and watch right next to you.
All right.
I'm going to try not to throw.
Another drink!
How about Keeling? Not another drink.
What?
How about you have some water, dear?
It's been a long few weeks.
Come here, Keyleth, darling. We'll get some coffee.
No coffee, thank you.
Excuse me, if I may. All I want to say to you is that you are a very impressive man in many ways. You are handsome and capable.
Your eyes are two different colours, which is very interesting.
That's a little creepy, but other than that, you are very capable. First of all, I'm having trouble focusing, so if you could stop talking behind Cash.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Is he hitting on me? What's happening?
No. There's only one man for me.
What?
It's right over here.
All I'm saying is,
What man is
we
that?
could use your help. All right. I know you are a bit of a mercenary, but you are a very capable man, and there is a lot at stake. There is a lot at stake. There are dragons that killed. I'm not going to get into it, but I just implore you to look past yourself and please try to think of the greater world. I'm an admirer.
You've said several times that you're an admirer of mine.
Yeah.
That's very sweet.
Also, one last thing. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to talk about that. And then I wander off into the other side of the room.
I have literally no idea what just happened.
He's a complicated man. He goes to dark places.
Keyleth?
Keshaw,
Dark in this closet.
What? Maybe you should go see what is going on.
I was talking to Zara.
What? My brother. Maybe you should go find out what's happening with my brother.
How do you get this closet door open? I can't get back
He's
out of
stuck in
here.
a closet.
Drunk Vax, Shrunk Vax. Yeah, no. I think Shrunk was what you meant to say, right? We know, Sam, but what about the character? So I will say, to sort of combine two things that we've been talking about, the timers and the guest PCs and like the shopping and the social interactions and all of that. I think that if this is all the session was, I think this is already kind of outstayed its welcome. This like kind of social bantering with one member of Vox Machina at a time of like Percy went and talked to someone and then Grog went and talked to somebody. And then like, you know, I think you can have one with a fan favorite Victor. And like, I don't mind Kern coming in, but I think we've sort of hit our limit. Because if we keep doing this, yes, to a certain degree, like, the guest PCs are like watching and they're, you know, they're basically more of audience members because they don't have any equivalent to Victor or Kern. Kern? Is that his name? Yeah, Kern. So they're going to be just kind of watching for a while, you know, interacting where they can. And I'm sure that they're having fun, but are they playing D&D? And are they having the most fun that they could have? I don't know. To that end, Vox Machina is very good at talking and like fucking around, and they have really good role play, right? And that is what they're doing. They're role playing. They're trying to like slowly gather information. Like Vox Machina would much rather slowly and elaborately talk to an NPC to like tease information out than like directly ask them. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think that's one of the things that people love about this is their role playing. They're playing improv with dice, which is what they came there to do. Yeah. It depends. And we don't know what the guest players want out of this. But I think fuck around and talk to Vasselheim citizens is maybe like lower on the totem pole, right? Like we love watching it because we're audience members, like we're critters, like. But I don't know how into the show Mary and Will are, but I think it's a very distinct possibility that like, you know, they wanted to like come and like play D&D with their friends. And so, but I don't want to speculate. I will say, if I had someone come in with the expectation of playing D&D, I don't know that that's quite what we're achieving here. We're talking to a lot of NPCs. There are occasional dice rolls, but like we're not using resources. We're like barely progressing the story. We're progressing the story very, very, very slowly, but not even in a way that the guest players are like intimately involved with, right? To me, they feel more like audience members here because they can't have like really distinct impacts on the relationship with Victor or Kern or what have you. So this feels not really like anything that's directed at them. And at that point, why have them there? Like they could just be like offset watching. Like, I think maybe that's the thing is like, it doesn't feel like there would be a hugely distinct difference between them being offset watching versus them being on set. They've only rolled a few dice, you know? The part I agree with, as usual, is don't count on this specific approach working out this well at other tables. I would also argue that we don't actually know how well it's working. Like, I don't want to be like a negative Nancy. It's super speculative. But there is a certain amount of pressure for these two to act like they are enjoying it more than they are. So I don't think we can really take their reaction as evidence to if this strategy is good or not. It certainly could work. If your guest player is super into the social pillar, and that's the main reason that they play D&D, this could absolutely work. I would maybe come up with more excuses to get them involved, but if they're not interested in anything else, this could work. Ooh, are we in an ad? We're in an ad in 16 seconds. Yeah. And start playing on their own private long-term game pretty quickly after their debut in CR. Not sure how much Will does though. Pretty sure at least Mary loves to watch CR. Yeah. Yeah. I think overall, definitely don't count on this working. Because I think this works partially. We don't actually know if it works. It partially might work just because of who these two are, which is not going to be representative of everyone. And I forgot the last one. I forgot the last one, and we're in an ad. So I'm going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we will finish the episode. I'm sure. Right. We'll probably finish the episode. See you in a second. Ba, 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 ba. What up? What up? One more ad break. Yeah, you think? No, we won't. Also, I'm not gonna do notes afterward. We can do notes on Friday, but I'm just gonna bop after this, after we finish. So yeah, we'll do like the whole notes talk on like Friday. Anyways,
It's all right. Girl talk. So, Keyleth.
What?
I heard a little. I wasn't sure, and then I saw you, and I thought, oh, all right. Well, yeah, all right. So, what? With the what?
I literally never even had this experience in high school. What's wrong with me?
Come on.
I don't know how to react to any of this.
High school.
Keyleth, you and Cash.
She's talking about you kissing Cash.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You told me a little bit.
Funny. Did you mention that? Yeah,
Wasn't he a first kiss?
Do you like
Isn't
him?
that so wonderful?
I know it's wonderful. Do you like him?
Okay.
when you kissed Cash, by my recollection, when Cash kissed you, but won't bring that up. Won't bring that up as I bring it up. I'm a tea YouTuber now.
I'm kind of new to all of this. I don't really know what's going on.
What to talking? You're doing very well.
Thank you. I'm new to that as well.
No.
I'll give you a helpful hint.
Okay, yes.
If you're interested in someone, make sure they know. Oh. And if you're not, then stop fucking dragging them along, because it's not fair.
What if she doesn't know? What if she can't decide?
Oh, you think I'm dragging Cash along? Oh, no.
Sure, you're dragging Cash along.
I mean, he was just, I spent a day with him. It was just a day.
Max! I can't get out of this closet.
Jesus,
Is he really, truly stuck in a closet right now?
Really stuck on the...
I tried
my
my...
God. I thought he was a locket.
I walk away.
I rolled a one.
This is literally the only thing Vax is good at. He really can't get out of the closet.
I just want to say I don't think the dragons stand a chance.
We've got him now.
Women here, that's for sure, ladies, right?
I can't get out of this closet as hard as I try.
Stop it.
Seriously though, I'm really confused.
I know. Don't hurt him. He's wonderful.
Cash? Okay.
He's wonderful.
Okay.
If you do. He's wonderful.
God, I love other people's problems.
This is amazing. Sorry about this, Cash.
No, this has been wonderful.
When our
I've
party
had men
gets-
and women telling me that I'm incredible.
Well,
You are very attractive.
That's wow. That's
I've just met you, and I don't know much about you, but are you more of a Vax man or a Vex man? Like, how do you roll? How do you...
I don't know what that means. What?
Would you be interested in the rogue or the ranger?
We're identical.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't know you
I get
from
no.
Adam.
I go taco, not hot dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love taco.
Wow.
High five it. All right.
Now I'm very uncomfortable.
Respect. Respect.
Great.
Are we sober yet? Can we go find
Yes, we're sober.
I think we need to go to bed.
Yes. Let's get a break.
After a brief time of coffee and a bit of sobering, you find yourselves of sound enough mind.
17 hours later.
Meanwhile,
Coffee.
Metabolize things very quickly. You'll be surprised.
2 hours.
Black
It's like
powder
it's about
coffee.
4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm
5
hammered.
o'clock?
4 o'clock.
4 or 5?
4 or 5 now. As you sobering up, the coffee's helped. You found yourself clear of mind to
remember not
continue
to
on to your intended events for the day. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be back here.
dragons don't stand a chance.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair for stream to DC right there. That's totally fair. Yeah, they mightn't even make it to the plot this session. Yeah, potentially. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, this just sounds like fucking around. Like this feels like a bunch of English majors fucking around in a study room in college. No rules. Taco Not Hot Dog is here. Is that you know what? Why am I asking? Of course, that's a major quote. I see it. Can you put a hot dog inside of a taco? Has that been done? Has that been done at industrial scale? think tacos are generally more ground beef type situation. Grog, you're a man who likes women? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Grog is funny for a straight man, NGL. Grog's awesome. Grog's so dope. Grog is still oh man. Honestly, now that Grog's not so edgy, he's hedging back up to my favorite again. Now that he's not so edgy, craven edgy, you might say, about the skull, he's edging back up to be my favorite. On that note, getting the dragons drunk would be a good tactic for a fight. Go and just find like wyvern poison. I bet wyvern poison would get dragons drunk. You gotta find the equivalent for something with such a crazy constitution. I agree. I don't think that would be bad. Not the strongest first episode of a Critical Role. Yeah. Dude, Vasselheim just does something to him, man. I actually think that the Vasselheim arc was the arc that I was the least into. So far, at least. Or like the series of episodes that I was the least into. And not because of the guest players. I think it's hard for me to even pin down why. But this first half has a very similar feel to it. Like this first half has a very similar feel to all of the Vasselheim episodes. And maybe it's the aspect of them like learning about a new city. But I saw them learn about Craghammer, and that was totally fine. I don't know. It's something about Vasselheim, like the way that they interact with it. Probably after this session. Yeah, true. I hear it's complicated and expensive surgery and not always successful. Well, no, I'm just, I'd like to enjoy both simultaneously. In all fairness, hot dogs are pureed meat, not that different. True, exactly. This is my favorite part of CR. It's when what I started watching for before I had any idea of what the dice rolls or spells were supposed to do. Yeah. It is not what I'm into in CR. I'm trying to think of what makes this different for me than the things that I am into. Because it is mostly their roleplay that I'm into, but this kind of roleplay, not so much. I think I am into their roleplay even like when it's like funny and fucking around, when it feels like they're not wasting time. I think that's like, I'm not like a big like productivity guru or whatever, but if I feel like, we're just spinning our wheels, it's like, it feels like a podcast. Which like, I mean, that's cool. But when I'm in D&D brain, I'm not expecting a podcast. I want there to be like plot and storytelling and shit, because there's not like much like plot happening here. It's just like there was plot before this and there will be plot after this, and they're kind of talking about both, but they're not actually doing anything, But I don't know. It's I'll have to think more about what makes this sort of roleplay different for me, because I'm not like super confident in that opinion. I don't know if that's actually the reason I'm not really vibing with it right now. But I don't know. Kiki did collect wyvern poison, dude. That's what I'm saying. But those of you who disagree are welcome to be wrong and have terrible taste. Roleplay supported by plot. It is supported by it. It is certainly supported by it. Yeah. I think it's that I like roleplay. I think I'm more like roleplay where roleplay within the plot, not necessarily roleplay with like the plot underneath it. Like it feels like a writing prompt to me, which is totally like a valid form of content that I enjoy consuming, but not when I'm expecting a book. Like, to me, I think maybe that's a good way to put it, is I'm sort of getting a podcast when I was expecting a book or a TV show or whatever. Like, they don't have to be progressing the plot every second of the episode, But this was like a whole first half that was not that short. That was just them like not progressing the plot for like an hour and a half. That's just a bit long for me. Like, I like this kind of role play. It's just, maybe that's the things that just went on really long for my taste. But this is like fully taste areas. Like there is no DM advice related to that. The wasting time. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the drunk RP in general, but specifically it feels like they're avoiding the plot and I want them to move forward. Yeah, and like, I think that's also maybe the weird factor with this, and I got that several times during the other Vasseline plots, is that it feels like they almost waste time more when guest players are there. Which, I mean, I get it. They want to like fuck around and like have fun with their friends. But to me, I'm like, man, this is like the one opportunity these people have to like be on CR, and you're not really giving them the real CR experience. You're giving them like a weird side experience that is like very different than a normal episode. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely feels like they waste more time when guests are on. But you can roleplay forever without there being any storytelling. Yeah, exactly. You can roleplay all day long. Like, even like, you know, we talk about like improv with dice or whatever. Like, there are absolutely systems that are very built around that. And that's not even me saying like, fucking don't play D&D or whatever. But that's not, you know, what I'm typically used to with CR. CR is like a pretty, like, I wouldn't say it's like a plot heavy show, but I feel like most of the time they're progressing the plot pretty well. They don't really spin their wheels that often. Like, I know that like analysis paralysis is like a whole joke, but, and like sometimes they fall into it, but I honestly think they're pretty good about cutting through it. And so, yeah, I feel like a lot of times I don't feel like the cast is like really wasting time, but it does feel like there's a very distinct plot in front of them and they're just like not doing it for like relatively no reason, but also kind of a reason, right? Like, I can forgive, like, or not forgive. I can very much like sink into and understand the player actions because they're like embodying this hopeless feeling where it doesn't matter what they do. They're like almost wasting time on purpose, and that is sort of plot relevant, but maybe it's a plot that I just don't like. I don't know. I really have to think about it. I'm sure that I will have much more to say in my takeaway. You know, next episode. Kind of like those postmodern novels and plays where nothing happens. Yeah, like, it's weird because I feel like even in a lot of those postmodern, it's supposed to like say something. And I mean, you know what? To go back to what I just said, maybe this does. I actually think it is a lot like that, where like nothing is happening, but it is displaying and portraying a theme. It's portraying like the thematics of being in a crisis and trying to avoid your responsibility. If I'm being generous, I can totally give that to them. And yeah, maybe I'm just not into that. I can fully come to that conclusion. I'll have to think about it more, but I think that might be the conclusion that I'm coming to is I'm just not into that. You know? But a bunch of chums having a lovely day at the pub. Can y'all get off get your asses off the couch and fight these dragons? I mean, kinda, man. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, the bar scenes become a so long form improv show with people talking over each other and others not allowing some to have the spotlight. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that is very much what this is. This is like, to me, from what I have come to associate CR in my mind with, this doesn't like really feel like the same show to me. But I think it's totally reasonable if you like both shows separately. You know? Or simultaneously, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Good long-form improv still progresses the characters and plot if there is one. And I think you could argue that this is progressing the characters. So, like, that's why I don't want to be too harsh on it. I'm just kind of thinking through it. Because I do think that there's character progression happening here. And I think that there is the reinforcement of themes and of emotions and feelings. But yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. I think the bar scene was good for morale after the glum mood of the past 3 episodes or so. I mean, you could say that. I mean, I feel like we've been kind of doing nothing for kind of 3 episodes. Or like not like we've just been kind of wandering around, you know? Which again is maybe emblematic. But, like, that was kind of the same argument of, like, why we have to kill these looters. And then we killed the looters. And then it's like, oh, yes, we get to take our violence out on the wyverns. And then it's like, oh, now we have to go and get it out at the pub. Like, I feel like they've processed their emotion in many discrete ways. And we've got a lot of processing going on. Which, again, like, goes towards the really cementation the cementing of this plot and of these themes, but maybe a little much for me. I think Matt tried to cut through with Kern. Maybe. I mean, I'm trying to think of what I think Matt was trying to do with Kern. Because to me, Kern felt sort of like Victor, where Matt is giving the player mostly, an NPC to interact with that is an NPC that they like interacting with, which that's cool. Like, revisiting old NPCs and getting, like, updated information from them is cool, and it, like, allows you to express your characters and your drives and simultaneously get information to then use to progress things later. But I don't know if he was necessarily trying to cut through it. Like, to me, that almost extends things. Although I guess you could say that he was trying to give Grog a reason to leave the bar, and, like, maybe people would have followed him. Like, maybe that was to disrupt the bar scene, but then the players just chose to go back to it. I could see that. Of, like, Matt was like, hey, this bar scene's, like, kind of going on, like, let's disrupt the bar scene so that we'll break it all up. And then they just went back to the bar scene afterward. I could see that. I could very much see that. I'd lay into Liam if I was improv coach giving post-show notes. What, for spotlight hogging? I think I mentioned this 2 or 3 streams ago, but yeah, Liam is very, it seems, all or nothing when it comes to interaction. Either Vax is there and you know Vax is there, he is not taking, you know, he's like a main contributor to the conversation, or he's off in the closet. Or he's off in the city, you know, running away from his fears. He seems very binary. But also, I talked about last time, like, I think that the instability of Vax is a character arc that we're within right now. And so I don't think that's, like, a wholly bad thing, but it's definitely interesting. The Seinfeld of D&D about nothing. I feel like the last couple of episodes were a lot involving setup. Oh, we got to check up on Gilmore. Oh, we got to move him and Salda to the keep. Got to drop off the refugees. A lot of small tasks. Yeah, that's true. He initiates the scene with Kashaw, and then the next scene was with the ladies, and Liam interrupted their scene instead of allowing them space, which they had given him. Interrupted, yeah. Victor was not Matt's idea. That was totally player prompted. I mean, I think it's a bit of speculation on, like, what was Matt's idea, but I see what you're saying about, like, Kern is much more like DM dropped Kern into the scene. Like, Victor didn't approach the party approached Victor. I think if I was Matt, if I was a gambling man, I would have bet my bottom dollar that they were going to go and visit Victor. Like, I think that that's one of the reasons that Victor had several points of evidence of like world progression around him, is because I would find it. I would be shocked if Matt did not expect them to talk to Victor. I think Matt would fully expect that, especially with the fandom around Victor. But it was very player initiated. It was Taliesin talking about it, Mary Elizabeth talking about it. So I do see what you're saying. Yeah, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. I think there is a character progression here, but to me, it doesn't feel very dense. And if meanwhile there's no plot progression at the same time, the substance of the show seems kind of meager. That's sort of, maybe that's where I'm like, I feel like Critical Role is normally really, really good at like progressing characters through the plot. Like even within the Underdark, especially within the Briarwood arc, and even in between the Briarwood arc, like while things were happening, when they were, pursuing Daxio, like there was a lot of progression, and this kind of feels like spinning wheels. And it's weird. I think it hits me extra because it's spinning wheels while guest players are here, which maybe that's what they're into. That's pure speculation. But if you invite someone to play D&D, and you're not giving them the full experience of D&D. Like, this is a pretty shallow D&D experience. I'll say that. Like, the skill check system is a solid system for like a rules light type of system. But it's certainly not the meat of D&D. And I would say that these sorts of scenes aren't really the meat of CR from what I've seen. But I don't know. You can tell by or if you can't tell by all of my fucking pauses, I'm very much thinking through this. I'm not like confident on a lot of this. I'm kind of, my gears are turning as well because I have a negative inclination towards this, but I'm trying to exactly parse out why. Because I'm not entirely confident as to what I think I don't like about this. I just know that there's something. Liam definitely felt he was going for the joke and not playing into the scene. I mean, it's sort of like the I rolled a nat 1, whatever. Very similar to when Scanlan last session was what did Scanlan say? Scanlan said something like basically above table, and we had that whole conversation about like above table talk, where you're saying that your character is doing it, but it's not meant to be taken seriously. Like Vax, the character, is saying I rolled a 1. That's an above the table joke. The characters in the scene are not supposed to take that seriously as something that Vax seriously said. If they respond to it at all, they will respond in an equally joking manner, and it will not become part of the canon of Vax that he knows about rolling 1s, So I do think that there was a bit of that with Liam's roleplay, especially here. But again, that just goes I think towards like the more joking nature of this scene. I don't really blame Liam for that, wholly at least. That this scene was like that in a lot of different ways. I think Liam does a good enough job at making it feel like Vax, but yeah, he does get better. Yeah. I really look forward to how some of your opinions progress over time, maybe especially where they continue to not agree with mine, but lines, holding, etc. Yeah. Opinions concerning this. I'm very interested, especially with how we continue interacting with guest PCs and how, like, all in all, I like... Even though I don't love the first half of this, I think it's about on par, and some parts of it are better handling of guest PCs than other examples that we've seen so far. Like how quickly he got the guest PCs in there, perfect. He could have had the entire conversation with Osisa before the guest PCs got there. He could have had Veronica show up or Veronica, is that her name? It starts with a V. Vanessa. He could have had Vanessa show up and be like, "Oh, they're coming behind me," and they could have gone and talked to Osissa by themselves, and then when they got back up, Kashaw and Zara are waiting for them up in the lobby. But that would have taken way more time. Will Friedle and Mary didn't really add or comment much on the Osissa scene, but they could have if they wanted to. And I think that that's important. So I like how quickly Matt got the guest players in there so that they can start having an impact on the scene. They can start feeling like they're in it. But I think that the rest of this hasn't been overly constructive towards making the guest PCs feel like they are really in it. But all that being said, I'm going to go hang out with Paige. We'll do organization next Friday, or this Friday. Daggerheart's still TBD. There are complications with it, but I think we're getting somewhere good with it. And I think maybe next week, optimistically next week, probably maybe pessimistically week afterward. So we'll see. I'm also making future Daggerheart plans beyond just this one. But yeah. Anyways, I think, I will leave you all there. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining. I will see you tomorrow for Kukuro. If you don't know what Kukuro is, you can look back on my channel to kind of see the vibe. It's sort of Jackbox-esque, but it's much more focused on stream interaction. So a lot of Jackbox games have the audience or whatever, but the audience are all of the players in Kukuro. So I would love to have as many people as we could for Kukuro tomorrow. It's super fun. It's very much like you guys playing with me. And then, so we have Kukuro tomorrow, and then the rest of this episode on Friday. And that's it. And I'll see you all later. Thank you again.